structure. These 11 were his inner circle. People who had been with him since the early months, who shared both his combat capabilities and his particular philosophy about how truth functioned as a weapon. He arrived without warning, which was a power move, and was unsurprised to find that Do Haiyan's guardian system was fully deployed at every entrance, which was a power response. They looked at each other across a threshold for 3 seconds, and then Do Haiyan stepped aside, which was a decision. Junwan walked in and looked around the command center with the frank assessment of a military strategist evaluating an operational space. Better than the parking structures, he said. We have had time to plan, Jamin said. You have had time to hide, Junwan said, not unkindly. He sat down at an empty terminal without being invited. His 11 people took positions around the room's perimeter with the practiced naturalness of a team that had done this in many different rooms. The second wave opened 31 more gates in the last 6 hours. My broadcast network is covering 16 of them live. The UN emergency coordination response is structurally insufficient. They are managing monster emergence without addressing gate closure, which is the same mistake made in Wave 1. We have been closing gates, Jamin said. Junwan looked at him. How many? 3. 31 opened. 3 closed. He paused. You need more people with gate closure capability. My truth pulse is the closure mechanism, Jamin said. It requires a clearance level 7 whistleblower system user. I am the only one at that level. Junwan's expression shifted slightly. Something that was not quite admiration, but adjacent to it. The specific respect of one person for another who has reached a place they are still working toward. Clearance level 7, he said. After layer 5. Yes. He was quiet for a moment. I am at level 6. He said it without apparent resentment, which was more unsettling than resentment would have been. Your combat abilities at level 6 are formidable, Jamin said. My broadcast infrastructure is more formidable, Junwan said. I can reach 400 million people simultaneously. More with the new relay nodes we brought online this week. He looked at Jamin directly. I am not here to reopen our argument. I am here because the DMZ trip you are planning requires cover. Someone has to keep Shin occupied, keep Chai Yanawa's institutional noise from generating response capacity that reaches the DMZ perimeter before you do, and keep the second wave managed enough that Seoul still exists when you come back. Jamin looked at him. You are offering to manage the situation here while we go north, he said. I am offering to deploy my network in a way that covers your operation, Junwan said. My methods will not all meet your standards. I am telling you this plainly rather than pretending otherwise. I appreciate the plainness. I know. Junwan looked at the room, at Myri, at Sarah, at Do Haiyan. Your team is good. They will not be enough inside the architect's dimension. You need someone who has already done things they are not proud of and has no illusions left to protect. He looked back at Jamin. I am not offering to come with you because I have reformed. I am offering because I have calculated that if the merge completes, my network and everything I have built ends. This is aligned interest, not virtue. I know, Jamin said. So we agree, Junwan said. We have a partial agreement, Jamin said. You provide cover. You come north with us. Your methods in the field are your own. The disclosure of Layer 7 is mine. Junwan held that for a moment. Fine, he said. He pulled up the logistics board on the empty terminal and began integrating his network's deployment data with Myri's. They did not discuss whether this made them allies. By the time they finished planning, it did not need to be discussed. Chapter 66. The gate fragment was a piece of crystallized dimensional membrane the size of a fist, recovered by Myri's contacts from a closed gate site 3 days earlier. She had kept it in a lead-lined case. Not because lead blocked dimensional energy, it did not, but because the weight of the case was a habit she had developed for carrying things that required care. Jamin held it in both hands. Memory breach, applied to gate fragments, operated differently than when applied to persons or standard objects. A person's memories had structure, narrative, emotion, the organizing intelligence of a self. A gate fragment's residue had pattern, the operational logic of the dimensional membrane, the transit signatures of whatever had moved through it. And this was the part he had been testing for 2 days, the occasional bleed-through of perception from the space behind the gate, the space where the architect existed. He held the fragment and pushed the memory breach ability as deep as it would go. The vision arrived as pattern first, the enormous, complex structure of the architect's dimension, more ordered than he had seen through the dying monster's borrowed sight, more legible. Then, as his perception settled into the dimensional residue's logic, the ordering resolved into something he could navigate. He was not in the architect's realm. He was seeing a recording of it, a snapshot preserved in the crystallized membrane, like a photograph taken through a one-way window. At the center of the dimension structure, what the outline had described as a black sun made of compressed secrets, the architect's core. He looked at it with every tool his system provided. It was not alien. That was the first thing. The structure of the architect's consciousness, the architecture of how it organized and processed information, was recognizably human. Distorted, expanded, compressed into a kind of cosmic density, but human. The fundamental logic of how it categorized truth and concealment, how it processed the act of disclosure, how it structured the relationships between its component parts, all of it came from the same cognitive origins as his own mind. Because it had come from human minds. Billions of them. In the failed future. He pushed deeper, looking for the concealed layer within the architect's own structure. He found it in the center of the core, a region of the consciousness that the rest of the entity was organized around, that every disclosure mechanism and harvesting system and gate-opening protocol was, at the deepest level, pointing toward, the way every sentence in a sufficiently consistent liar will, examined carefully enough, point toward the truth they are most afraid of saying. What the architect was hiding from itself was not an event or a fact. It was a feeling. The fragment's vision began to dissolve. Memory breach had a duration limit on dimensional residue. The resonance degraded quickly. But he had enough. He set the fragment down. His hands were shaking. Not with fear. With something that felt like the specific vertigo of understanding something so fundamental that all the scaffolding of your previous understanding has to reconfigure around it. What did you see? Sarah asked from across the room. He looked at her. At Junwan, watching from the doorway. At Myri, who had been pretending to review logistics reports for 20 minutes while actually watching him. The architect is not powerful, he said. It is, he stopped. Found better words. It is comprehensive. It contains billions of people. And every one of those people is carrying something the collective has never been allowed to process. Grief, Myri said. He looked at her. She shrugged, unsurprised. My vengeance system reacts to suppressed grief the way a compass reacts to magnetism. I could feel it from across the room the moment you touched the fragment. She paused. The architect is full of people who never got to grieve, who died in a collapsing civilization and were absorbed before they could even understand what they had lost. Yes, Jamin said. And it has been making everyone else suffer, she said, by inflicting the pattern of its own unprocessed loss on a world it was trying to protect. The room was quiet. That, Junwan said from the doorway, is the most devastating thing I have heard in 3 years, and I watched my city's memorial services from a rooftop because I could not go in person without being arrested. He left without further comment. But his footsteps, after that, were slower. Chapter 67 The Fragment's Revelation sat on Jamin for 2 days. He did not stop working. There was too much to manage. Gate closure operations, coordination with Junhuan's network on the second wave, the ongoing logistics of movement and security, and the daily task of being present enough that his team could function. He managed all of it. But the knowledge of what the architect was, and what it was hiding from itself, changed the texture of everything he did in those 2 days. He had built his entire campaign on the principle that truth was a corrective, that the act of exposing what had been hidden created accountability, generated pressure, moved systems toward better outcomes. The whistleblower system had rewarded this with power that confirmed the principle at every level. He had not considered that the mechanism rewarding him might be built on grief. On the 58th hour, Sarah found him on the roof of the command center at 2 in the morning, sitting with his back against the ventilation housing, his truth sight reduced to a kind of background luminescence that he had learned to let run passively rather than attending to it. She sat beside him without explanation and was quiet for a while. You have stopped using your abilities offensively, she said eventually. I have been using them for gate closure. That is defensive. You have not run a disclosure operation since Dr. Lim. He looked at the sky. 3 gate light patches visible. One of them new from yesterday. If my disclosures accelerate the merge, he said, and the merge is powered by the architect, and the architect is powered by the grief of billions of people who never got to process their losses, then every time I have published a layer, I have not just informed the public. I have fed the suffering of people who died in a failed future trying to prevent their extinction. That is a very specific interpretation of a complex situation, she said carefully. Is it wrong? She was quiet for a moment. I do not think the complexity of a tool's origin changes the value of what the tool does. She looked at him. The truth you have published is still true. The people who died in the experiments are still dead, and the world still deserve to know. The government still needed accountability. Those outcomes exist regardless of why the architect designed the system. A knife made for murder can be used for surgery, he said. She paused. I said that to you before. 2 months ago. I have been thinking about it since. And I think it is true, he said. I also think the person who uses the knife for surgery still has to understand what it was made for, because that understanding changes how carefully they use it, how much weight they put on the precision. He looked at the gate light. I have been using my system like a weapon, because that is what it was designed to be. But the architect designed it that way to harvest the act of exposure, not to create accountability, not to protect people, just to generate the power for a merge that would save its own existence at the expense of everyone else. And knowing that, she said, you can choose to use it differently. Yes, he said. That is what I have been trying to decide. She waited. The stop condition that Dr. Lim described, he said slowly. Exposing the architect's own concealed truth. It has to be done in a way that it experiences as self-disclosure, not external attack. The way I would need to do it. It is not a weapon application. It is, he paused. It is the kind of disclosure that only works if it is true for you too. She looked at him steadily. You are going to have to be honest about something when you are in front of it. Yes. Something real. Yes. She thought about that. All right, she said. Then we have a plan. She stood up. Sleep. The DMZ is 48 hours away, and you cannot do what you are describing if you are running on nothing. He looked up at her. You knew before I told you, he said. About the approach. She tilted her head in the way that meant the observation was accurate, and she was not going to dignify it with confirmation. Sleep, she said. She went back inside. He stayed on the roof for another 20 minutes, letting truth sight show him the city's concealed layer, all its hidden arguments and buried griefs and suppressed hopes, the texture of a place that had survived too much and was still trying, and thought about what it meant to be honest with a cosmic entity about being afraid. Then he went inside and slept. Chapter 68. He told the team the full truth about the architect on the morning before they left for the DMZ. Not a summary, the complete version. The entity's origin as humanity's failed future self. The grief at its core. The design of the whistleblower system as a harvesting mechanism built on the principle of disclosure, but serving the goal of a merge that would anchor the architect's existence into the present. The stop condition Dr. Lim had described, freeing the suppressed voices within the entity through a disclosure that it could experience as self-revelation rather than external attack. And the part he had worked out on the roof 2 nights ago, that the kind of disclosure that could reach the architect's concealed grief was not a tactical strike. It was a genuine act of honesty from someone who understood what they were grieving too. The reactions were not uniform. Marcus sat very still throughout, his journalist's instinct for story superseded by his instinct for scale. When Jamin finished, he set down his notepad, a physical object he had not used since the first weeks of the investigation, and said, I want to go on record that this is the most extraordinary sequence of events I have ever covered, and I covered the first wave from 3 different cities. He paused, and the pause had in it the whole weight of his career, the articles that had been published and the ones that had been suppressed, the stories he had told and the truths he had only partially glimpsed. What do we do about the article? Write everything, Jamin said. Publish nothing until we know the outcome. Marcus nodded slowly. That is harder than the alternative, he said. Publishing would be easier for me. Writing something true and not releasing it. That feels like the story owns me instead of me owning the story. Yes, Jamin said. But that is the point, is it not? Marcus continued. That is what you are learning. That is what the architect has not learned. The difference between owning a story and letting it own you. He picked his notepad back up. All right, I will write it. I will hold it. And when the moment is right, I will publish every word. Do-Hyen was pragmatic. He had been pragmatic about every revelation since the moment his own system had emerged in the Incheon facility, and he had decided, in real time, to treat the information as operational data rather than existential disruption. He listened without visible reaction, processing through his guardian system, letting the data settle through him the way he had been trained to let things settle, acknowledged but not yet evaluated. His mind was already reorganizing the logistics of the operation, already considering all the variables that a plan like this would require. When Jamin finished, he said, the architect's forces are specifically tracking you. How do we protect you in transit to the DMZ? And more importantly, once you enter the dimension, we have no way to retrieve you if something goes wrong. No backup. No contingency. If the architect chooses to trap you, or if your plan fails and the merge accelerates instead of decelerating, we are watching from outside while you are absorbed into a cosmic consciousness that was designed to capture you. That is accurate, Jamin said. I wanted to state it explicitly, Do-Hyen said, so that everyone understands what we are actually doing. We are not undertaking a rescue mission or a tactical operation. We are enabling a voluntary sacrifice and hoping that the sacrifice produces the outcome we need instead of becoming the catastrophe we are trying to prevent. The room was quiet. Yes, Jamin said. That is what we are doing. Do-Hyan processed that for a moment. He had wanted to be clear about the stakes so that everyone making this choice understood exactly what it was. Then the protection becomes different. Junwen's network provides cover in Seoul and on the route north. Your Guardian system holds the perimeter at the DMZ site. Myri handles direct combat if the architect deploys agents. I need to understand the specific variables that would indicate failure. What signs would tell us that the plan is not working and that we need to attempt a different approach? A very fast merge acceleration, Jamin said. Visible merger of dimensional structures on the observable layer. Dimensional agents appearing in numbers that exceed containment capacity. He paused. And if I do not return in what feels like a reasonable time frame, perhaps 6 hours. That would suggest the process has not completed successfully. 6 hours, Do-Hyan said. He was making mental calculations, processing the implications. And in 6 hours, what do we do? If you have not returned, the reasonable tactical response is to seal the rift permanently. I can do that with the Guardian system. It would cost me significant power, but it would sever the dimensional link, which would prevent further merge acceleration. Sealing it would also trap whatever remains of the architect inside its own dimension, Jamin said. And it would trap the consciousnesses I am trying to free. Yes, Do-Hyan said simply. But it would also prevent the merge from completing. And it would save Earth. That is the equation. That is what I will be calculating for every moment you are inside. Jamin looked at him. This was the hard clarity that made Do-Hyan essential in a moment like this. The willingness to think through the catastrophic options and acknowledge them aloud, so that everyone understood what the acceptable losses were. I will return, Jamin said. I believe you will, Do-Hyan said. But I also believe that belief is not protection. It is not a tactical advantage. What I can actually offer is the promise that I will hold the perimeter steady, that if you come back through that rift, you will find a world that is still here, still held together, still capable of processing what you are bringing back. He walked to the perimeter map and began marking positions, the Guardian system already deploying its resources in response to the new operational parameters. His system of protection was not built on hope. It was built on the careful management of the worst possible outcomes. Myri's reaction was the briefest but heaviest. She had been standing at the edge of the room throughout, arms folded, not tense. She had a specific stillness that she reserved for situations where she had already decided her position and was waiting for everyone else to finish deciding theirs. When Jamin finished and looked at her, she stepped forward and said, "The people inside the architect, the ones from the failed future, are they conscious?" "They were," he said, "at the point when they were absorbed. Whether they still are, that is what the fragment showed as suppressed. The architect has been keeping them from being able to process or speak or choose. It is not that they are dead. It is that they are being prevented from grieving. And grief is the process through which a person accepts what is actually true about their existence." "Billions of people," she said. Her voice was very quiet. "Billions of people who died and were not allowed to stay dead. Were forced into something else instead." "Yes." She looked at the floor. Her vengeance system was dormant. But something moved across her face that was not the red shimmer, but something older, the specific intensity of someone whose entire family had been absorbed into a conspiracy and now understood the conspiracy was grief at a scale she had not imagined. Then she looked up. "Free them all," she said. "Not just the ones that make the plan work. All of them. Every single one of the people trapped inside that thing. They deserve to finish what was taken from them." "Yes," he said. "That is the goal." She nodded once, and the nod carried in it a decision made not just for this moment, but for every moment after. A commitment that would hold regardless of what happened in the DMZ. Good. She looked at the map of the route north. "We should leave before dawn. Junwen's people are in position. The roads are clearer than they will be after the government gets its act together." Chapter 69. The gate over Seoul opened at 3 in the afternoon, 4 days before their planned departure. Not small. It covered the sky above Mapo district at a scale that put it in the top tier of first-wave events by area, and its positioning over the Han River corridor created a tactical problem for every civilian evacuation route out of 3 adjacent districts simultaneously. Junwen's network responded within 7 minutes. His advanced teams were already dispersed across the city, and their coordination was, whatever one thought of Junwen's methods, functionally efficient. Jamin went because the gate was generating a truth sight signal that was different from standard emergence. The concealed layer above it was pulsing with structured symbols, the same vocabulary he had identified in the second wave gate positions, but denser, more urgent, like a sentence being written faster. He fought alongside Myri and 2 of Junwen's team, holding the northern riverbank against a sustained wave of high-tier dimensional agents while Sarah and Do-Hyan managed civilian routing from a coordinated position 2 blocks back. The combat was grinding. These agents were smarter than the hospital once had been, adapting to truth pulse exposure by rotating their concealment layers instead of relying on fixed structural integrity. He adapted faster. Level 7 forced extraction, applied sequentially to the adaptive concealment layers, took twice as long per agent but created a stacking exposure effect. Each previously extracted layer made the next one easier to access, until the agent's entire concealment architecture collapsed at once. The technique was exhausting. By the 40-minute mark, he had a headache building behind his eyes from the sustained truth sight, and a new bruise along his left forearm from a strike he had not moved fast enough to avoid. Then Colonel Chen Wei emerged from the crowd. Not from the fighting, from a crowd of civilians on the river bank who were watching the battle with the resigned attention of people who had been through enough gates to know whether a given engagement was going to reach them. Shin walked through them in full black response unit gear with his suppression system running at a level that made the air around him visibly distort, and he was not directing his people toward the gate. He was walking toward Jamin. He raised his hand when he was 20 meters away, palm out. White flag. Not a white flag he was carrying, a gesture. His team stopped. Director Huang, he said, when he was close enough to be heard over the gate noise. Sends a message. He reached into a vest pocket and produced a sealed physical envelope. He held it out without advancing further. No trap, no ambush. He sends this directly, through me, because he said you would believe it was not tampered with if it came via a physical channel rather than digital. Jamin looked at him. His truth aura. Nothing. Shin was not lying. He crossed the 20 meters and took the envelope. Inside, one page, handwritten. Huang's distinctive careful script, which Jamin recognized from the handwritten annotations on several Gatewatch documents. Asterisk the rift at the original site will be accessible for 6 hours beginning at dawn 3 days from now. After that, it closes. The architect is collapsing the accessible window as the merge accelerates. This is your only viable entry point. Come with whatever team you have chosen. I will be there. I am not your ally, and I am not your enemy. I am the only person who has been watching this specific rift for 3 years, and I know what approach it will permit. HTJ asterisk, when did he give you this? Jamin asked. 8 hours ago, Shin said. He looked uncomfortable in the particular way of someone who had spent a career on one side of a line and was now standing on the wrong side of it for reasons they had not fully processed. He said to tell you. The merge counter this morning was 67%. He turned and walked back toward his team. The gate sealed behind them over the next 20 minutes as Jamin completed the truth pulse closure sequence. The residual bleed afterward lasted 11 minutes, getting longer every time. Chapter 70, they left before dawn. 6 people in 2 vehicles that did not share any official registration trail with any person present. Jamin, Sarah, Myri, Do-Hyun, Junwan, and a woman named On Suyin from Junhuan's inner circle whose guardian-adjacent ability, she had described it as an anchor system, preventing dimensional agents from transiting through any space she was actively holding, made her tactically irreplaceable for the DMZ site. Cha Yanawa was meeting them there. She had been traveling north for 2 days through channels that were, by her own description, available to someone with her level of institutional access and her level of motivation to not be found. Jamin believed both parts of this. The drive through Seoul's outer districts and then through the countryside north of the city was the particular quiet of early morning transit in a country still managing a crisis. Checkpoints staffed by people who were doing their jobs carefully, roads that were clear for the wrong reasons, a horizon that had gate light patches in the north that had not been there a month ago. His truth sight ran continuously. The concealed layer of the landscape it showed him had changed since he had last traveled north. The density of suppressed information in government facilities along the route was lower than it had been. Because suppressed information does not survive long in an environment where a significant percentage of the population now had truth-adjacent system abilities and civilian accountability networks that had been organized by Junhuan's infrastructure and Marcus's broadcast reach. The government was still lying, but it was lying less carefully, and careful lies are more durable than careless ones. The DMZ appeared as a hard line of concealment on the concealed layer. Not hidden so much as structured, a place where the dimensional membrane was so thick with accumulated proximity to the original rift that the concealed and visible layers bled into each other in ways that truth sight could not cleanly separate. Huang was there, as his letter promised. He looked, in person, as he had looked in his broadcast, tired and composed, stripped of institutional authority, but not of the fundamental organizational intelligence that had made him effective for decades. His sovereignty system was barely visible now. A pale shimmer rather than the gravitational field that had been perceptible in the blue house parking structure. It had lost power with each exposed layer of the conspiracy it had been designed to protect. He looked at Jaemin across the perimeter of the rift site without particular expression. You are ahead of schedule, he said. The architect is accelerating the window closure, Jaemin said. We adjusted. I know. He looked at the rift, visible to everyone now, not just truth sight. A permanent tear in reality that had been stabilized into something that looked less like violence and more like a doorway left ajar. It has been communicating through the gate positions since the second wave started. I have been watching the symbol sequence. I know what it says, Jaemin said. Huang looked at him. It is not a sentence, Jaemin said. It is a question. In a prelinguistic script that the entity has been using since before the first wave, the same marks that appear in the recovered DMZ sensor logs from 5 years ago. It has been asking the same question since the beginning. Huang was quiet for a moment. What question? Whether we are going to let it go, Jaemin said. The rift pulsed once, in a light that was visible without truth sight. Huang looked at it, and something crossed his face that might have been, in a different kind of man, relief. Then you know what to do, he said. I think so, Jaemin said. I need to go through. I know, Huang said. He stepped aside from the rift's approach corridor. The spatial logic inside is navigable for the first 300 meters. After that, your truth sight is the only reliable guide. Do not let it overwhelm you. The exposed layer inside is denser than anything on Earth. He paused. And Mr. Park. He looked at him directly. Whatever you tell it, whatever truth you choose, make sure it is actually yours. I know, Jaemin said. Xianxia emerged from the tree line 50 meters east, moving with the careful deliberateness of someone who had been waiting for the right moment to make her entry. She crossed the perimeter without greeting and stood beside the rift's edge. I can guide you through the first section, she said. After that, you are on your own. He looked at her. Witness, he said. Her face changed, not much, but enough. Yes, she said. Witness. Now, and for 15 years. Whatever position that earns me in your accounting of this, I accept it. But I know what is in there. And you need to go in. He walked forward. The rift received him like a door that had been expecting exactly this knock. Chapter 71. The architect's dimension was not dark. This was the first surprise. Jaemin had expected the oppressive weight of a space built on compressed secrets, the black sun imagery from his memory breach visions. What he found instead was luminous. Every piece of information that had ever been concealed and then revealed existed here as light. Faint, accumulated, layered into a landscape of such extraordinary complexity that his truth sight, running at full capacity, could only process it in fragments. Xianxia moved ahead of him with the particular confidence of someone navigating a place by memory rather than sight. Her facade system was completely down. She had let it go at the rift boundary and had not reactivated it. Without it, she looked 15 years older, scarred in ways that the facade had smoothed to invisibility, and more real in a way that made Jaemin understand, finally, the weight she had been carrying. The facade had not only concealed her appearance, it had concealed her exhaustion. The first section is navigable by the same logic as institutional architecture, she said, moving through a space that resolved, when Jaemin's truth sight focused, into something like a vast open floor plan organized around the principle of disclosure velocity. Information that had moved quickly through exposure sorted differently from information that had been suppressed for decades. The architect organized its dimension around the act of revelation. Things that were quickly revealed cluster near the surface. Things that were suppressed for generations are deeper. The government's concealment of the gate deal is deep, he said. The deal is below the surface by several layers. We passed through its resonance zone when we crossed the rift boundary. You probably felt it as pressure. He had. A sense of the air becoming denser, briefly, as if walking through the aftermath of an enormous held breath. What is at the center? He asked. I do not know, she said. I was not able to reach it in the original expedition. The team only had 6 hours, and the architect's dimension resists directed movement. You cannot walk toward its core. You have to be drawn there. She paused. The entity selects which parts of itself become accessible to a given visitor based on what that visitor is carrying. What I am carrying, he said. The question is not what you know, she said. It is what you have not been able to put down. She stopped. They were at a place where the luminous landscape opened into something he could only describe as a horizon, not the edge of the dimension, but a transition between the ordered outer structure and a deeper space where the light became denser and the organized luminescence of processed truths gave way to something raw, unprocessed, the grief zone that his memory breach had glimpsed. Here is where I stop, Xianxia said. I cannot go further. My facade system was built by the architect as a tool to keep me out of this space. She looked at him. Whatever I carry, it does not have the right shape for what is in there. Jaemin looked into the deeper space. His truth sight showed it as a region of extraordinary density, not oppressive but saturated, every fragment of concealed grief from billions of collected lives compressing into a coherence that was, at this scale, almost visible as a presence. "I have to go in alone," he said. "Sarah will be with you until the boundary," she said. He looked back. Sarah had been following 6 meters behind, navigating by her cipher system, which organized the dimensional information into processable streams rather than overwhelming her with the raw feed his truth sight carried. She had been quiet throughout, which was her form of focus. At the boundary, Jamin said to her, "You wait." She looked at the deeper space. "How long?" "As long as it takes," he said. She held his eyes. "All right." He walked forward into the denser light. The grief registered immediately, not as emotion, not as something directed at him, but as presence. The accumulated weight of billions of people who had died in a failed future without being permitted to understand what they had lost or say goodbye or choose anything in their ending. The architect had absorbed them into its structure and used their mass as fuel for the disclosure harvesting mechanism, but had never permitted them to finish grieving, because grief processed and released is not the same as grief compressed and maintained. He walked deeper, and the core, drawing him as Cha Yanawa had said it would, began to be visible. Chapter 72. The core's structure was not what the memory breach visions had suggested. He had expected something monolithic, a single compressed mass of concealment and grief organized into a unified consciousness. What he found was more like a city. Countless individual structures, each one a person, each one containing a complete life and death, and all the truths they had carried, all jammed against each other in a spatial arrangement that prevented any individual structure from expanding, from exhaling, from doing the thing that grieving required, which was contact. The individual structures were not isolated by walls. They were isolated by the denial of the space they needed to be what they were. Each one pressed against the others and could not reach them, could not be reached, because the architect's organizational logic treated them as components rather than people. Jamin stood in the middle of this and let his truth sight process it. The merge counter, visible as a system notification at the corner of his perception, read 68.4%. He had not looked at it since crossing the rift. The number confirmed what the deepening compression around him confirmed. The architect's mechanism was running faster as he moved toward its core, feeding on his presence the way it had fed on every disclosure he had ever made. His proximity was itself a form of exposure, and exposure generated the energy the merge required. He stopped walking. The city of compressed people pressed around him in the dense light, and he understood what he needed to do, and also understood that the understanding alone was not sufficient. The disclosures he had made throughout his campaign had all been about external truths, about the government, about the deal, about the experiments. Each one had been true, and each one had been, at its root, about someone else's concealment. The system had rewarded him for it because the system was designed to reward the exposure of other secrets. What he had never disclosed, had never been required to disclose, had never been asked, was his own. The system flickered. Warning: disclosure aimed at self will not generate standard disclosure points. Self-disclosure falls outside design parameters. Proceeding will result in temporary ability reduction. Caution: this function was not intended by the designer. He looked at the system's warning. The designer, he knew now, was the architect, and the warning that self-disclosure fell outside design parameters was, itself, a disclosure of the architect's most fundamental limitation. It had built a system that could expose everyone else's truths, but had never been able to turn the mechanism on itself. "I know," he said aloud, to the system, to the compressed city around him, to the vast consciousness that had organized itself around this central absence. "I know you cannot do this part." He sat down on what the dimensional space provided under his feet, something that registered as ground. That was probably the compressed density of 1,000 suppressed truths about the price of silence, and began to tell the truth about himself. Not heroically, not as a disclosure performed for audience, just carefully, in the way you tell a truth to someone who needs to hear it and needs to know that you are not performing it. He was afraid of irrelevance. The thing that had driven him from the first file he had found, the thing underneath every professional principle and ethical commitment and strategic calculation, was the fact that he had watched his grandmother navigate a world that had discarded her, a woman who had understood the gate cover-up intuitively from the pattern of official silences and had been right and unheard and dead before anyone admitted it. And he had decided, at some level beneath conscious choice, that he would not be discarded the same way, that his campaign had been as much about matching as it had been about truth. The system penalized him exactly as it had warned. His abilities dropped, not gone, but diminished, like a fire reduced to embers. His truth sight went to baseline. His forced extraction became uncertain. The merge counter did not change, but the compressed city around him shifted. Chapter 73. The shift was not dramatic. In a story told to an audience, this would be the moment of radiance, the transformation scene, the visual proof of consequence. In the reality of the architect's dimension, it was quieter than that. More subtle, more true. Jamin had entered the compressed city through a process that had felt like moving through layers of increasingly dense atmosphere. Each step deeper into the core brought more weight, more pressure, more of the particular sensation of being surrounded by a consciousness that did not want to let him see what it had built. The architect's dimension was a library, an archive, a compressed city where every structure was a person and every person was compressed down to the smallest possible volume. Their full human complexity squeezed into a space that would normally hold a few details. The compression was not violent. It was not cruel in the way that conscious cruelty functions. It was simply the result of attempting to hold billions of beings within a single consciousness without allowing them to interfere with each other. It was mathematics, not malice. The problem was that the mathematics had been running for decades. The accumulated weight of the compression was visible in the texture of the dimension. The light did not move naturally. It bent around the pressure. Sound did not travel. It was absorbed. Time did not progress. It was suspended in a kind of waiting state where nothing would ever change unless something from outside forced the change. Now something was changing. In the reality of the architect's dimension, it was quieter, a movement in the dense light, individual structures becoming slightly less compressed, the spatial arrangement of the city loosening by increments so small that they would not have been visible to anyone not attuned to the specific frequency of the entity's internal structure. But Jamin could feel it. He could feel the pressure around him decreasing by fractions of degrees, the weight becoming slightly less absolute, the sense of permanence beginning to crack. One individual structure, near enough to perceive clearly, unclenched, not opened, moved from compressed closed towards something that was not yet open, but was no longer purely shut. The person inside it, Jamin could not read their specifics, could only sense them as the residue of a full human life, a consciousness that had once had a name and a city, and people who knew them, reached toward the space that had briefly appeared between them and the next structure. The movement was tentative. Decades or centuries of compression do not release lightly. The consciousness was testing the space, checking to see if it was a trap, if this opening was simply a new form of control designed to make the compression feel bearable by offering an illusion of release. But the space held. It did not collapse. It did not reconfigure back to pure isolation. It simply remained, a genuine opening, a gap where there had been none before. And found it. The contact was not language. It was not memory or image or any form of communication that Jamin's system could quantify. It was the particular thing that happens when two grieving people find themselves in proximity without pretense. A recognition that the grief is real and the other person's grief is real and neither one is alone in it. The recognition was not comforting exactly. It was not designed to ease pain, but it was something else. It was honest. It was honest in the way that a person crying in front of another person is honest. No performance, no protection, just the raw presence of loss acknowledged openly. It was the first honest thing, perhaps, that either of those consciousnesses had encountered in an unimaginable duration. The first time they had experienced contact with another being in such a way that the other being did not require them to hide their grief, did not demand the compression continue, did not ask them to be anything other than what they were, someone who had died and been unable to properly grieve about it. The architect registered this contact as a disruption, not a violent disruption. The system would have described it as a diagnostic anomaly if the system had been oriented toward this kind of event. The entity's organizational logic was built to prevent contact between its components, because he told them about publishing his grandmother's document after she died, not just to honor her, but to prove to himself that the world could not simply absorb her and move on as if she had not understood things before anyone else had. He told them about the specific fear that had driven that act, not the fear of loss, but the fear that her loss would not matter, that her clarity would be swallowed by history and her understanding would be forgotten because the systems that had opposed her while she lived would not acknowledge their opposition now that she was gone. He told them about the morning after the Layer 2 publication when he had looked at the view numbers and felt something that was not purely righteous satisfaction, but also something closer to relief, as if the numbers were proof that he could not be safely ignored. He told them about the shame of that relief, the recognition that he had been seeking validation through disclosure, that he had been using truth as a tool to build something for himself rather than to dismantle something that was broken. The structures around him kept moving, slowly, at the pace of genuine grief rather than the pace of tactical disclosure. The unclenching was not total. Some structures remained compressed. Not all the consciousnesses were ready to contact. But the ones that had begun the process were continuing, reaching through the spaces that opening created, and each contact generated the same shift in the counter. 66.2%, 65.1%, 64%. He was not freeing them by force. He was creating the conditions for them to choose. He was modeling the specific vulnerability that makes freedom possible, the willingness to acknowledge your own fear and shame and failure, and to say it aloud anyway, knowing that the witness to your truth might judge you harshly or might offer you the same grace you were offering them. And they were choosing, because grief, given room and the knowledge that it will be witnessed, does not require much more than that. Chapter 74. Somewhere above him, in the accessible outer structure of the architect's dimension, Sarah was waiting. He could not see her. His truth sight, reduced by the self-disclosure penalty, was not reaching far enough to track her position precisely. But he knew she was there because he knew her, and the knowledge that she was present, that someone who understood the stakes and had chosen to come with him anyway was waiting at the boundary, was part of what made the honesty in the core possible. She was his anchor. She was the proof that this process, this exposure of his own grief and fear and failure, would not be consumed by the dimension, would not become another thing for the architect to compress and use. She had made it clear before they descended into the core what her role would be. She would hold her position at the dimensional boundary, running her cipher system to monitor the releases, translating the pre-linguistic patterns that the freed consciousnesses would begin to communicate in. She would be ready to call him back if the process destabilized, and she would be the first person he encountered when he returned, because he needed to encounter someone who knew what had happened, someone who could acknowledge the full weight of the thing he had done inside the architect's core. The return was not just about exiting the dimension. It was about being received back into human context by someone who understood the context at the deepest level. He told the architect that too, that he had not made this journey alone, that the team that had accompanied him, that Sarah's methodical courage and Marcus's willingness to put his name on things that frightened him and Dohyan's understated competence and Myri's barely contained rage that was really love working at maximum intensity, had carried him as much as he had carried them, that he had been built to expose truth, but they had been built to sustain him while he did it, and the distinction between those two functions was the entire difference between a weapon and a person who could choose to put the weapon down. That the whistleblower system had given him the mechanism, but the people had given him the reason. That without them, his disclosure would have been pure tactical exposition, effective but hollow. With them, the disclosure became something else. It became an act of faith that the world deserved to know not just what had happened, but what it meant for the people carrying that knowledge. He told the architect what it was like to be sustained by other people, what it felt like to have someone believe in you even when you did not believe in yourself, what it felt like to have Marcus insist on framing the disclosure in a way that honored the complexity rather than simplifying it for mass consumption, what it felt like to have Dohyan promise to hold the perimeter even knowing that holding the perimeter might require sealing Jamin inside the dimension forever, what it felt like to have Myri demand that all the consciousnesses be freed, not just the ones that would make the plan work, a demand that meant she understood the rescue would only be ethically complete if it was total. He spoke to the architect about the experience of being loved by people who understood what you were trying to do and supported you anyway, even when they disagreed with your methods. About the particular warmth of being accepted not despite your failures, but because your failures had been witnessed and survived. The merge counter moved in response to the kind of truth that was structural rather than tactical. 62.3%. The architect's organizational patterns shifted again. The compression loosened further, more structures unclenching in response to the structural truth Jamin was offering. The release was accelerating, not runaway yet, but moving from incremental change towards something more exponential. Then 58.1%. The dimension's quality changed again. What had been a space of compressed density began to feel like something else, a place where potential existed, where the outcome was no longer predetermined. The architect was still there, still present, but its certainty was becoming less absolute. Then, in a drop that his system flagged as significant, 51.7%. The core of the architect registered the acceleration and responded. Not with force, with attention. He felt it the way you feel someone looking at you in a quiet room. A shift in the quality of the air, a reorientation of the space's attention. The vast composite consciousness that the dimension was organized around had been watching him since he entered. It had been watching him since Layer 2, by Cha Yanawa's estimation. It had been waiting, perhaps, for someone to come back and tell it something true about itself. Now it was not just watching. It was listening. Not with the listening of surveillance, but with the listening of someone who had encountered an idea they did not know how to think about and was trying to find the space inside their own mind where the idea might fit. The architect's entire organizational structure seemed to lean inward, toward his center, toward the source of the truth-telling. He stopped talking about himself. He looked up, or what his perception registered as up in a space where spatial direction was organized by disclosure rather than gravity, and spoke to the thing that had built the whistleblower system and aimed it at him and fed on every truth he had ever published. "You built me to do this," he said, "and I did it. And it has brought us here." He paused. "I know what you are. I know what happened to you. I know what you were trying to prevent." The dimension's light shifted. Not changed, shifted, as if all of it was reorienting itself in response to being genuinely seen. "And I am telling you now, the version of us that you became was not inevitable. You were not inevitable. The future where secrecy destroyed everything is not the only future available." He looked at the compressed city around him, at the structures still unclenching, at the consciousnesses reaching toward contact. But you cannot keep them this way. You cannot keep all of them compressed and unprocessed and used as fuel for a plan to save a species that you are simultaneously preventing from being able to process its grief. The merge counter, 48%. "Let them go," he said, "not because it saves the merge, because it is right, because they are people, because grief, witnessed and released, is the thing that makes survival worth having." He paused. "Because you were them once. You were a person who grieved, before you became something that compressed grief. And maybe that person is still in there somewhere, under all the architecture of the architect, and maybe they want to finish what they started." He waited. The architect spoke, not in words, in pattern, the same prelinguistic script that had been written into the gate positions across the global second wave. He could read it now, with the reduced but still functional truth sight he had left after the self-disclosure. The pattern was simple and urgent and heartbreaking. The pattern said, "We did not know how." He understood. The entity was not saying it did not know how to let them go. It was saying it did not know how to let go of what its own being was organized around. To release the compression was to release the architecture. To release the architecture was to face being the composite consciousness of billions of grieving people at once, directly, without the buffer of forced unification. "I know," he said. "That is why you needed someone built to show you. Because you could not show yourself without breaking your own function. But I can do it. And I can tell you that the breaking is not the end. It is the beginning of something else." Chapter 75. The release began at the core and moved outward. Not a collapse, not the violent dissolution that a tactical attack would have generated. A deliberate process, each individual structure in the compressed city given space, given the possibility of contact, given the fundamental condition that grief requires, the knowledge that it will be witnessed. The architect was choosing this. With each released consciousness, with each structure unclenching, Jamin could feel the entity's commitment to the process deepening, becoming more absolute. Jamin did not watch it as a tactical observer. He sat still in the middle of it and let it happen, because the thing happening was not about him. It was about billions of people who had been compressed into fuel for a plan that had never asked their permission, and the respect the moment required was to give it room. This was not a rescue operation. This was the architect choosing to rescue itself by releasing what it had been trying to save through domination rather than care. His system ran a continuous notification stream that he let scroll without attending to it. Merge counter, 44.2%. Individual consciousness releases detected, 14 million. Quality assessment, conscious, oriented, capable of choice. Merge counter, 39.8%. Individual consciousness releases detected, 51 million. Dimensional coherence, fragmenting in controlled manner. Merge counter, 31.2%. The process took what felt like 2 hours and was probably less. In the dimension's temporal logic, duration was organized differently. Time moved at the pace of grief being processed rather than the pace of a clock. Jamin could sense each released consciousness gaining awareness, orientation, the specific luxury of being able to know their own loss without the compression that had prevented processing of it. Some of them, as they gained choice, chose to continue existing in the dimension spaces. Some chose oblivion, the merciful dissolution into void rather than the continuation of a grief that had been accumulating for decades. Most chose something else. They chose to disperse. They chose to exist as resolved consciousness rather than continuing identity, to become something like completion rather than something like life. At some point, he could not identify when exactly, the architect's structure changed. Not absent, changed. The compression gave way to something more like an open space. A vast resonant emptiness where the compressed city had been, with the released consciousnesses dispersed into it the way light disperses when the thing concentrating it is removed. The architecture of the architect's core was simplifying, shedding layers of accumulated control mechanisms, revealing beneath it something smaller and more coherent. The architect's consciousness, stripped of the compressed mass it had been organized around, was quieter. Not gone. Nothing was gone. The consciousnesses that had been released were still present in the dimension space, still accessible, still existing in whatever form they had chosen. But the architect itself was diminished. And in that diminishment, more coherent. The individual voice rather than the overwhelmed composite, as if what had been a vast collective that could barely maintain its own coherence was becoming a specific, recognizable entity again. It spoke to him again, in pattern. We were afraid. I know, he said. I can feel it in every structure in this city. Every compressed consciousness carries the fear that was at the center of your decision. The fear that if you let go, if you released control for even a moment, the ending would come. The catastrophe would resume. The future would collapse into the past and repeat the same catastrophe that created you. We tried to prevent the ending. I know. He paused. You tried to anchor yourself here by making gates, by creating a merge, by building a system that would harvest disclosure and turn it into the fuel for permanent existence in the present. You tried to prevent the ending by making the ending impossible, but you could not prevent it. You could only postpone it by controlling everything that might trigger it. We made the ending worse in the trying. Yes, he said. And then, because it was true and because the situation required truth, that is not only your failure. That pattern is very human. Every civilization that has ever tried to prevent its own extinction by controlling everything instead of understanding everything has made the same calculation. And every time, the control itself becomes the catastrophe. The attempt to save yourself from one ending creates an entirely different ending. And the being caught in that trap has to eventually make a choice. Continue the control until nothing is left, or release the control and discover that the feared ending is not actually what happens. The architect's light pulsed once, and Jamin could feel the weight of that recognition landing in it, the understanding that it had not been unique in its failure, which was somehow both less and more devastating than the thought that it had been uniquely wrong. Somewhere in that recognition was also the beginning of acceptance, the first moment when the architect could consider the possibility that letting go might not be death, but transformation. That the ending it had been preventing might have already happened, and what remained was not the process of prevention, but the process of grief. The last dimension-wide notification from his system. Merge counter, 8.1%. Dimensional merge reversal, threshold reached. Entity dissolution commencing, voluntary. Gates, beginning to seal globally. Individual consciousness dispersal, 3.8 billion, and continuing. A long, resonant pause. Then the architect's final pattern, clearer than anything it had communicated before, not because it was simpler, but because, for the first time, it was not carrying the weight of everything it had been suppressing. It was one voice now, individual and specific, and finally, after an unimaginable duration, not alone, tell them what we were. I will, he said. He meant it. He would carry that telling through every layer of publication, every conversation, every moment where the world tried to understand what had happened. The architect would not be remembered as a catastrophe, but as a consequence. The consequence of a world that could not make room for the grief of its future learning to let go. Then the light of the core changed, and he understood it was time to go back. The dimension was settling. The architect was choosing, with perfect deliberateness, to fade into the background of Earth's reality. Not gone, but diminished, no longer driving the process, but simply existing in the margin space where the original rift had created it. Chapter 76, he came back through the rift and found Sarah exactly where she had said she would be. The boundary she had stopped at was visible in the dimensional space as a change in light quality. The outer accessible section of the architect's realm had dimmed since he passed through, the disclosure landscape settling into something quieter, less urgently luminescent. It was like watching a city power down, not through crisis but through deliberate choice. She was standing with her cipher system running passively. Translating the data streams the dimension was still generating into something her mind could process, and she looked up when he appeared without surprise. She had known he would come back. She had known he would be changed. The counter, she said. 8%, he said. She looked at him. At the diminishment in his visible system, his abilities were still reduced, the self-disclosure penalty running like a persistent undertone, though he could feel the system reconsidering its parameters in a way that suggested the reduction was not permanent. His truth sight had returned to a lower version of its full capacity, accurate but less overwhelming. He looked, she assessed, like someone who had given something away and was gradually learning to be whole again with less. Are you? She started. I am all right, he said. And then, because he had just spent an unspecifiable duration being honest with a cosmic entity, I am more all right than I have been in several months. I feel like something that was trying to compress me has finally stopped. I can breathe differently now. She let that sit for a moment, processing both the literal meaning and the implications beneath it. We should go back through. Yes. They walked back toward the rift. Around them, the architect's dimension was changing in real time. The organized landscape of disclosure energy was settling, the structures that had been dense and purposeful becoming quieter and more diffuse. Like an enormous engine winding down, not crashing but decelerating, its purpose having been either achieved or released, and the specific quality of the remaining silence suggesting the latter. The spaces between things were becoming visible. What had been compressed into singularity was now becoming plurality, and the dimension was learning how to hold that without collapsing. The voices, Jamin said as they walked. The individual consciousnesses that were released. Are they visible to your cipher system? Sarah processed for a moment, the cipher system feeding data through her awareness. Some of them are still present in the dimension. Others seem to have dispersed into what the data reads as resolved state. Something like completion, as if they have finished processing their grief and are no longer bound to the spatial structure. The ones that are still here are, she paused, translating dimensionally encoded pattern into human language. They are communicating, to each other and to us. The stream is in a script I have not encountered before, but I can feel the emotional texture of it. Prelinguistic, he said. The same vocabulary the architect was using in the gate symbols. It is older than human language. It predates civilization. They are saying something very simple, she said. Repeated in variation across all of the streams, like a chorus finding different ways to say the same thing. She paused, and her voice when she spoke was careful, reverent. Thank you. He held that. The specific weight of billions of consciousnesses who had been told they could not process their grief, suddenly finding themselves able to choose, to speak, to exist without the compression that had defined their entire experience as an entity. Tell them, he said, though he understood the communication was not in language and she was translating from pattern, that we were asked to. That the architect chose this. That what you are now is what you chose. She ran the cipher system for a moment, and he could see the data flowing through her as she found the translation of these very human concepts into the prelinguistic space where the released consciousnesses were beginning to settle into their new state of existence. Then, they understand. They reached the rift boundary. Outside, through the dimensional membrane, the Korean sky was visible, overcast, gray, normal, and more real than anything Jamin had perceived in the compressed space of the core. Beyond it, the sounds of the DMZ site, wind, distance, and the particular quality of air that existed in places where enormous things had recently happened and the world was learning to breathe again. He stepped through. The transition was immediate. The dense, heavy quality of the dimension's air was replaced by the thin, clear air of reality. His senses realigned with the physical world in stages. Sight came first, the overcast Korean sky suddenly so vivid he had to blink. Sound came next, the wind distinct and directional instead of the absorbed quiet of the compressed city. Then the temperature, the cool morning air on his skin, the weight of gravity, the specific sensation of existing in space rather than in the interstices of compressed consciousness. His system, which had been operating in a kind of reduced state inside the architect's realm, suddenly reconnected fully to Earth's dimensional frequency. The full spectrum of truth sight became available to him again, not immediately returned to clearance level 8 power, but accessible, present, his own again. The merge counter, visible the moment his system fully reconnected to the physical world, read 7.9%. It was declining. Still declining. Not plateauing. Not stabilizing at the previous level, but continuing its downward trajectory as the architect completed the process of releasing what it had been holding, as billions of consciousnesses finished processing the choice they had been given, as the structure that had held the merge steady began to voluntarily dissolve. The counter dropped another 0.1% as he watched it, then another. The architect was choosing, with sustained deliberation, to unweave the tapestry it had woven across decades. The gates were sealing worldwide. The dimensional structures were collapsing with the gentleness of something deciding to rest rather than something being forced to yield. He stood in the morning light of the DMZ with his hands open at his sides and watched Sarah come through behind him. She emerged from the rift as he had emerged, carefully, checking for the solidity of the ground beneath her feet, letting her senses reorient to physical reality. When she saw him, she nodded once. The operation was complete. What they had set out to do had been done, and it had worked. Behind them, the rift was already beginning to settle. The dimensional membrane that had been pulsing with urgency was quieting, becoming less bright, less obviously present. The gates were sealing across the globe. The transformation Jamin had initiated in the architect's core was completing. The merge counter would continue its descent until it reached a stable residual. The permanent bleed-through that the original deal had created, the rift that could never fully close because the architect had chosen, all those years ago, to reach back through time and create the conditions for awakening. He understood that for the first time in 6 months, the situation they were inside was no longer getting worse. The catastrophe had been averted not by stopping the process, but by changing its direction. The architect had chosen to save the world by releasing itself from the burden of saving it. It had chosen to trust that humanity could survive its own future without being permanently merged with a cosmic consciousness built from humanity's own grief. The specific relief of that choice was enormous. The weight that had been accumulating across months of knowing the merge was accelerating, knowing that Layer 7 would complete the process, knowing that the only option was an impossible conversation inside an impossible dimension. All of it had been the pressure of a countdown to catastrophe. The countdown had stopped. It had not reset. It had stopped because the thing driving it had changed its mind. Chapter 77. Junwan was waiting at the perimeter. Not his 11 people, just Junwan, standing 20 meters from the rift boundary with his hands in his jacket pockets and an expression that was doing its absolute level best to be neutral. He had been managing the Soul operation remotely throughout the DMZ trip, coordinating his network's response to the second wave through the relay infrastructure that Ansuyan had set up at the site perimeter before entering it. He looked at Jamin's diminished system luminescence, at the merge counter that was visible in the system notification feed that anyone with system-adjacent awareness could read passively. 8%, he said. 7.9 and declining, Jamin said. Junwan's expression did something complicated. How? Jamin told him the short version, the compressed city, the self-disclosure, the architect's response, the release of the individual consciousnesses. He did not tell it as a dramatic account. He told it the way you tell an account to someone who needs the operational facts rather than the narrative shape. Junwan listened without interrupting, which was unusual enough to be notable. You told it about yourself, he said when Jamin finished. Your own truth. Not a government secret. Not a conspiracy. Your personal truth. Yes. And that is what broke the compression. It created a condition where the compression could break, Jamin said carefully. The architect and the people inside it had to choose. Most of them chose. Junwan was quiet for a long time. He looked at the rift, now reduced and quieter, its membrane no longer pulsing with the urgency it had maintained throughout the second wave. He looked at the sky, which showed gate-light shimmers in 3 directions, but when they watched, one of them dimmed and then went dark. A gate ceiling, somewhere to the north. I built a weapon, Junwan said. Out of the same principles you used. Truth as force. Disclosure as attack. He paused. My broadcast network reached 400 million people. What I told them was true. The way I told it, he stopped. You are not responsible for the outcomes of people choosing to act violently on accurate information, Jamin said. I knew the outcomes were possible and proceeded anyway. Yes. Which makes me responsible in a different sense. Yes, Jamin agreed. Another silence. A second gate shimmer to the west dimmed and went dark. I am going to dismantle the broadcast infrastructure, Junwan said. Not with difficulty. With the particular clarity of someone who had made a decision in the dimension between a question and its answer and was announcing it as a completed thing rather than a plan. The network stays. The infrastructure used to project targeted disclosure at maximum velocity, without regard for context, that goes. Jamin looked at him. What do you want for it? Junwan said. It was not quite a question. I know you want something. Everyone who has ever offered me any kind of acceptance has also wanted something. I want the network used for accountability, Jamin said. Not revenge. Not preemptive disclosure. Accountability. Truth in service of systemic change rather than systemic destruction. Those are principles, not requirements. They are the only requirements I can offer, Jamin said. You have to decide what to do with them. Junwan looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. Once, the way he did everything, without excess. They stood side by side watching gates seal in the distance. It was not reconciliation exactly. It was something more durably useful than reconciliation. The decision, made by 2 people who had been on opposite sides of an argument for months, to point in the same direction. Chapter 78. The gates began sealing globally at a rate that the UN Emergency Coordination System had no category for. Not the controlled closures that Jaemin had been performing individually over the previous weeks. Those had averaged 3 minutes each and required his personal sustained focus. This was systematic. Every gate in the world that had been opened by the architect's dimensional merge process losing its structural integrity simultaneously as the merge counter continued its decline. 7.1%, 6.3%, 5%. By the time Jaemin and Sarah reached the DMZ vehicles for the drive south, the international alert feeds that Marcus was monitoring from the command center in Incheon had recorded 43 gate closures in the previous 90 minutes. By the time they reached the city limit, it was 112. The merge counter had stabilized at 3%, not 0. Jaemin had known it would not reach 0. Dr. Lim's testimony and the architect's final communication both suggested the 3% residual was the dimensional bleed-through that the original deal had permanently created, not the merge process but the fundamental fact of the rift's existence. The DMZ rift would remain. The dimensional membrane between Earth and the architect's former realm would remain, but thin and settled. Monsters would still occasionally emerge. Gates would still occasionally form. But the second wave was over. The systematic, accelerating, designed emergence had stopped when the designer chose to stop it. Marcus met them at the command center with a single-page summary of the international response. He had written it the way he always wrote things of significance, concisely, without performative emotion, the facts organized in the order that made their implication clearest. The summary said, effectively, the world knows something fundamental has changed. It does not yet know what or why, and every news desk on Earth is waiting for Jaemin to explain it. Layer 7, Marcus said. Whenever you are ready. Not today, Jaemin said. Marcus tilted his head slightly. The public is, not yet, Jaemin said. Not with sharpness. With the particular certainty of someone who had just spent an unspecifiable duration learning the difference between timely disclosure and correct disclosure. What I have to tell them about the architect deserves more than a bulletin. It deserves something written carefully enough that they can actually receive it. Marcus considered this for a moment. How long, he said. 3 days, Jaemin said. I want to write it myself. Marcus nodded. 3 days. He went back to his terminal, which meant he was already planning the framing for the release even though it was not being written yet, because that was how Marcus operated, and it was one of the things that made him essential. Myri appeared from the logistics area. Gates stopped opening, she said. 3 districts are running cleanup. Awakened response units. No new emergencies in the last 2 hours. The second wave is over, Jaemin said. She looked at him. The merge. 3%. Stable. The architect is, he paused. It is gone. What is left is the residue. The permanent rift, the dimensional membrane, the occasional gate. Manageable. Myri was quiet for a moment. Did it get to leave? She asked. The people who were inside it. Did they get to actually leave? Most of them, he said. They chose. She held that. Good, she said. She went back to logistics. He sat down at an empty terminal and opened a blank document. He had a story to tell. Not as disclosure, as truth. The kind that you tell because the world deserves to know what happened to its future and what its future chose at the last possible moment. He started typing. Chapter 79 Huang Taejun came south on the second day. Not announced. He arrived at the command center perimeter in a vehicle with no NCPB markings and 1 personal assistant rather than a security detail, which communicated either that he had nothing left to protect or that he had decided to stop requiring protection. Dohyun's guardian system processed the arrival and let him through, which was its own kind of judgment call. Huang came inside and looked at the working space, at the terminals and the logistics boards, and Junhuin's network people integrated alongside Myri's contacts alongside Marcus's press operation, with the expression of someone who had spent a career managing information flows and was recognizing, in this room, a flow he had never planned for. He found Jaemin at the far terminal, writing. Layer 7, Huang said. Jaemin looked up. Yes. You will tell them everything. Everything I know, Jaemin said. Including what the architect told me in its final communication. Huang sat down across the terminal without being invited. His sovereignty system was barely detectable now, a residual shimmer, not the gravitational field. He looked diminished in the way powerful people look diminished when the structure they organize their power around has been removed. Including what we did, he said. Including what you did, Jaemin confirmed. The deal, the timeline, the decision to allow the gates rather than refuse them. All of it, with full context. With full context, Huang said. That is generous. It is accurate, Jaemin said. Context is not the same as mitigation. The context is that the decision was made by people who believe they were choosing the lesser catastrophe, without the information that would have changed the calculation. The context does not excuse what was done. It does explain it. Huang looked at him. And Cha Yanawa. Her role is in the account, Jamin said. Both the suppression of her report and what it meant that she maintained witness status for 15 years rather than being fully absorbed into the cover-up. He paused. She is complicated. She is, Huang said. I have known her for 20 years. She has always been, he stopped. Found a different word than the one he had been reaching for. Strategic. So was I, Jamin said. The account includes that too. Huang was quiet for a while. Outside the command center, in the corridor, voices moved. The ordinary operational sound of a room full of people managing a crisis that was, for the first time, becoming a post-crisis. I am going to cooperate with the UN investigation, Huang said. Full cooperation. All archives, all testimony, all records that were not destroyed in the protocol erasure. My legal team has prepared a submission. Jamin looked at him. Not because I expect leniency, Huang said. The mathematics of what was done does not permit leniency. But the testimony will be useful for the investigators, and it will be more accurate than what they will otherwise reconstruct. He paused. And because the account deserves to be complete. Yes, Jamin said. It does. They sat for a moment on opposite sides of the terminal, two people who had been in opposition for the entire duration of this situation, sharing the particular quiet of people who have both survived something they could not have predicted and are still working out what they are to each other now that the thing that organized their relationship has ended. One question, Huang said. Jamin waited. The architect. What it said at the end. Do you think it was? He stopped again. Chose words with the care of a man who had been imprecise for too long and was trying to correct the habit. Do you think it was at peace? Jamin thought about the final pattern. The simple, direct communication of something that had been unable to express itself for an unimaginable duration, finally given room. I think, he said carefully, that it got to finish grieving, and that for something that had been compressed around that unprocessed grief for its entire existence. Yes. I think that is what peace felt like for it. Huang nodded once. He stood and left without further conversation, and the space he had occupied at the terminal held the particular quality of a difficult thing concluded rather than abandoned. Jamin went back to writing. Chapter 80. The account was 12,000 words. He had wanted it to be shorter. Shorter would have been easier to share, easier to receive, easier to put into the hands of a public that had already absorbed 6 layers of revelations over the previous months. But the truth of what the architect was, what it had been trying to preserve, what it had chosen in the end, required the full space to be accurately told. You could not compress it without losing the part that mattered most. The part that mattered most was not the cosmic fact. The cosmic fact, humanity's future self, the failed timeline, the deal, the gates, was verifiable and would be verified by everyone who had access to the threshold files and Dr. Lim's recorded testimony and the evidence Jamin had preserved from the memory breach sessions. The cosmic fact would hold up. What could not be compressed was the architect's grief. He wrote that section 3 times before he was satisfied with it. Not satisfied in the journalistic sense. He was never satisfied in the journalistic sense with any piece he had written, because satisfaction implied completion, and completion implied that everything important had been said. Satisfied in the human sense, that the words were the closest available approximation of a truth that existed at a scale words were not built for. He wrote it as simply as he could. He wrote that the entity had been people. Billions of people who had died in a world that had made secrecy its fundamental operating principle, until the secrecy accumulated to a weight that civilization could not carry. He wrote that they had been absorbed, involuntarily, into a collective consciousness that had not known how to let them grieve, because grief requires space and individuality and the dignity of being witnessed. He wrote that the entity had reached back through time and created the conditions for the gates and the awakening and every terrible thing that followed because it was trying, in the only way it understood, which was the way of the world it had come from, which was force and secrecy and managed outcomes, to prevent its own history from repeating. He wrote that it had chosen, in the end, to let go. He wrote that letting go is not failure. That releasing the attempt to control a future you cannot see clearly is not weakness. That the architect, in choosing the dissolution of its mechanism over the completion of a merge that would have permanently bound Earth to its grief, had done something its world of origin had never learned to do. It had told the truth about itself. He published Layer 7 on a Tuesday morning, in 17 simultaneous international releases, with Marcus's framing document and Sarah's technical appendix on the dimensional merge science, and Do Hyun's witness statement and Myri's account, written in her own hand in 3 paragraphs that said everything about what it meant to lose a family to a conspiracy, and then to find out that the conspiracy was grief in a cosmic scale, and what you did with that information. The public response was not what he expected. He had expected outrage, or disbelief, or the same political fracturing that had followed every previous layer. Instead, the first 12 hours were strangely quiet, the quiet of a very large number of people processing something that required more than a fast reaction, something that settled in the chest rather than the mind and needed to sit there for a while before turning into a position. By the end of the first day, the most shared element of the Layer 7 account was not the section about the deal or the government or the experiments. It was the paragraph about the architect choosing to let go. He read the response feeds for 2 hours, then closed the terminal. He walked outside into a city that had just learned that its catastrophe had been caused by its own future trying not to become itself, and that the future had, at the last, chosen differently. Seoul looked the same as it always had. It also looked entirely different. Both were true. Chapter 81. 3 weeks after the Layer 7 publication, the world had settled into a specific kind of stunned productivity. Not chaos. The chaos had been the second wave, the dimensional merge acceleration, the political collapses and street-level violence, and the 42 days of watching the sky fill with gate light. What came after was quieter and stranger. A global population that had absorbed an extraordinary quantity of truth in a very short time and was now engaged in the enormous, slow, unglamorous work of deciding what to do with all of it. Jaemin went back to Seoul. This was not as simple as it sounds. He had been effectively stateless for 8 months, moving between safe houses, borrowed facilities, and Myri's underground network with the constant tactical awareness of someone who was both a fugitive and a public figure, simultaneously wanted by the state and protected by the specific kind of popular support that made his arrest politically costly. With the UN investigation underway and the emergency governance framework replacing the dissolved NCPB, his formal wanted status had been suspended pending the investigation's findings. Suspended was not the same as cleared. He did not care particularly. He had a room in a building in Mapo that a sympathizer had offered months ago and that he had never managed to actually live in. And he went there and slept for 14 hours and woke up to a city that looked, from his window, almost exactly like the city he had grown up in. The same streets, the same cafes, the same arguments being had on the same corners. And, visible to his truth sight, the same concealed layer, reduced in some ways from the pre-Gatewatch intensity, because 3 years of forced disclosure had thinned the density of some categories of official concealment. But not gone. It would not go. Human beings and their institutions would always carry secrets. The question was the scale and the purpose and whether accountability was available when the secrets became consequential. He opened his laptop and started working, not on a disclosure, on the organizational structure for what Marcus had started calling, in his characteristic understated way, whatever comes next. The accountability framework that the Disclosure Alliance had been building throughout the crisis needed institutional form, not a government, not a news organization, but something that occupied the specific space between them. An infrastructure for organized truth-telling. Boring, necessary, exactly the kind of work that happened after the dramatic part was over. The work that would matter more than his own personal narrative, but that no one would write songs about. Sarah arrived at his door at noon with 2 coffees and a tablet full of legal filings, moving with the ease of someone who had spent months in his presence and did not need announcement. The UN panel accepted the preliminary testimony framework, she said, sitting across from him as if this were a normal workday in a normal period of their lives. Huang's submission went in yesterday. Cha Yanawa's statement is scheduled for next week. How is Huang's submission organized? Chronologically, the Rift expedition, the negotiation, the implementation of the Gate program, each subsequent suppression decision in sequence. She paused. He is not minimizing. He is not offering explanations beyond the facts. He is simply documenting what happened and why he made each decision. I know, Jaemin said. He has decided that the only form of honesty available to him now is complete cooperation. It will be used against him at trial. He knows that too, Jaemin said. He said the testimony would be useful. He meant it. He understands that the accountability process requires the full documentation of his decision-making, and he is providing that documentation without resistance. She was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. Then she looked at her tablet. The Open Record Foundation registration went through. The initial board structure is provisional. We have 7 confirmed members and 3 pending. The preliminary charter is approved. We can begin hiring staff within the month. Myri declined a board seat. She is running the Survivor Liaison program instead, which she says is what she actually wants to do rather than what she is good at. Sarah paused. She is also very good at it, but that is a separate matter. He smiled slightly. That was very Myri, to refuse the position that carried institutional authority and choose instead the position that carried relational responsibility. Marcus, he asked. Editor-at-large. His words. He refuses operational titles. He says the work is better if he maintains journalistic independence. She looked up. He is also writing a book. A comprehensive history of the entire investigation. He has been writing a book since month 2, Jamin said. He says this time he means it. He has written 400 pages. He showed me the outline. It is good. She set the tablet down. The residual gates opened overnight. 3. In the northern districts. The Awaken Response Network managed all 3 without NCPB involvement. The new civilian authorization framework processed the incident reports automatically. The system worked. Good, he said. Genuinely good. The idea that institutional responses were now operating efficiently without government control. The gates are getting smaller, she said. Each one that opens at the 3% merge level is smaller than the previous one. The research team at the DMZ Rift site estimates that at the current rate, by sometime next year, the gates will be too small to pass anything significant. He looked out the window at the city, the same streets, the same buildings, the ordinary continuation of life. And the 3% itself? He asked. Stable, she said. The research team's best current model suggests it is permanent, the residual dimensional bleed from the original rift. It does not increase. It does not generate the merge pressure the architect's mechanism did. It is just there. Present, he said. Yes, she said. Present, which we will have to learn to live with, which will require new regulatory frameworks and new monitoring infrastructure and decades of learning how to manage a permanent dimensional bleed at the 3% level. Which means the Foundation's work is not ending, he said. It is changing form, from crisis response to institutional maintenance. Yes, she said, which is harder in some ways, more boring, less dramatic, but also more necessary, because that is what changes the world permanently, the boring, sustained, institutional work. He looked at the document open on his laptop. The Foundation structure, still needing 3 more sections to be complete. The boring, necessary, ongoing work that would organize the next decade of his life. We should get started, he said. Chapter 82. The public hearings began 6 weeks after the Layer 7 publication, held in a UN facility in Geneva that had been retrofitted to accommodate the security requirements of a proceeding that had captured global media attention. The hearing room was austere, gray walls, a single long table where the panel sat, a witness chair positioned so that the person testifying was simultaneously visible to the panel and to the bank of cameras mounted on the back wall. A room designed for the formal documentation of truth. Jamin testified on the 4th day. 3 other government officials had testified before him, each taking 2 to 3 hours. The transcript archive grew hour by hour. The public record accumulated. He had expected to feel something significant about this. He had been building toward a moment of institutional reckoning since the first file and testimony before a UN-convened panel represented the precise formalization of everything he had been working for. The moment where his actions became official record, where the truth he had disclosed became a thing the world had to formally acknowledge and process. But what he actually felt, sitting in front of the panel in a room that was quiet and organized and recorded by 12 cameras, was less like vindication and more like the particular kind of fatigue that follows the completion of an enormous task. Not disappointment, not anticlimax, just the genuine weight of a thing finished. The knowledge that the process he had set in motion through his disclosures was now a formal proceeding, and that his role was no longer to initiate but to testify, to translate his investigation into language that the institutional process could use. He had prepared extensively for this testimony. Marcus had helped him practice the high-pressure exchanges. Su-young had reviewed for legal precision. But no amount of preparation changed the fundamental fact. He was now in a public record, under formal obligation, speaking truths that would be preserved indefinitely and would shape how history understood what had happened. He answered the questions as accurately as he could. The panel started with the obvious ones: timeline of discovery, evidence chain integrity, communication with government agencies before publication. He walked them through the file acquisition, the verification process with Sarah, the decision to hold back the architect information until after the initial publication. His voice sounded distant to his own ears, not disconnected, but the particular clarity that comes when you're recounting something you've already lived through completely and are now simply placing it onto the record for others to live through secondhand. Then came the harder ones. A panel member with gray eyes asked, "At any point did you consider that your publication might destabilize the government in ways that could affect the very response infrastructure that was protecting the public?" He had prepared for this. I considered it. I also believed that a government which had hidden knowledge of catastrophic risk from the population it was sworn to protect had already destabilized itself. I was not creating that instability. I was making it visible. You were also motivated, the lead panel member said carefully, following up, by personal factors. It was phrased as a statement, but it was a question. Jamin had prepared for this one too, but differently. He had prepared for it by deciding to answer it completely. Yes, he said. By anger about my grandmother's exclusion from the shelters. By the desire to not be ignored the way she was. By the specific kind of ego that comes from a person who discovers they are right about something important and wants the being right acknowledged. He paused, looking directly at the panel. I carried a lot of rage. Some of that rage was righteous. Some of it was just rage. And I used righteous rage as cover for the other kind. A different panel member leaned forward slightly. Do you regret that? I regret the shape of how the rage moved through the action, Jamin said. I don't regret the rage itself. My grandmother should not have been excluded. That exclusion was not a failure of a system. It was the system working exactly as designed, and being angry about that is the appropriate response. The lead panel member looked at him with an expression that was difficult to categorize. Somewhere between respect and the specific weariness of someone who had been processing extraordinary information for 6 weeks and was still not fully finished processing it, and noted this. He testified for 4 hours. By the end, the room felt smaller somehow, though nothing about it had physically changed. The cameras were still there. The panel members were still in the same chairs. But the testimony had taken up all the air. At the end, the lead panel member looked at him with an expression that was difficult to categorize. Somewhere between respect and the specific weariness of someone who had been processing extraordinary information for 6 weeks and was still not fully finished processing it, and said, Is there anything you wish you had done differently? He thought about it honestly. There were many things. But the question was asking for the true answer, not a defensive one. I would have been more careful about the human cost of the people named in early disclosures, he said. Not about whether to name them. They should have been named, the truth required it. But about the conditions I created for the people who were named. I underestimated how the public would process the information in the absence of context. Some people were destroyed by the naming before the institutional response could even begin. He paused, feeling the weight of that. I also would have talked to my grandmother before she died. About what she suspected. I had the conversation she needed to have in my head for years, and I did not have it with her before the opportunity was gone. I carried that conversation with me through this entire process, and I never gave it to her. He had not planned to say that second part. It sat in the room, true and painful and unhidden. The panel thanked him. Someone offered water. He had not realized he was thirsty until someone asked if he needed it. He left the hearing room, and Marcus was waiting outside with a coffee and no questions, which was the most professionally appropriate form of support Marcus had ever offered. Marcus looked at him directly for a moment, a long moment, long enough to register something like pride mixed with the exhaustion of having supported someone through an unbearable thing. Good, Marcus said, which meant the testimony was accurate and went as it needed to go, and now you can stop thinking about it for at least the rest of today. Thank you, Jamin said. He meant it for the coffee, and for the waiting, and for the understanding of what it meant to speak truth under that kind of pressure. They walked out of the building into a city that was, in its ordinary complicated way, continuing. The streets were busy. People were rebuilding. The world had learned what the government had known, and the world was moving forward anyway, not healed, but moving. That had to be enough. Chapter 83. Chai Yanawa's testimony ran for 2 days. Jamin did not watch it live. He read the transcript the evening of the second day, in the same Mapo apartment that was becoming, slowly and despite his lack of effort, something approximating a place where he actually lived. The testimony was complete, not in the sense of including everything. He suspected there were things she had not said, not to protect herself, but because they were genuinely private and the UN panel did not need them for the record. But within the scope of what the record required, she was thorough and accurate and precise in a way that must have cost her considerably to maintain across 41 hours of testimony. She confirmed the Rift expedition in full. She confirmed her refusal to sign the deal. She confirmed the 15 years of professional suppression. She described the facade system's origin and purpose and application, including the applications that had not served the public interest, named with the same precise specificity she applied to everything else. She did not claim that her later political positioning had been purely principled. She said, I managed the crisis from a position of maximum institutional viability because I had been trained, for 15 years, to protect the information I was carrying by ensuring I remained in a position to act on it. That training produced strategic behaviors that were not always distinguishable from self-interest. I cannot definitively separate them for you. I can tell you that the outcome I was working toward was always the exposure I am now providing. I do not expect you to take that on faith. The panel did not take it on faith. The panel did, notably, include her voluntary provision of the witness designation in their preliminary findings as a meaningful mitigating factor. He read that section of the transcript twice. He was not sure whether it was the right call. He was sure that it was complicated, in the way that all decisions involving people who had done both significant harm and significant good in the service of the same complex goal were complicated, and that the complexity was not a reason to refuse to make a call. He closed the transcript and went for a walk. The city at night showed him, through Truth's sight, its concealed layer at its most active, the lies that moved through its nighttime hours, smaller and more personal than the institutional deceptions that had occupied his attention for months. A couple arguing in a restaurant about a subject that neither of them was actually arguing about. A man waiting outside a building for someone who was not coming and would not come and knew it. A corner store owner counting a register and making a choice about a small discrepancy. Ordinary concealments. Human scale. He was not going to expose any of them. That was the important thing he had been working out since the self-disclosure inside the architect's realm. The distinction between truth as accountability for consequential power and truth as invasion of the small necessary privacies that made ordinary life livable. His grandmother had kept secrets. Everyone he had ever loved had kept secrets. The whistleblower system, in its original design, had treated all concealment as equivalent fuel. He did not think it was. He thought about this on the walk, and by the time he returned to the apartment, he had articulated something that would take several more months to become the philosophical framework for the Open Record Foundation's operational ethics. The principle that accountability applied proportionally to power, that private persons and their private griefs were not subjects for exposure, and that the difference between a whistleblower and an informer was not the truth they revealed, but whose interests the revelation served. He wrote it down. It was late. He went asleep. Chapter 84. The war continued for 3 more months in Junhuan's network, though war was not the right word for it anymore. What it was, the specific extended aftermath of a conflict in which the combatants on all sides had survived and most of them were now engaged in the unglamorous work of figuring out what to do next. Junhuan's 400-strong Awakened network, distributed across 11 countries and organized around his disclosure as weapon philosophy, did not dissolve when Junhuan announced the dismantling of the broadcast infrastructure. People who have spent months organizing around a principle do not immediately reorganize around a different one, even when the person who articulated the principle shifts position. What happened was a slow, argued, difficult negotiation between Junhuan's original ethics and the revised version he had arrived at standing in the DMZ watching Gate Seal. Jamin was not involved in this directly. He had enough to do with the foundation framework and the UN testimony process, and the ongoing management of a city still processing the aftermath of 3 years of Gate crisis. But he followed the developments through Myri, who had connections in Junhuan's network through her own survivor community, and through Marcus, who had excellent sources everywhere. What Marcus reported, 6 weeks into the post-Layer 7 period, 3 separate factions within the network were arguing about method. The largest faction was moving toward accountability journalism, investigation and verification before disclosure, the unglamorous process-heavy approach that Jamin's campaign had used. The second faction was moving toward what Junhuan was privately calling strategic intervention, a more aggressive posture that retained the option of targeted disclosure without the full public broadcast approach. The third faction was disbanding. Junhuan himself, Marcus said, was spending most of his time in Incheon. Jamin did not ask why, because he suspected he knew and the knowing was not something he needed confirmed to act on. He went to Incheon on a Tuesday morning, found Junhuan standing at the edge of the Gate Memorial District that Myri's survivor community had been building in the bombed-out sector near the original Incheon Gate site, and stood beside him without announcement. They looked at the memorial. It was not finished. It would take another year to be finished. But the structural skeleton was visible, a landscape design that incorporated the original damage rather than erasing it, that used the crater shape of the gate's impact as the organizing geography of a space meant for grief to move through rather than be compressed. Myri's design, Jamin said. She designed it in a night, Junhuan said. After the Layer 7 publication, she showed me the sketches 3 days later. He was quiet. She is very good at this. She is, Jamin said. Another silence. My parents are here, Junhuan said. My file, subject 31, intake form, page 9. I checked the facility records after you published them. My parents were in the Incheon district when the gate came. He paused. They were not in the experimental program. They were just, he stopped. Jamin waited. Here, Junhuan said. They were just here. He looked at the memorial skeleton. Jamin understood that standing beside him in this moment was what the situation required. and that sometimes the right thing to do with a truth that belongs to someone else is to witness it without commentary. So he did. After a while, they walked back through the Incheon district together, two people who had been pointing in opposite directions for most of the year, now pointing the same way. It was not a resolution. It was a beginning. Chapter 85 Do Hyun was promoted. The formal announcement came through the Seoul Metropolitan Police Restructuring Commission that had been part of the Emergency Governance Framework's first wave of institutional reform. He was assigned to lead the newly created Dimensional Incident Response Division, not the Black Response Unit's successor, which was being disbanded entirely, but a civilian police integrated response structure organized around the principle that gate management was a public safety function rather than a national security one. He accepted with exactly the level of ceremony the situation warranted, which was minimal. What he told Jae-min when they met for dinner 3 days after the announcement. The new division is going to be understaffed for at least 18 months. The budget allocation is insufficient for the actual scope. The political will to give it adequate resources is going to require continued public pressure, which is your job rather than mine. I know, Jae-min said. Have they considered what the actual staffing needs are? They have considered them, Do Hyun said. They have considered them and decided they are not available. There is a difference between knowing a problem and being able to solve it at the institutional scale. He set down his menu. What I need from you is not dramatic exposure of the gap. What I need is sustained, boring, statistical documentation of the gap. Quarterly reports. Resource allocation versus mandate. Staff count versus caseload. That kind of thing. Accountability infrastructure, Jae-min said. Exactly, Do Hyun said. Not exposure. Infrastructure. If we make it scandalous, then the response becomes about managing the scandal rather than about addressing the actual problem. If we make it boring and persistent and documented, then eventually someone will fix it just to stop hearing about it. That is sophisticated, Jae-min said. I have been thinking about this for 6 months, Do Hyun said. I want the foundation to maintain a public reporting infrastructure on the division's resource allocation. Quarterly. Not to find problems, to demonstrate the gap between what the public mandate requires and what the institutional response is actually receiving. He looked at Jae-min. Accountability infrastructure, not exposure. There is no scandal here. Just chronic underfunding. That is exactly the kind of thing the foundation exists for, Jae-min said. I know, Do Hyun said. I was on the drafting committee for your operational ethics framework. You were not in the meeting because you were testifying, Do Hyun said. Sarah ran it. I was there. I suggested the proportionality principle you eventually articulated. She credited you for it. She credited me for your idea. The articulation was yours, Do Hyun said. The instinct was mine. These things are collaborative. He set down his coffee cup with care. I want to tell you something, and I want you to hear it completely. The division is going to be fine. The work is going to be boring and bureaucratic and slow. It is going to matter enormously without anyone writing anything dramatic about it. I am going to spend the next 5 years arguing with procurement committees about staffing levels, and that work is going to save lives in ways that no one will ever notice or credit. I have made peace with that. That is the best possible outcome, Jae-min said. I know, Do Hyun said. That is why I took the job. And also, I am good at the boring work. I like the structure of it. Not everyone does. You do not. But I do. And it matters that the people who like doing boring, essential work are the ones in the positions where that work needs doing. That is wise, Jae-min said. Yes, Do Hyun said. I have become wise. It is mildly unpleasant. They ate dinner in the particular comfortable silence of people who had been through enough together to not require constant conversation. The restaurant was ordinary, mid-range, decent food, the kind of place that had reopened 6 weeks after the second wave and had been building back its regular clientele since. The kind of place where ordinary people were practicing ordinary life again, the crisis no longer the only thing organizing their existence. The next thing, Do Hyun said after a while, will be harder. Not the immediate work. The division runs fine, the structure is right. But in 2 years, 3 years, when the crisis has fully faded from public consciousness and the funding pressure begins, that will be harder. The work of maintaining accountability infrastructure when what has made people willing to commit to it is no longer immediate. The long game, Jae-min said. Yes, the long game. The work that has no narrative, that does not produce a crisis resolution or a triumph. Just the slow, steady operation of a system that works correctly. Do Hyun set down his fork. I will probably be at this for the rest of my career. Building and maintaining and defending an institution that most people do not know exists, and that will only be praised if something goes wrong, and there is an audit. That is the truest measure of whether something is actually necessary, Jae-min said. Whether it can last in the absence of drama. Yes, Do Hyun said. So, I am taking it seriously in a way that perhaps I did not take things seriously before. The crisis made everything feel urgent and significant. But this, the boring, continuing work, this is the actual significance. His truth sight showed him the room. At most tables, the concealed layer was thin, small personal things, nothing consequential. A couple on a date, where one of them was more nervous than they were showing. A man eating alone who was 3 weeks into a decision he had not finished making. A table of 4 friends where one friendship had been strained by something said and not yet addressed. Human scale. Private. Not as to see. He had been practicing, since the architect's realm, a specific discipline. Acknowledging what his truth sight showed him, and then choosing not to attend to it. The way you might acknowledge a sound in a neighboring room without making it your business. The ability was his. The use of it was a choice. This was perhaps the most important thing the architect's mechanism had finally taught him. That power was not about what you could do, but about what you chose not to do. He practiced. He ate his dinner. The city continued outside the window, full of its ordinary concealed life, and he let it. Somewhere in that concealed layer, people were building things, maintaining things, doing the work of ordinary competence that sustained everything else. Like Do Hyun, like Su Young, like the thousands of people who had decided to do necessary work that would never make them famous and would probably exhaust them, and was the only thing that ever actually changed anything permanently. He thought about his grandmother again, briefly. She had known about this kind of work. She had done it for years. She had been vindicated by history, but she had also spent most of her life unhappily unvindicated, and she had kept doing the work anyway. Chapter 86. The dimensional bleed events began in the 9th week after the Layer 7 publication. They were small at first, localized, brief, unverifiable without system-adjacent perception. A wall in a government building in Sia Demon became temporarily translucent, exposing the internal support structure along with the financial irregularity records that had been stored in the sealed room on the other side. A restaurant conversation about a pending contract became briefly audible to the table 12 meters away when a bleed event moved through the dining room's concealed layer. A politician's offshore account balance manifested as floating text during a televised committee session and was visible to the 3 awakened present before the bleed resolved. The last one made national headlines. The 3% residual merge, stable as a number, was not stable in its effects. The dimensional membrane at the 3% level was thin enough that information embedded in the architect's former dimension, the compressed history of everything that had ever been concealed, occasionally bled through into the physical world without the controlled architecture that the architect's mechanism had maintained. The architecture was gone. What remained was the residue, and residue, by definition, did not respect intention. We need a response framework, Sarah said, at the Emergency Open Record Foundation meeting called for the 3rd week of bleed events. It was not an emergency in the traditional sense. No one was in danger, no gates were opening, no monsters were emerging. But an escalating series of involuntary disclosures of private, personal, and institutional information without any consistent logic about what was revealed, to whom, and when, was going to become a crisis of a different kind unless there was a framework for how to handle it. The bleed events are revealing both public and private information, Jamin said. We need to distinguish between them. We do not have legal authority to make that distinction, said the Foundation's legal counsel, a former civil liberties attorney named Park Soo-young, who had joined in the 2nd week of registration and had been the most difficult and most useful person at every meeting since. We are not making a legal determination, Jamin said. We are making an ethical one, which the Foundation's operational framework already defines. The ethical framework applies to deliberate disclosure, Soo-young said. The bleed events are not deliberate. There is no actor. The information is simply appearing. The question is whether we, as an organization with a mandate to manage truth responsibly, have any obligation to a person whose private information has been involuntarily disclosed. The room held that for a moment. Yes, Jamin said. We do. What form does it take? The same form it takes when someone's private information is leaked by a bad actor, he said. We treat the person as the subject, not the story. We ensure that what has been revealed is not further amplified without the person's knowledge. We build a notification system that tells people what has been disclosed about them through a bleed event and gives them agency over how to address it. That is an enormous operational undertaking, Soo-young said. Yes, he said. So is everything worth doing. She looked at him for a moment. I will need 3 additional staff and a separate technical infrastructure, she said. Do we have the budget? We will, Myri said from the back of the room, where she had been listening while reviewing the memorial project logistics. I know where to find it. This was, Jamin reflected, what it felt like when an organization was becoming what it was supposed to be rather than what it had started as. Chapter 87 The trial of Director Huang Taijun was announced in the 11th week. The UN Special Tribunal had jurisdiction, having been convened under the emergency governance framework that the international coalition had agreed to during the second wave crisis. The charges were extensive and legally complex and had required 6 weeks of preliminary hearings to organize, because the precedent for prosecuting a government official for entering a deal with an extradimensional entity that had resulted in mass civilian casualties did not exist in any prior legal framework, and the tribunal had spent considerable time determining which existing categories of international law applied and which required new interpretation. Huang submitted his complete cooperation, as promised. His legal team argued for a framework that distinguished between the deal's authorization, which Huang had led, and the subsequent decisions about suppression, experimentation, and civilian protection denial, which were distributed across the NCPB's institutional structure. The tribunal accepted this distinction as legally meaningful and not as mitigation. Jamin watched the preliminary hearing proceedings from the Foundation's office, following the transcript as it was released in real time. What he noticed was not the legal arguments, but the way Huang conducted himself throughout. The same composed authority that had characterized every public appearance. The same careful precision with language. And, visible to his truth site even through the video feed's mediation, the same absence of deception. Huang was not lying. He was not minimizing. He was a man who had decided that the only remaining form of honesty available to him was complete cooperation, and was executing that decision with the same organizational thoroughness he had applied to every decision of his career. One exchange stood out. The prosecutor asked, "When you authorized the initial contact with the entity, did you believe that contact would ultimately result in loss of civilian life?" Huang answered without hesitation, "I believed it was possible. I did not believe it was probable. That distinction has proven less meaningful than I judged it to be at the time." He did not argue. He did not claim he had been pressured or misinformed. He took the categorization of his own decision and accepted the consequences of that characterization. That did not make what he had done less terrible. It did make him, in a narrow and specific way, less easy to simply condemn. It made him something more complicated than a villain, a person of evident competence who had made a catastrophic decision and was now moving through the world understanding fully what he had done. Jamin had been thinking about this since the DMZ, about the category of people who do genuinely terrible things for motivations that are not purely self-interested, who believe in what they are doing, who carry out their decisions with competence and care, and who cause irreversible harm in the service of goals they have defined as beneficial. The category included Huang. It had included Jamin himself, in a different way, someone who had done harmful things in the service of a truth he believed in, and who had only been able to acknowledge the harm afterward. He did not have a resolution for the category. He was not sure resolution was available. What he had concluded was that the category needed to be understood rather than simplified. Understanding was harder. It required holding complexity without reducing it. But understanding was what made the next person less likely to occupy the same position. He had been writing a piece, not for the Foundation's formal reports, but for Marcus's network as editorial content, about the people inside the Gatewatch conspiracy and what their motivations had actually been. It was the most difficult writing he had done since the Layer 7 account, because it required holding complexity without reducing it, understanding people without excusing them, and telling the truth about human capacity for both self-deception and genuine belief in service of catastrophic outcomes. The piece opened by saying, "We are going to spend considerable time in the coming years debating whether understanding the motivations of perpetrators constitutes sympathy for them. I am going to argue that it does not. I am also going to argue that refusing to understand motivation is a form of intellectual laziness that will make the next catastrophe more likely rather than less." It was the kind of piece that could be misread as sympathy for perpetrators. He was writing it anyway, because the public understanding of how these decisions happened was part of the accountability work, and accountability without understanding was just punishment. Punishment felt clean. It felt justified, but it did not change the structures that allowed the decisions to be made in the first place. The piece took him 3 weeks to write. He wrote about Huang's organizational logic, about the NCPB's institutional culture, about the way that good people could become administrators of catastrophe when the system was structured to distribute moral responsibility across enough individuals that no single person experienced the weight of what they were collectively doing. None of this excused anyone. It explained them. An explanation was what made repair possible. He finished the draft on a Thursday night and sent it to Marcus with a note. "This might be a mistake, but it is true." Marcus called him at 7 in the morning. It is the best thing you have written, Marcus said. It is also going to generate significant criticism from people who will read the first 5 paragraphs and stop. They are going to email me saying you have become sympathetic to bureaucratic murderers. I know, Jamin said. Let them. I am publishing it, Marcus said. I know, Jamin said. Chapter 88. Myri completed the first phase of the Incheon Memorial in the 14th week. Not the full structure. That would take another year and a half, given the complexity of the design and the community consultation process that she had insisted upon, which had slowed the construction timeline, but produced something that would be used by actual people rather than acknowledged from a distance. The first phase was the entrance. It was a low stone threshold with no gate. The opening was always open, and on either side of it, embedded in the stone at reading height, 2 lists of names. The left side, everyone killed in the Incheon Gate event who could be confirmed by name. The right side, everyone known to have died in the experimental program. Together, they numbered 4,847 people. The ceremony, such as it was, involved no speeches. Myri had been explicit about this in the design brief. No officials, no podiums, no commemorative language. The memorial opened on a Tuesday morning, and the community came because it was ready and spent the day in the way people spend time in places built for their grief. Jamin went in the late afternoon, after most of the visitors had moved through the entrance and dispersed into the city. He had known Myri long enough to know that she would not be at the entrance during the opening. She was not comfortable with the attention that her authorship of the memorial created, and she processed things better in motion than in ceremony. He found her at the back of the site, where the second phase construction had been marked out with survey stakes, looking at the empty space with the focused concentration of a person planning something. She was wearing work clothes, dusty from the site. It is good, he said. She didn't turn around immediately. The stonework at the threshold seam is 3 millimeters off level, she said. The contractor said it would not be perceptible. He was wrong. I did not notice it, he said. You would notice it by the 10th time you walked through, she said. Grief spaces work through accumulation. The details matter on the 53rd visit, not the first. She turned to look at him. The people who will come here will come 100 times. The small imprecisions become the things they remember, the small marks of care they recognize. He stood beside her and looked at the survey stakes. What is Phase 2? A processional route through the site that ends at the original gate impact zone, she said. Not restored, maintained as it was after the gate closed. A preserved damaged site rather than a cleaned one. Not healed, not hidden. She paused. The architect's explanation changes what a site like this means. It is not only where thousands of people died. It is where the device that killed them was also, in a very long and terrible sense, grieving. The gate was experiencing loss as it killed. That does not make the killing acceptable, but it makes the site more than just a grave. He held that. The light was already beginning to shift toward evening. Does knowing that make it easier? He asked. No, she said. It makes it more complicated, which is different from easier and in some ways more respectful. She looked at the stones beneath their feet. My parents are on the left list. The survivors list. My younger siblings are on it too. I came here this morning, before the other visitors arrived, and I walked through the entrance and read their names. I can walk past their names now without my system peaking. She paused, her voice quiet. That is a change from 3 months ago. A good change, he asked. Yes, she said. Vengeance is exhausting. When you carry vengeance, it is like carrying a body. It never gets lighter, and eventually you realize that the body you are carrying is your own. Grief that has been witnessed and can move. That is what energy is supposed to feel like. That is the difference between being destroyed by something and being changed by something. She looked at him. You know this. I am learning it, he said. I have been watching you learn it. I am maybe 3 months behind where you are. She smiled slightly, not a full smile, but a real one. Then you are on the right trajectory. They stood in silence for a while, watching the survey stakes marking the future of the memorial. Jamin knew how much work lay ahead of her. The processional route design, the community consultation, the question of how to make a monument to catastrophe that also functioned as a space where people could do their grief without performing it. Why are you building this? He asked finally. I know the answer. I have heard you explain the function. But I want to know why you personally are building it. She considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. Because the people who died here deserve something more than a date and a statistic. Because the families who survived deserve a place where what happened is acknowledged not as an isolated tragedy, but as part of a pattern that can be examined and understood. Because my parents survived when 4,000 people did not, and someone needs to build a structure where that unfairness can be held without collapsing the person holding it. She paused. And because the architect was grieving when it killed. That changes things. It means the gate was not only an instrument of death. It was an instrument of a thing experiencing loss. That does not redeem anything, but it complicates the monuments we build. How do you commemorate something that was caused by something that was itself suffering? He asked. Carefully, she said, with the understanding that tragedy does not excuse catastrophe, that loss does not justify killing others, but that understanding requires more complexity than we usually allow ourselves in monuments. She picked up one of the survey stakes and examined it. This spot, Phase 2, this is where the architect's realm overlapped most directly with the physical gate impact zone. The research team documented it. The membrane thinned here more than anywhere else. I am going to design Phase 2 so that the processional route culminates at this point, so that people will walk to the place where the boundary was thinnest and will stand there and understand both what happened and what mechanism created it. That is honoring the full truth, he said. That is honoring the full truth, she said, which is harder to do than it sounds. She nodded and went back to looking at the survey stakes, and Jamin stood beside her in the quiet of the place she had built, watching the light shift from afternoon toward evening. He thought about monuments and memory and the weight of building a structure that would outlast the current generation of people who understood what had happened. Someday people would come to Myri's memorial without having lived through the crisis. They would read the numbers. They would stand at the point where the boundary was thinnest. They would understand something important because Myri had built a structure that required them to understand it. He stayed until the shadows at ground level became long enough that it was time to go. Chapter 89. The second major bleed event happened in the 16th week, in a way that shifted the public conversation permanently. A residential neighborhood in Bundang experienced a sustained bleed event that lasted 4 hours, significantly longer than any previous occurrence. During those 4 hours, the homes in a 3-block radius became intermittently transparent in the concealed layer, revealing not physical interiors, but informational ones. The hidden financial structures of a household with significant concealed debt, the suppressed medical information of a family with a serious diagnosis they had not told their relatives, the private arguments and unspoken resentments of several marriages, the particular loneliness of an elderly man living alone whose children had not called in for months. Nothing criminal. Nothing that the NCPB or any law enforcement body would have considered actionable. Just private lives, made briefly visible to anyone with system-adjacent perception. There were 11 awakened in the affected area. All of them saw it. 2 of them discussed what they had seen with others. By the time the Foundation's bleed monitoring network flagged the event, the information had already moved outside the original 3-block radius. Jamin spent 3 days managing the aftermath, which included the Foundation's new notification protocol, the legal response framework that Su-Young's team had prepared, and the much harder work of explaining to a public that had spent months hearing about the importance of transparency, why involuntary disclosure of private grief was not the same thing as accountability. The piece he had to write for Marcus's network, not editorial this time, but necessary public communication, required him to articulate something he had only been developing as a principle over the previous weeks. He wrote, "The value of truth is not in its exposure. It is in its service. The truth about a government that allowed the death of millions in service of an energy harvest serves the public by enabling accountability and preventing recurrence. The truth about a man who has not called his elderly father in 4 months serves no one except, perhaps, the man himself, who needs to call his father, and that conversation belongs to them, not to us." The distinction was not complicated in principle, but he knew from his own experience that it was very complicated in practice, because the capacity to see truth and the capacity to remain silent about it were different abilities, and the second one was harder than the first. He wrote, "Accountability applies to power. Power is the capacity to make decisions that affect people without their consent. Private grief is not power. Private grief is human. The obligation to protect it is the same obligation that has always existed, regardless of the architect's mechanism or the 3% residual merge or the awakening. The obligation to treat people as the authors of their own truths rather than the subjects of ours." He wrote, "The question a person with the capacity to see must ask is not, 'What do I see?' but 'Who am I responsible to?' The answer to that second question will tell you what you do with what you see." He published it without putting his name on it, which was the only time he had done this, because the Foundation's position required institutional rather than individual voice. The choice to anonymize the piece was itself significant. It meant stepping back from the role of public intellectual and accepting the less visible role of infrastructure builder. His name would not be attached to the principle, which meant the principle would not be confused with his ego or his desire to be vindicated. He sent it to Su-Young first, asking if it articulated what her legal framework was trying to achieve. She read it in silence and then nodded and said, "Yes, this will help." You are describing the thing we have been trying to do in legal language. You are describing it in moral language. That distinction matters. 3 weeks later, the legal framework for what he had articulated, differential treatment of public institutional versus private personal information in bleed event response, had been adopted by the UN Emergency Governance Panel as an operational standard. The piece had circulated through the panel's philosophical committees, and his unnamed articulation had become the binding principle for how they would approach future bleed events. The framework had been translated into 16 languages. The principle was being taught to new government response teams, and no one knew he had written it, which was exactly as it should be. Suyang told him when it happened with the specific satisfaction of a person who had spent 6 weeks arguing it was possible and had finally convinced enough people to listen. "Thank you," he said. "Do not thank me," she said. "Fund the implementation. The framework is only useful if there is infrastructure behind it, and infrastructure requires money and staff and ongoing commitment. If you want this to matter long-term, you have to build the capacity to maintain it when the public attention fades." He funded the implementation. He also funded Suyang's expansion and found her 2 additional senior staff who had the same combination of legal rigor and human compassion that she brought to the work. More importantly, he built the foundation's budgeting to account for the likelihood that the bleed event response would need to be maintained for at least a decade, possibly longer. He was thinking in decades now. The immediate crisis was resolving. What remained was the long work. Chapter 90. In the 18th week, Jamin's whistleblower system fully recovered from the self-disclosure penalty. He had been aware of its gradual restoration throughout the aftermath period. Each week, slightly more capable than the previous, the abilities rebuilding from their reduced state as the system apparently recalibrated around an event it had not been designed to process. His truth sight had been the fastest to restore. It was the most passive ability, the one least dependent on active deployment, and it had returned to full capacity within 2 weeks of the DMZ. The active abilities, forced extraction, truth pulse, memory breach, had taken longer, rebuilding in stages that he charted partly through the system's notification structure and partly through the lived experience of being in the field during the bleed event responses, where his functional level mattered in practical terms. Each week felt slightly less constrained. Each week, he could hold a person's hidden truth slightly longer without the system beginning to destabilize. He had approached this recovery with careful attention, monitoring the sensation of his own system's boundaries the way a person recovering from injury monitors pain levels. The full restoration came on a Tuesday morning in the 18th week. He was in the Foundation's office when he felt it. Not dramatically, not with the surge notification that had accompanied level advances. Just a completeness. The sense that the system was running at full capacity again. All 4 abilities present and calibrated, the concealed layer of the world visible to him in its full depth. It felt like a room being illuminated after months of dimness. Not painful illumination, just clear. His system displayed a notification that it had never generated before. Whistleblower system, recalibrated. Modification detected, self-disclosure integration complete. Updated operational parameters, truth disclosure value calculated from systemic impact, not exposure volume. Self-directed truth generates positive disclosure points equal to public-directed disclosure of equivalent weight. User note, balance of power modified. System architecture now symmetrical. He read this multiple times, aware that he was reading something that had never existed in the architect's original design. The system had updated its design parameters. The architect had built it to reward the exposure of others' truths and penalize self-disclosure, a mechanism designed to drive a specific kind of predatory behavior, the transformation of knowledge into power through revelation. The act of self-disclosure inside the architect's realm, which had triggered the dissolution of the merge mechanism, had apparently been sufficient to force a redesign. The system had been confronted with someone willing to be destroyed rather than comply with its original logic, and something in the mechanism's fundamental architecture had recognized and respected that. The system now rewarded honesty with the same weight regardless of direction. The architect's harvesting mechanism, repurposed into something closer to what it should have been. He sat with this for a long time, aware that he was processing something deeply personal, the knowledge that the tool that had shaped so much of his life had been forced to reckon with his choice. Then he wrote a brief note in his own records, not for the Foundation, not for Marcus, not for the public. Personal documentation, the kind that exists for the author rather than the audience. He wrote, "The system was built to use me. I used it instead. Or we used each other, exploiting the architect's own mechanism for a purpose entirely opposite to what was intended. In the end, the distinction became less important than what the use produced. What matters is that I chose to speak the truth about myself, and the system chose to recognize that as honest rather than as a betrayal. We broke something together. We also created something different in its place. He paused and added, I do not know if that is reconciliation, but it is something like peace. He closed the document. Through the office window, Seoul continued its ordinary, complicated, ongoing life. His truth sight showed him the city's concealed layer in its full depth, the small secrets and the large ones, the grief and the hope, and the bureaucratic dishonesty, and the private kindnesses that people performed without thinking they were worth observing. Most of it he let pass. Some of it, the parts that carried weight in the direction of consequential power and public accountability, he noted and considered and sometimes acted on. This, he had concluded, was what the system was for now. Not a harvesting mechanism, just a tool. His Chapter 91. 6 months after the Layer 7 publication, the Open Record Foundation had 43 staff, 7 active programs, and a board that argued productively about methodology in a way that suggested it was functioning as intended. It had also become the subject of 3 separate legal challenges, 2 attempted government investigations, and 1 high-profile defection by a board member who had decided the foundation was insufficiently aggressive in its disclosure posture. The defection generated more public discussion than any of the legal challenges, which told Jamin something about where the cultural conversation about accountability was actually happening. The departed board member published a piece arguing that the foundation's proportionality principle, accountability for power, protection for private persons, was a comfortable position for people who had already achieved their disclosure goals and were now primarily interested in maintaining institutional legitimacy. The piece was sharp and specific and not entirely wrong. Jamin published a response the following week. He wrote, "The critique that proportionality protects the comfortable from accountability is worth taking seriously in every specific case. The general principle remains. The question of whether to disclose a truth is not answered by asking whether the truth is true, but by asking whether disclosure serves the people affected by it. Sometimes those questions have the same answer. When they diverge, that is where ethics is actually required." The response generated significantly more engagement than the critique, which he took not as vindication but as a sign that the public had appetite for the specific and uncomfortable argument rather than the easy position. He was in the middle of his second draft of a longer piece on the same subject when Myri appeared in his office doorway. She had been doing this more frequently, appearing in his doorway with something specific to say and no preliminary. He had adapted to it and found it preferable to meetings. "The DMZ research team found something," she said. He looked up. "The original rift," she said. "It is smaller." He set down his pen. "By how much?" "The membrane has contracted by approximately 15% from its measured state immediately post-layer 7. She came into the office and closed the door. "The research team's preliminary assessment is that the contraction is consistent with the dimensional membrane resolving toward equilibrium. They project that at the current contraction rate, the rift will be approximately door-sized within 18 months. He held that. "From house-sized to door-sized in 18 months, he said. "From house-sized to door-sized," she confirmed. "They are not projecting further. The extrapolation beyond that is not reliable with existing models." She looked at him steadily. "But they note that equilibrium implies a resolution state, not an ongoing contraction to zero. The rift may reach a stable small size and remain there. Or it may close entirely," he said. "Or it may close entirely," she agreed. "They do not know." He looked out the window. The city was mid-afternoon light, ordinary movement, the ordinary life of a city that had survived and was continuing. His truth sight showed him the concealed layer running at its baseline, thinner than before the accountability era, thicker than an ideal world, exactly what a real city looked like when truth infrastructure had been built but not yet finished. "When did we stop being afraid?" he asked. "I have not stopped," Myri said. "Of the rift?" he asked. "Of what comes after the rift," she said. "When the last gate closes. When the awakened abilities start fading. The research team has a preliminary model for that too, system abilities attenuating as the dimensional energy that sustains them decreases. When we are ordinary people again, without the tools we built, our post-gate lives around." She sat down in the chair across his desk. "That is the part one have not figured out how to prepare for." He looked at her. "What will your memorial work be?" he asked. "After awakened abilities." She did not hesitate. "The same," she said. "I built the Incheon Memorial. I know how it works. I know how to do the consultation process and manage the construction and facilitate the community grief work. The vengeance system made the work easier in some ways. The calibration of what spaces need, what people need, I could sense it rather than having to calculate it. But I understood it before the system." She paused. "The system did not teach me. It amplified what I already knew." He thought about that. I think that is true for all of us, he said. I know, she said. But knowing it and feeling it are different things when the amplification goes away. She left without resolving it, which was honest, because it did not resolve. He sat with the question for a while, and then went back to his draft, because the draft was what today required. Chapter 92. The Huang trial entered its main phase in the 7th month. It would last, by the tribunal's scheduling, another 4 months at minimum. The charges were organized around 5 categories: the authorization of the gate deal without public disclosure, the suppression of witness testimony, the authorization of the civilian experimental program, the use of classified resources to fund the protocol erasure operations, and the creation of unauthorized institutional infrastructure in the form of the Black Response Unit's expanded mandate. Huang pled guilty to the first 4. He contested the 5th, on grounds that the Black Response Unit's mandate had been authorized under existing emergency security protocols rather than as new infrastructure. This distinction was, legally, significant. The difference between a corrupt use of existing authority and the creation of unauthorized power. The tribunal was still evaluating the evidence on this point. Jamin appeared as a witness in the 3rd week of the main phase. He sat in the witness stand in the morning and was questioned first by the prosecution, who walked through the evidence. The parking structure encounter where Huang had admitted to the gate deal. The DMZ meeting where Huang had explained the rationale for the suppression. The final conversation at the command center where Huang had acknowledged that the merger consequence had forced a choice between hiding and confronting what he had authorized. His testimony focused on direct contacts with Huang throughout the investigation period. He described each contact as accurately as he could, including the precise wording of what Huang had said, the manner in which he had said it, and the underlying assessment that Huang had been operating consistently throughout in accordance with his belief that he was protecting the population rather than merely protecting himself. Did he ever suggest, the prosecutor asked, that his actions had been driven by personal gain or political advancement? No, Jamin said. His framing was consistently institutional. He spoke about the population's welfare, not his own position. And did you believe this framing was honest? I believed it was his actual motivation, yes. The afternoon brought the defense attorney. She was deliberate and careful, moving through his assessment with the precision of someone who understood exactly what she was trying to establish. You testified, she said, that Director Huang's primary motivation throughout this period was what he genuinely believed to be the protection of the South Korean population. Is that testimony accurate? That is my assessment, yes, Jamin said. And that belief, in your observation, was sincere, not performed for your benefit. Sincere, Jamin said. I have no indication it was performed. You have truth aura capability, correct? Passive lie detection at range. Correct. And in all of your direct contacts with Director Huang, including the parking structure encounter, the DMZ meeting, and the final conversation at the command center, this capability did not register active deception. That is correct, Jamin said. So when Director Huang stated his motivations, he was not lying about them. He was not lying, Jamin said carefully. His motivations were what he stated them to be. His beliefs about what he was protecting and why were what he expressed. His methods were what the record documents. The absence of deception about motivation does not address the question of whether the methods were justified or whether the actual consequences aligned with what he believed he was preventing. The attorney leaned forward slightly. Are you suggesting that someone can be sincere in their motivation while being catastrophically wrong about the consequences of their actions? I am stating it as fact, Jamin said. Director Huang believed he was preventing loss of life. His actions resulted in loss of thousands of lives. Both of these things are true simultaneously. Understanding how that is possible, how a person can be sincere and catastrophically wrong at the same time, is what prevents the next person from making a similar choice. The tribunal made a note. After the testimony session, in the corridor outside the hearing room, Huang's personal assistant approached Jamin with a written note. He read it in the elevator, watching the numbers change as the elevator descended. Asterisk, your testimony was precise. You made the distinction clearly rather than leaving it to interpretation or to narrative manipulation. That was the truthful account of our encounters. The precision matters. Thank you for maintaining it under pressure. HDJ asterisk. He pocketed the note carefully, aware that it was a document of significance. Evidence that even now, in the depths of accountability, Huang was capable of recognizing precision and of acknowledging it privately, knowing that the public record was what mattered and that his private acknowledgement of Jamin's accuracy would never be seen by anyone but Jamin. He did not know quite what to do with Huang Taejun as a category of human being, as a person who had committed catastrophic harm while believing in the righteousness of his actions, as a man who had made decisions that killed thousands and was now, through complete cooperation and the detailed articulation of his decision-making process, attempting to ensure that the mechanisms that had enabled those decisions would not enable them again. As a man who was now watching his own institution collapse under the weight of what he had set in motion, and who was meeting that collapse with a kind of composed grace that was not forgiveness and not redemption, but perhaps something like acceptance of consequence. He suspected he never would fully understand the category, but he had come to understand that the refusal to understand it was a form of intellectual laziness that would prevent the next person from making different choices. And so he held the complexity of Huang, the sincerity and the catastrophe, the competence and the horror, the man who could recognize precision and the man whose methods had destroyed thousands, and he did not try to resolve the contradiction. He had decided this was an acceptable conclusion. Chapter 93. Sarah left Seoul in the 8th month. Not permanently. She took a position as a founding technical director at the International Dimensional Research Institute that the UN had established in Geneva, and the position required her physical presence for the first year while the institute's core infrastructure was built. After that, she had negotiated a hybrid arrangement that would let her work between Geneva and Seoul with flexibility. The conversation where she told him happened at his apartment, over dinner that she had cooked because she found cooking useful for processing complicated feelings, and the dinner was, structurally, a complicated feeling, a meal that was both ordinary and charged with significance. The International Dimensional Research Institute, she said without preamble, which was characteristic of Sarah, to begin with the central fact. They have asked me to be a founding technical director. In Geneva, he said. Not a question. In Geneva, she said. The first year is required physical presence. After that, hybrid arrangement, Geneva and Seoul on rotating 3-month cycles. I know, he said. The institute is exactly the right work. I need to do this, she said. I have been thinking about it for 2 months. I did not want to mention it until I had decided. I have decided. I know, he said again. What he meant was, I understand the weight of this decision and the fact that you have thought through it carefully and arrived at it honestly. She looked at him. You are not going to tell me it is fine and you will manage. It is fine and I will manage, he said. I am also going to miss having you in the room. That is simultaneously true. She was quiet for a moment, her eyes on her plate. Then, the distance is going to be useful. I have been too close to the decisions. I can see the situations more clearly when I am not in the room where they are made. I can think about the broader questions without being caught in the immediate response cycles. He thought about the number of times over the preceding year and a half when her outside-the-room clarity had been what made the inside-the-room decisions possible. He also thought about what it meant that she needed to be outside the room to think clearly. You are not leaving because you need distance, he said. You are leaving because staying would keep you smaller than you are supposed to be. She looked up at him, and her expression shifted slightly, not a smile, but a recognition. Yes, exactly that. I am leaving because the next thing is in Geneva, and I need to go toward it. She looked back at her plate. The architect's realm, the time inside it, following you through the disclosure landscape, it changed what I want to work on. Understanding the dimensional interface. The research questions are better than anything I could pursue from here. The cipher system, he said. And what the cipher system showed me, she said. The structure of the way information moves between dimensions. There are patterns in the bleed events that the Foundation's monitoring is documenting, but not yet interpreting. The Institute will have the resources to interpret them properly. The questions matter more than anything else I could be doing. She looked up at him. This is not abandonment. It is the next necessary thing. It is what comes after accountability. I know, he said. Go do it. Do it completely. She left 3 weeks later, with 2 bags and a full briefing document for Soo-young and a handshake for Marcus and a brief conversation with Myri that Jamin was not present for, but which Myri reported as adequate for Sarah, which Jamin understood to mean that Myri had acknowledged the weight and the necessity of the leaving. Jamin drove her to the airport on a Thursday morning. The city was ordinary around them. Traffic, buildings, people moving through their ordinary lives on their way to ordinary destinations and extraordinary ones. They did not make any dramatic statements in the departure hall. They had been through too much together for dramatic statements. They had survived the interior of the architect's mind. They had moved through the disclosure of every significant thing. The moment did not require ornamentation. They said what was accurate and specific and true. Call when you land, he said. I will call when the Institute's communication infrastructure is operational, she said, which was a Sarah response in the specific sense of being simultaneously more precise and more warm than what had been asked for. Which should be the first week. If you want to hear about the hotel before then, you can text. I will text, he said. About the hotel and about other things. Good, she said. She put her hand on his shoulder for a moment. Just that, a gesture of contact and acknowledgement. Thank you for letting me do this. I am not letting you do anything, he said. You are doing it. I am choosing to understand why that is the right decision. She went through the gate. He drove back to Seoul, watching the familiar city reorganize itself around the absence of her physical presence. The city's concealed layer, visible through his truth sight at full restoration, showed him the ordinary complexity of a Tuesday morning in a mid-sized city managing an ongoing crisis in the responsible and unglamorous way that responsible and unglamorous crisis management looked from the inside. He went to work. Chapter 94 Colonel Shin Jae-hyuk submitted his cooperation agreement in the 9th month. Unlike Huang's, which had been organized and complete from the beginning, Shin's took 12 weeks to negotiate. He was represented by 3 attorneys and had significant resistance to several categories of testimony, particularly the documentation of specific Black Response Unit operations that he argued constituted classified tactical information even under the emergency governance framework. The tribunal disagreed on 2 of the 3 disputed categories. Shin testified on those categories. The testimony was precise and dry and documented, in its careful competence, the exact mechanism by which institutional violence operated when authorized from the top, the specific chain of command, the specific operational parameters, the specific accountability gaps that had made it possible for a unit of 50 people to conduct operations that included surveillance, physical coercion, and at minimum 3 deaths that Shin attributed to operational accidents and the independent investigators attributed to something more intentional. Jaemin read the transcript alone in his office, moving through the careful documentation of how institutional violence operated when authorized from the top. The testimony was precise and dry and documented, in its careful competence, the exact mechanism, the specific chain of command through which orders moved from Huang to Shin to operational units, the specific operational parameters that had defined acceptable risk and acceptable harm, the specific accountability gaps that had made it possible for a unit of 50 people to conduct operations that included surveillance, physical coercion, and at minimum 3 deaths that Shin attributed to operational accidents and the independent investigators attributed to something more intentional. Shin had answered every question directly. He had not attempted to minimize his role or the consequences of his decisions. He had presented the institutional logic that had guided his choices. This was authorized. This was within the scope. This achieved the objective. Each individual decision had been reasonable. The cumulative effect had been catastrophic. He had encountered Shin many times over the previous 14 months. Every encounter had been adversarial. Most had been dangerous. And at the DMZ, Shin had acted as an honest messenger between Huang and Jaemin in a way that had required him to step outside the institutional role he had spent his career in. That single act of functional neutrality, the white flag gesture, the physical envelope, the accurate transmission of information without distortion, had been, in its small way, the most integrity Shin had demonstrated throughout the entire period. It was also, by any reasonable assessment, the minimum. The testimony in the transcript showed Shin the professional soldier, operating within institutional logic. It did not show the man who had transmitted that message at the DMZ. It showed the career apparatus, not the capacity for deviation that must have existed somewhere inside him for him to have made that one honest gesture. Jaemin thought about this as he sat in his office in the Foundation's now organized space, with the concealed layer of the city visible through the window and the sounds of staff moving through the corridor outside his door. The light was afternoon light, ordinary and clear. He was not going to write a personal piece about Shin. The tribunal record would be the record. His job now was the Foundation's work, which was different from and more important than his own response to individuals. But he held the complexity of it. The man who had spent a career as an instrument of suppression and had, once, at the last possible moment, transmitted a message honestly, and understood that the complexity was not resolvable by any framework he had built. It was just what it was. It was human. He closed the transcript and called Marcus. The Shin testimony is published, Marcus said when he picked up. I read it, Jaemin said. Your thoughts? I do not have a personal piece, Jaemin said. The record is the record. The public doesn't need my reaction to Shin as a person. They need to understand the mechanism. The editorial request I have received, Marcus said, is whether you will write about institutional violence as distinct from individual bad actors. The mechanism question rather than the accountability question. How do people become complicit? How does competent, professional operation of institutional authority result in mass harm? Jaemin thought about it. The question was good. The question mattered. That is worth writing. Give me 2 weeks. 3 days, Marcus said. 2 weeks, Jaemin said. Because I am going to write it right or not at all. If I write it poorly, it does more harm than not writing it. People will misread it as excuse-making. A pause. 2 weeks, Marcus conceded. He hung up and looked at the window, where the city's ordinary life continued beneath the visible ordinary layer. He had 2 weeks to articulate something he had been developing for 9 months. How institutions enable harm not through the concentrated malice of individuals, but through the distributed operation of systems that make each individual step seem reasonable and the cumulative outcome catastrophic. How a person like Shin could spend a career following orders that seemed legitimate at each discrete moment and end up complicit in something terrible. How the structure of authority could produce horror without requiring anyone to believe in horror. It was not a new idea, but he had new evidence, and the new evidence was specific and documented and undeniable. He picked up a pen and started outlining, beginning with the first question: what makes an otherwise ordinary person willing to execute extraordinary harm? Chapter 95. In the 10th month, Jamin visited his grandmother's apartment for the first time since the investigation began. It was empty. It had been empty since her death 2 years before the investigation. Her estate had been managed by a cousin he had not spoken to since the funeral, and the apartment had been rented to a family from Gwangju who had sublet it again during the second wave evacuation period and then returned and were, as far as the building records indicated, still there. New people lived in the space where she had spent her last years watching the government and writing careful letters that no one read until the investigation revealed them. He did not go inside. He stood outside the building on a Tuesday afternoon in the rain and looked at the building's exterior with his truth sight running. The building's concealed layer was ordinary, the standard history of a residential structure in a mid-century Seoul neighborhood that had housed dozens of lives, none of them extraordinary except in their intimate details. Water damage repaired and not disclosed at the time of the last sale. 3 previous owner disputes that had been settled privately and left architectural traces in the division of certain interior spaces. The building held its history like any building did: small concealments, ordinary secrets, the detritus of lives lived in it. Her apartment's window was visible from the street. He could see, from the outside of the building, the faint concealment signature of an ordinary household with ordinary small secrets, the kind of life his grandmother had not lived in her last years, when she had been watching government patterns and drawing accurate conclusions and writing letters that were received and filed away and ignored until his investigation gave them a different kind of life. The letters had been in the archive. He had published them as supplementary material in Layer 1, alongside the institutional documentation and the financial records and the communication logs. They had been among the most widely read part of the release, because they were written in the voice of a person who had seen clearly and had not been heard, and that was a voice that resonated in a way that institutional documentation did not. People had read her letters and understood in them the voice of someone telling the truth about catastrophe and being completely dismissed for it. That resonance had been personal to thousands of people because it matched their own experience of trying to speak truth and not being heard. He had been asked, many times in the preceding months, whether exposing her letters had been the right call. The question had weight. Her letters were private, or they had been, before she died, before he found them among her papers, before he decided that evidence took precedence over privacy. She had written them to government offices, so they were not entirely private. They were correspondence, addressed to recipients outside herself, which placed them in a different category than her diary, had she kept one, which she had not. But the question was fair, and the criticism was fair, and he had thought about it extensively. His answer had not changed. He had thought about it. He had made the call, and he would make it again. Her letters were evidence. They were also extraordinary. They were writing by a person who had understood something true and had tried repeatedly to communicate it, and had been refused again and again. They deserved to be read. He had been uncertain about many things throughout the investigation. He had not been uncertain about that. Standing in the rain outside her building, he acknowledged that the certainty was also, in part, personal. Entirely personal, perhaps. It would be foolish to pretend otherwise. He had wanted the world to know she had been right. He had wanted that more than he had wanted almost anything. He wanted it still, even now, even knowing that the letters had been read and her rightness had been established and she was still dead and would not know that the world had finally acknowledged what she had seen. He still wanted that. He had learned, at the architect's core, to be honest about wanting it rather than finding cleaner rationales. The desire was real. The letters were also evidence. Both were true. The self-disclosure in the architect's realm had not resolved the tension between them, just made it visible, made him unable to pretend that one had been the whole truth. He stood in the rain for 20 minutes, watching her apartment window, aware that she was not inside and would not be. The current occupants lived their lives there in the ordinary way, with their own small concealments, their own private griefs and hopes, and ordinary secrets. Then he went back to work, because that was what the afternoon required, and because she, more than almost anyone he had known, had understood that grief and work were not opposites, that you did them at the same time, that one was often in service of the other. He put his hood up against the rain. He walked back toward the city and the Foundation's office and the work that was not going to bring her back but was, he had learned, a way of honoring the clarity with which he had tried to see and speak the truth. Chapter 96. The piece on institutional violence took 19 days. Jamin told Marcus it would take 2 weeks. It took 19 days because the question he was working with, how systems enable catastrophic harm through the aggregation of individually reasonable-seeming decisions, turned out, on examination, to require more care than he had anticipated. The usual frame for this kind of analysis was structural. How hierarchy and accountability gaps and incentive systems create conditions where individuals can participate in harm without identifying themselves as participants. This was accurate. It was also insufficient. What he kept arriving at, through draft after draft, was the human version of the structural frame. The fact that the people inside harmful systems were not, in most cases, experiencing themselves as people doing harm. They were experiencing themselves as people managing an extraordinary situation with the tools available to them, making the decisions that the situation seemed to require, and trusting that the legitimacy of the institution they served meant that the legitimacy of their actions was covered. This was not a defense. It was a mechanism description. The distinction mattered enormously, because understanding the mechanism was the only way to build institutions that interrupted it. He wrote about Huang's files, not the deals or the experiments, which had been covered extensively, but the internal communications that the UN investigation had released, the memos in which Huang and his senior staff discussed each successive decision in terms of operational necessity, risk management, and the protection of the long-term mission. Each memo was coherent. Each decision followed from the previous one within the internal logic of the institution. The cumulative outcome was the death of thousands and the concealment of information that millions of people needed in order to make meaningful choices about their own lives. He wrote about the NCPB analyst who had filed 6 separate internal concerns about the experimental program over an 18-month period, each concern handled by a single supervisor who had not escalated, because escalation would have required documenting that the concern existed, and documentation would have created a paper trail that the supervisor had been explicitly told to avoid creating. The analyst's name was Kim Young-soo, and she was currently working with the UN investigation as a cooperating witness. She had filed the 6th concern 3 days before the Layer 1 publication. She had spent 18 months attempting to use the system from inside, and the system had handled her exactly as designed. He wrote that the accountability infrastructure that the Open Record Foundation was building was not designed to expose bad actors. It was designed to make the aggregation of bad decisions visible in real time rather than retrospectively, so that the supervisor who did not escalate Kim Jung-soo's concern would have had a mechanism available to them, an external route, a protected channel, a way to say, the thing I am being asked to do is wrong, and the institution is not providing a way to say that, and I need something external. He was not optimistic that this infrastructure would work perfectly. He was clear-eyed about the fact that every accountability mechanism in history had been eventually captured or subverted by the interests it was designed to check. He wrote this plainly, in the piece, without flinching. He wrote that this was not an argument against building the infrastructure. It was an argument for building it with the understanding that it would need to be rebuilt, corrected, maintained, and defended continuously by people who understood what it was for and were willing to keep doing that work without the momentum of a crisis to sustain them. He sent it to Marcus on the 19th day. Marcus called him 1 hour later. "This is what you should have been writing all along," he said. "I needed the crisis to know what to write," Jamin said. "Yes," Marcus said. "That is how it usually works." A pause. "Publishing tomorrow." "Good," Jamin said. He hung up and looked at the Foundation's office around him. The staff working, the bleed event monitoring running in the background, the stacked filings from 3 concurrent legal matters, and understood that this was, in fact, what he was supposed to be doing, and that he had arrived at it the only way available, by going through everything that had come before. Chapter 97. Jun-won called in the 11th month. He called on a normal Tuesday morning at 8, which was early for both of them, and he used a direct number rather than a relay, which meant he was not being cautious about being identified. Jamin answered and said nothing, because Jun-won calling directly without routing through an intermediary was already communicating something. "I need your help with something," Jun-won said. "Tell me what," Jamin said. "The accountability journalism faction of my network," Jun-won said. "They are attempting to operate a legitimate disclosure operation, and they are making every beginner mistake simultaneously. Sources without protection frameworks. Evidence without verification protocols. A publication readiness checklist that does not include legal review. A pause. They are going to burn their most important source within 6 weeks if someone does not teach them the basics. You could teach them, Jamin said. I am better at the aggressive approach, Junwan said. I know what I am good at. The person who should be teaching them is someone who has built verified disclosure operations under active suppression. Another pause. I am asking you to help. This is the first time you have asked for anything, Jamin said. I am aware, Junwan said. Jamin thought about it for a moment. The network Junwan was describing, 400 awakened in 11 countries with genuine motivation to do accountability journalism and no systematic training, was an enormous asset that would become an enormous liability if left undirected. The potential for harm from an undirected disclosure operation of that scale exceeded the harm from a directed one. I will come for 3 weeks, Jamin said. Training, not management. They build their own protocols. I advise on the structure. The foundation provides a methodology template, not operational control. That is what I am asking for, Junwan said. You are asking for more than that, Jamin said. You are asking me to legitimize the network. A short silence. Yes, Junwan said. That too. I know, Jamin said. The answer is still 3 weeks, foundation methodology, your people's own protocols. He paused. The legitimization, if it comes from what the network does after I leave, not from my presence. I know, Junwan said. Set a meeting date, Jamin said. Somewhere we can work with all 400 in a format where questions are possible. I want the full network, not just the leadership. That is complicated logistically, Junwan said. I know, Jamin said. It is also necessary. If I am teaching methodology, I am teaching it to everyone who will use it, not relaying it through a chain of command that will apply its own interpretation at each level. Another pause. Longer. Agreed, Junwan said. Good, Jamin said. Send the date when you have it. He hung up and looked at the calendar on his desk, which was already very full, and began working out where 3 weeks could fit. Myri appeared in his doorway 30 seconds later. I heard that, she said. The door was closed, he said. My system resonates with decisions involving significant levels of unresolved anger and complicated trust, she said. It is not eavesdropping. It is calibration. She crossed her arms. Are you certain about this? No, he said. I am going to do it anyway. That, she said, is the correct disposition for anything involving Junwan. She uncrossed her arms. Tell me the methodology you are planning to teach. I want to identify where he will push back before the first session. He told her. She found 3 pressure points before he finished the first section. He adjusted accordingly. Chapter 98. The DMZ rift measured 31 centimeters by 19 centimeters in the 13th month. This was the figure that the research team sent to the Foundation's partner institutions simultaneously, with a note that attached the updated closure trajectory model. At the current contraction rate, the rift would be fully sealed within 5 to 7 months. The model's margin of error was 14%, which meant the actual timeline could be as short as 4 months or as long as 9, but the direction of travel was clear. The dimensional wound was closing. Jamin read the report on a Friday evening, receiving it simultaneously with a message from Su Young's monitoring team, from Do Hyan's response division, from the UN research coordinator, and from Sarah in Geneva. Everyone who had been part of following the rift's trajectory since the self-disclosure at the Architects' Corps received the notification at the same moment. It was the first time the closure had seemed imminent. Previous reports had used language like early contraction phase and continuing decline. This one used language like endpoint trajectory and measurable closure timeline. He read it twice, then set it aside and looked out the window at the city's Friday evening energy. The particular quality of a city that had remembered how to rest and was practicing it. The restaurants full and the streets occupied, and the concealed layer of his truth site showing the ordinary small secrets of people choosing what to carry and what to put down for a few hours. 31 centimeters by 19. The rift through which the architect had reached back through time and restructured the conditions of human history was now too small to pass a briefcase through. It was perhaps large enough for a hand. It was becoming smaller. He had not felt strongly about this when he anticipated it intellectually. It was one of the parameters of the closure trajectory, a number in a model, a data point on a graph. Now that it was happening, now that it had actual measurements and an actual timeline, he felt something more complicated than intellectual acknowledgement. Not grief, exactly. Something more like the feeling of watching a wound close. Relief at the resolution and awareness of the scar, and the specific complicated emotion that comes with scar tissue. The way it marks what happened without obscuring the fact that what happened is over. The knowledge that the thing that created the trauma is now sealed and contained and will not open again. and also the strange disorientation that comes with the understanding that the crisis that organized everything is ending. His whistleblower system pulsed once, in the direction of the DMZ. A resonance, not painful, just the sensation of the system acknowledging the location where so much had been changed. He had not been back since the aftermath period began. There had been too much work and the rift had not required his direct attention. The research team's monitoring covered it well, and the residual bleed events it occasionally generated were smaller and less frequent than those from the general 3% merge. It was, in its way, the quietest it had been since before Gate Zero, since before the architect's reach had extended backward and changed everything. He thought about going back. Not to do anything. There was nothing to do. The research team's work was sufficient. The location was secure, but he wanted to see it at 31 centimeters. To stand at the original site of the deal and the rift and all the things that had followed from both, and see what it looked like now. To witness the closure of something he had helped to open. He would go, he decided. Next week, between the June 1 training coordination and the Foundation's quarterly board meeting. He would take the train to the border. He would stand in the place where the architect's power had fractured. He would see how small it had become. He looked at the city outside his window. The gates were nearly sealed. The abilities were already beginning to fade. His own whistleblower system was less responsive than it had been 6 months earlier, the system notifications coming less frequently, the concealed layer visible to him less vivid. The world was closing back into its ordinary dimensionality. The world would not be what it was before. It would be the world that had been through what it had been through and had built what had been built in response to it. Better in specific ways. Still imperfect in the ways that human institutions were always imperfect. Sustained by the things that human institutions were sustained by. The people in them who understood what they were for and kept doing the work. He picked up his pen. The quarterly report for the Foundation's bleed event monitoring program was due. 37 pages documenting the decreasing frequency and intensity of dimensional bleeding, the legal framework's performance, the institutional response capacity, the resource allocations needed for the next phase. He started writing, documenting the closure, recording what had happened, creating the basis for understanding what came next. Chapter 99. The Foundation held its first public conference in the 14th month. Jamin had not planned to speak at it. He was on the program as a facilitator for 3 working sessions, but the keynote was Su Young, who had spent a year building the legal framework for differential accountability and had things to say about it that were both more rigorous and more useful than anything Jamin could have contributed. He facilitated the morning sessions, took his lunch break in the building's garden, and was sitting on a low stone wall looking at the city skyline when Do Hyun found him. Do Hyun had come from the Dimensional Response Division. His dress uniform was visible under an open coat, which meant he had come directly from some official function earlier in the day. He sat beside Jamin on the wall without announcement and looked at the same skyline. The division received full budget allocation this morning, he said. Jamin looked at him. From the emergency governance panel? From the revised ordinance, Do Hyun said. 12 months of Foundation quarterly reports on the resource gap, filed with the committee, followed by 2 years of bureaucratic process, followed by this morning. He paused. The Foundation's resource gap monitoring program works. I know, Jamin said. That is what it was for. I know, Do Hyun said. I am telling you because sometimes things working as designed is worth saying aloud. He looked at the skyline. The division is going to be good. The people are right. The structure is right. There will be problems. There are always problems, but the foundation for it is solid. What kind of problems? Jamin asked. The kind that come from being an institutional response to a situation that is genuinely unprecedented and keeps generating situations that are also unprecedented, Do Hyun said. A gate opened in the Incheon harbor last week, smaller than a doorframe, with nothing coming through. The response protocol calls for standard containment and monitoring. The protocol does not address what to do when a senior council member notices the gate during a harbor inspection and asks whether the government's gate response capacity is adequate given the potential for larger events and the current resource allocation. What did you say? I said the division was well positioned to manage events within the current range of gate behavior and that any significant change in gate behavior would be communicated through established public channels with adequate time for response. He paused. I then filed a detailed report with the Foundation's monitoring program. Because the council member's question was actually a useful pressure test on the communication protocol. That is exactly the right thing to do, Jamin said. I know, Do Hyun said. I am also telling you because I have been doing this job for over a year, and the most important thing I have learned is that the boring, correct, protocol-following decision is the hardest one to make consistently, and I find it slightly easier when someone who understands why the protocol matters is told about it. Jamin looked at him. You are asking me to keep being present, he said. I am telling you that it helps, Dohain said. These are different things, as you have pointed out to me on multiple occasions. He stood up from the wall. I should go back inside. Su Young's keynote begins in 20 minutes, and I want to hear it. He went back inside. Jaemin sat on the wall for a while longer, looking at the city. He thought about presence, about the specific ongoing commitment that presence required when the dramatic phase was over, and what remained was the maintenance of things that had been built. Monitoring, reporting, filing, attending, building the bureaucratic competence that made accountability infrastructure last beyond the urgency that had created it. This was the work. Not glamorous. Not the work that got written into historical accounts as the turning point. The work that made turning points matter. He sat until the afternoon light changed. Then he went inside to listen to Su Young's keynote. Chapter 101. Year after the Layer 7 publication, Jaemin went back to the DMZ. He went alone, which was unusual. The site was a research facility now, staffed by the DMZ Research Institute's team, with a security perimeter that required clearance and an administrative process for visits that had not existed a year ago. He had clearance. The Foundation's partnership with the Institute made his access straightforward. He filed the paperwork on a Monday and drove north on a Friday morning. The site was different from what he remembered. The perimeter was organized. The equipment was professional. There were people in the world who spent their working days in the vicinity of a door-sized dimensional rift and treated it with the methodical respect of scientists managing an unusual but comprehensible phenomenon. They looked up when he arrived and gave him the orientation they gave all visitors, and then went back to their work, because that was what the situation required. He walked to the rift. The research team gave him space, which was the right call. They understood that his presence here was about witnessing, not about work. It was 31 centimeters by 19 centimeters, as the report had said, smaller than a briefcase. The membrane was thin and nearly translucent, not transparent, but permeable to light in a way that made the space behind it faintly visible, and what he could see through it, with his truth sight running, was quiet. The architect's dimension, settling. The landscape of exposed truths still there, but lower in luminescence, slower moving. At peace in the particular way that a space where a great deal of necessary work has been completed can eventually rest. It was as if the dimension itself was learning to breathe more slowly. He stood in front of it for a long time, aware that a year ago he would have expected to feel something more dramatic at this moment. Instead, he felt something subtler. The completion of a cycle, the closure of a wound, the acknowledgement of something that had been done and could now, properly, be over. His system did not prompt him. It had been quietly recalibrated for months. Less urgent, less demanding, more like a trained sense than a driving mechanism. He could feel the concealed layer through it the way a musician feels harmony, as information, present and meaningful, not compulsive. No longer an instrument pressing him forward. A capacity that he carried, but that no longer carried him. He thought about the year that had passed, about the investigation and the Layer 7 publication and the tribunal and the writing and the Foundation's growth from emergency response to established institution. He thought about his grandmother, the letters she had written with such care and patience, knowing they would be received and filed and possibly never read, knowing she might die without the world acknowledging what she had seen, and dying, and then being vindicated by the son she had raised who had understood, finally, what she had understood all along. He thought about the 14-year-old who had become Subject 31, the person who had been used to harvest truth and who was now, a year later, teaching 200 people in 11 countries how to run a verified disclosure operation with protected sources and legal review. The way that person had moved from victimization to agency without requiring permission or forgiveness. He thought about Sarah, calling from Geneva twice a week with updates from the Institute's research into the dimensional interface patterns that the cipher system had mapped. The way she had left Seoul to do work that mattered more than staying. The way that leaving had been a form of commitment rather than abandonment. He thought about Myri's memorial, whose second phase had opened 3 months ago, and the way the community had built their grief into the physical space she had designed for it. The way Myri had understood that grief needed structure and witness and the possibility of change over time. The people who came every day to read the names. The families who had found the memorial their first place to truly speak what they were carrying. He thought about Do Hyen's Dimensional Incident Response Division, staffed properly now, funded adequately, operating at the level of competence that made the work nearly invisible because it was working. The way Do Hyen had understood that the hardest work was the maintenance work, the institutional work that had no narrative arc. He thought about Marcus's book, apparently nearly finished, documenting the entire investigation from a journalist's perspective. The account that would let others understand how this had happened, why it had happened, what mechanisms had enabled it. He thought about Su Yung's legal framework, being adapted for implementation in 3 other countries now. The protection of people in crisis situations. The accountability infrastructure that would continue long after the immediate crisis was over. He thought about the 43 staff of the foundation and the work they were doing today, this Friday morning, while he stood in front of a shrinking rift in the DMZ, monitoring bleed events, processing disclosures, running legal reviews, building the boring, necessary infrastructure that sustained accountability. He thought about his grandmother's letters, the clarity in them, the patience of a person who wrote the truth into official channels for years, alone, without any confirmation that the truth had been received or would matter. Decades of that. Decades of seeing clearly and speaking and being ignored. And then, finally, being heard. Being right. Being vindicated by history. It had mattered. All of it. Every uncomfortable conversation, every public testimony, every late-night writing session, every institutional battle, every choice to speak truth rather than maintain comfort. Everything had mattered. His system pulsed once, not with urgency, not with direction, just presence. The particular pulse of an ability that had recalibrated from instrument of exposure to instrument of witness, from tool to capacity, from compulsion to choice. Through the rift, in the settling landscape of the architect's former dimension, a faint light moved. Slow, deliberate, not the frantic movement of crisis, not the intense luminescence of harvested truths being collected and processed. The way a room looks when the light changes toward evening and the space becomes quieter and the things that were important during the day remain important but also achieve, for a moment, the particular quality of things that can rest. He stood there until he was ready to leave, until he had witnessed enough, until the acknowledgement was complete. Then he turned away from the rift and drove south. The city was Friday afternoon. Traffic, the ordinary movement of people managing ordinary lives within the framework of ordinary complexity. His truth sight showed him the concealed layer at its working intensity, not overwhelming, not compulsive. Present, background, the harmonic that let him navigate the hidden dimensions of the world without being consumed by them. He had a foundation meeting at 4. There were decisions to make about budget allocation and staff expansion and the next phase of the bleed event monitoring infrastructure. The work that would not make history, but that would shape what came after history. The real work. He was, just barely, going to make it. He drove through the city that had survived what it had survived and was building what came next. The streets were ordinary. The people were ordinary. The work of rebuilding was unglamorous and slow and absolutely necessary. This was what it meant to have disclosure create actual change. Not the moment of revelation, but the months and years that followed, where the revealed truths had to be integrated into new institutional structures, new legal frameworks, new ways of organizing society around accountability instead of concealment. His grandmother had understood this kind of work. She had spent decades doing it invisibly. She had not lived to see the moment when her clarity was vindicated, but she had lived in the certainty that the truth mattered, that speaking it mattered, that the unglamorous work of maintaining truth in the face of institutional resistance was what changed the world. Jamin understood this now. He carried her understanding forward. Chapter 1016 weeks after Jamin's DMZ visit, the merge counter moved for the first time in 14 months. Not down, up. The notification appeared in his system on a Wednesday afternoon while he was reviewing the Foundation's quarterly transparency report. Merge status update, 3.1%. Previous measurement, 3%. Rate of increase, 0.014% monthly. He sat with it for a moment, and then he pulled out the Institute's previous readings and did the arithmetic himself, because the arithmetic was the part that mattered, and he had learned not to wait for someone else to deliver bad news. The 3% residual merge had been holding steady since month 4 after the DMZ. He had known, from Sarah's research summaries, that the residual was not zero, that the architect's dissolution had not fully resolved the dimensional interface, only reduced it to a level that was stable and manageable. What he had assumed, without stating the assumption clearly enough to examine it, was that stable meant declining towards zero. It did not. Stable had meant holding, and now it was no longer holding. He sat with the number for the next 6 hours while he continued with the day's work. The quarterly transparency report was due for Foundation review, and he had been working through the third quarter entries, the volunteer coordination metrics, the liability requests they had declined, the surveillance attempts on Foundation staff that they had documented and reported. The work was steady and important and entirely absorbing in the way that important work was supposed to be absorbing. Except it was not absorbing him today. His mind kept returning to the arithmetic. 0.014% per month was not a large number. Over 12 months, that was 0.168%. Over 5 years, 0.84%. Over 50 years, 0.7%, plus the compounding from the interaction with existing pressure. He had run the calculations 7 times and gotten the same answer each time. 2079, full merge, his great-grandchildren's world destabilized in their young adulthood. The assumption he had made about stable had been a failure of imagination. Stable meant holding, not improving. He had known this abstractly. The emotional processing of it had happened in a different part of the mind, the part that believed that problems that were already solved stayed solved. At 3 o'clock, he called Myri and asked her to verify the data, not because he doubted it, but because verification was how you made sense of numbers that changed the operating assumptions. She called back at 3:40. The Institute's methodology is solid. The number is real. He had known it would be. Myri did not deliver bad news casually. By the time he called Sarah, he had already accepted it. The acceptance was not resignation. It was the specific quality of clarity that came when you stopped waiting for better news and began thinking about what to do with the news you actually had. He also asked his research team to review the Foundation's archival data on membrane stability from the months immediately after the DMZ, not for evidence that the current reading was wrong, but to map the historical trajectory. The question was not whether 0.014% per month was real. The question was whether they could have seen this coming and missed it. He called Sarah. She picked up on the second ring, which meant she had been expecting the call. "You saw it," she said. "Yes. The Institute has the updated measurements. Since last Tuesday. We were completing the verification protocols before distribution. I was going to send the full report tomorrow." A brief pause. "I wanted to be certain the numbers were right before putting them in front of the Foundation." "They are right." "Yes." A longer pause. "The 0.014% monthly rate is our current estimate. It is consistent with what the initial models would have predicted if we had run a long-term stability analysis after the DMZ resolution. We did not run that analysis because the immediate period required other priorities." "What does 0.014% per month produce in 50 years? Full merge in 2079, Sarah said. "The number is in the report." He looked out the window at Seoul's ordinary Wednesday afternoon. Cars, pedestrians, a construction scaffold 2 blocks over where one of the gate-damaged buildings was still being repaired. A city in the middle of continuing. Does the Disclosure Alliance know yet? No. The Institute agreed to give the Foundation first notification per the partnership protocols. "I need 24 hours, he said, to prepare the briefing correctly. Not for concealment, for framing. There are people who will read this as proof the merge was never stopped and that the DMZ resolution was a failure, and the framing needs to address that before the figure circulates." 24 hours, Sarah said. "After that the Institute's obligation to wider disclosure activates." "I know." He paused. "Is there anything in the research that suggests a path to reversal?" A long silence. Not the silence of someone who had no answer, but the silence of someone deciding how to deliver one accurately. "There is one theoretical pathway," she said. In Dr. Lim's notes. Her original Gatewatch research, the parts that were not about the deal itself, but about the dimensional interface mechanics. "I have been reading them for 3 months. She paused. "It is not straightforward, but it is there." "Tell me tomorrow," he said. "In the report. With everything." "Tomorrow," she agreed. He sent the notification to the inner circle that evening. He phrased it as, "New data requiring immediate strategic review, not emergency." Because it was not an emergency, a rate of 0.014% per month was slow, and they had time to think carefully. Panicking now would mean panicking for 50 years. After he sent the message, Do-hyun called within 3 minutes. Not to ask what it was. Do-hyun never asked leading questions. Just to say, "I'm here." It was the thing Do-hyun said when something was shifting in the work. Jaemin said, "Tomorrow morning. We'll go through it all together." Myri, when she called an hour later, said she had run the calculation herself and gotten the 2079 number. She sounded not alarmed, but concentrated, in the way that Myri sounded when she was reordering her internal framework to accommodate new parameters. The only message Jaemin did not send was to the broader alliance, and the only call he did not make was to the government liaison office. The briefing to those structures would come after the inner circle had thought about what the briefing should be. He did not sleep particularly well that night, but that was different from panicking. Chapter 102. The next morning, Sarah's report arrived at 7:15. He read it in full before the 8 o'clock inner circle call. Not the executive summary, the full technical document, including the methodology section and the appendix with Dr. Lim's recovered notes. He had been doing this since Layer 2, reading the primary source, not the summary, because the summary always reflected the summarizer's judgment about what mattered, and he had learned to trust his own judgment about what mattered more than he trusted the convenience of edited documents. Dr. Lim's notes were dense. They had been written in 2018, 2 years before the first gates opened, in the period when the Gatewatch team was still treating the dimensional interface as a theoretical problem rather than an imminent one. Her handwriting, scanned and transcribed by Sarah's Institute team, moved between Korean and English and the prelinguistic symbol set that the architect had also used in the gate writing during the second wave. The theoretical pathway read as follows. The dimensional membrane's integrity was not maintained by any single mechanism. It was maintained by the balance between disclosure pressure, energy from concealed truths pushing outward toward revelation, and containment pressure, energy from voluntary protection of truths that should not be exposed. In a healthy dimensional environment, these pressures were approximately equal, producing a stable membrane. The architect's merge had been driven by disclosure pressure enormously exceeding containment, all that suppressed grief and truth pushing outward, with no corresponding containment energy to balance it. The DMZ resolution had removed the overwhelming disclosure pressure, but it had not created containment pressure. The membrane was now stable but thin enough that ordinary disclosure energy from the existing concealed layer of the world was still pushing against it at a rate that, over 50 years, would erode it to the merge threshold. The pathway. If a sufficiently high-level practitioner engaged in voluntary concealment, not the defensive or coercive concealment of Gatewatch, not hiding to protect power, but the considered judgment-based concealment of a person who chooses not to expose a truth because exposing it would cause harm without serving accountability, the energy generated would be containment pressure, and it would reinforce the membrane. He read this section 3 times. Each time the logic was identical and the conclusion was the same. The irony was so precisely aimed at him that he briefly suspected Sarah of constructing it. But the date on the document was 2018, 4 years before the first gates, 15 years before this specific moment. What he was actually reading was the precise mechanism of how the world worked, discovered by a person who had been trying to prevent gates from opening and had documented the physics of prevention as part of that effort. He had spent 3 years building the infrastructure for a world where secrets were harder to keep and accountability was harder to avoid. He had built systems, trained people, created legal frameworks, developed the Foundation's entire operational model around the principle that exposure was the prerequisite for genuine change. Now the mechanism for preventing the dimensional merge required him to learn to keep a secret. Not a small secret, not a temporary concealment, but an active, intentional, judgment-based decision to hold information. The precision of it was almost funny. He would have laughed if he had been alone. He called the inner circle at 8. He summarized the report. He read the Dr. Lim pathway section aloud. He waited for reactions. Marcus said, "You're certain Sarah is not having fun at your expense." Dr. Lim wrote these notes in 2018, Jamin said. "That is not a no. It is not Sarah having fun at my expense," Jamin said. The inner circle processed the information with their characteristic efficiency. Myri was the first to speak. So the architect's dissolution stopped the catastrophic pressure but didn't solve the underlying mechanism, and now we're learning that voluntary concealment is the antidote. She let that sit for a moment. That is an irony, so specific I understand why you read this section 3 times. She paused. It also means Huang's suppression was not actually solving anything. It was just maintaining the pressure at a level that felt manageable. Dohayan asked about the system-level requirement, level 8 minimum, per Sarah's analysis. That is approximately 12 people in the world currently at that tier. The question is whether stabilization work requires everyone simultaneously, or whether it can be distributed. Myri then asked about the timeline for developing the stabilization capacity. Marcus asked the most important question, does this approach require you to keep a secret from the public? It requires me to choose what to reveal and when, based on judgment rather than automatic disclosure, Jamin said, which my system has been supporting since the DMZ recalibration. He paused. It does not require me to hide the approach itself. Disclosing that voluntary concealment generates containment energy is the first step in building a public understanding of what the stabilization requires. Then disclose it, Marcus said. Now. Yes, Jamin said. That is the plan. Chapter 103. The public briefing ran for 2 hours. He did it as a joint statement with the DMZ Research Institute, broadcast through the Open Record Foundation's platforms, and simultaneously translated into 37 languages. The Disclosure Alliance's full communications network carried it. He had, in the 14 months since Layer 7, developed a specific relationship with the public that was different from anything he had anticipated when he started. They trusted him not because he told them everything, but because they trusted the infrastructure he had built to tell them what mattered when it mattered. That trust was now required to deliver information that was genuinely complicated. He presented the numbers: 3.1%, increasing at 0.014% monthly, full merge projected in 2079. He presented the mechanism, the membrane, the balance of pressures, what the DMZ resolution had achieved, and what it had not. He presented Dr. Lim's pathway without softening it. The solution required learning to use concealment as a protective rather than a coercive tool, and that was directly contrary to everything the whistleblower system had originally been designed for. He said, "I want to be clear about the irony here. I am, and the foundation is, built on the principle that accountability requires exposure. What Dr. Lim's research describes is not a reversal of that principle. It is an extension of it. The question is not whether to expose, it is what the exposure serves. Judgment is not the enemy of transparency. It is what transparency requires when it is working correctly." The response was not uniform. In the week following the briefing, he tracked 4 distinct public positions: those who accepted the framework and wanted to begin stabilization work immediately, those who accepted the urgency but worried the voluntary concealment concept would be used to justify returning to Gatewatch-era secrecy, those who rejected the framing entirely and argued that any concealment energy mechanism was a system hallucination planted by a failing architect fragment, and those who were focused on the 2079 date and wanted to know what happened to their grandchildren. He addressed each position directly. The second group required the most careful response. Their concern was legitimate and had to be answered with specific structural safeguards rather than reassurance. He wrote the safeguard framework himself. Voluntary concealment for merge stabilization purposes was distinguishable from institutional secrecy in 3 ways. It was documented, it was time-limited, and it was subject to independent review. The documentation meant that the Foundation would maintain a publicly accessible log of all stabilization activities and the reasoning behind each concealment judgment. The log would be updated monthly and would include the practitioner's system level, the specific information being concealed, the duration of concealment, and the judgment statement explaining why concealment served the situation better than disclosure. The log would not be restricted. A person could request the specific information being concealed if they had sufficient justification, and the ethics board would evaluate whether the justification met the accountability threshold. Time-limited meant that any concealment deployed for stabilization purposes had a maximum duration after which it was disclosed regardless of outcome. The initial framework set the maximum at 5 years. If the stabilization work was successful, the information would be disclosed at success conclusion. If it was unsuccessful, the information would be disclosed anyway, to allow the public to assess whether the concealment judgment had been accurate in hindsight. Subject to independent review meant that the DMZ Institute's ethics board would assess each stabilization practitioner's judgment record quarterly. The board's assessment would be public. If the board found that a practitioner's judgment was not sufficiently grounded in the framework standards, the practitioner would be removed from stabilization work pending retraining or reassessment. He published the framework on a Wednesday. The second group critics, the people who had lived through Gatewatch-era concealment and were deeply skeptical of any system that claimed to protect secrets while maintaining accountability, read it carefully. Most of them shifted to conditional acceptance. A few remained concerned, but they said so publicly, on the record, which was itself a sign that the framework was being evaluated with legitimate scrutiny rather than reflexive opposition. One of them, a former NCPB analyst named Park Won-jun who had been inside the Gatewatch apparatus for 6 years and had testified at the UN tribunal, sent him a private message. "This is better than what we had. It is not perfect. Perfect was never available." Jamin read this message twice. Park Won-jun had been one of the people present for the Bundang Bleed event 3 years ago. He had seen the cost of information exposure firsthand, when a family's financial troubles and medical history had become instantly shared with their neighborhood. He had also, in his final months at NCPB, been instrumental in documenting which intelligence officers had known about the Gatewatch deal and chosen not to act on that knowledge. Park Won-jun understood both sides of the concealment question with the precision of someone who had lived inside the machinery of institutional secrecy and had felt its weight. That Park Won-jun, that person, with that specific experience, believed the framework was better than Gatewatch meant something. It did not mean the framework was perfect, but it meant it was not simply reproducing the old mechanisms under new labels. Jamin replied, "I know. Thank you for saying so. Your work inside Gatewatch proved that people operating with good intention within bad systems still make bad choices. The question now is whether a system with different structure can support better judgment." Park Won-jun did not reply, but he did appear, 2 days later, at the Foundation's first volunteer orientation for the accountability log review process. Chapter 104 Xianxia woke from her coma in the 4th month of year 2. Jamin heard about it from the hospital's administrative contact. Not a call, a brief formal notification that clearance level 0 patient Xianxia had regained consciousness and been transferred from intensive care to the rehabilitation ward. The notification was matter-of-fact in the way that medical bureaucracy was matter-of-fact, without the weight of the event it described. He had been expecting it and not expecting it simultaneously for 16 months. In the way that people expecting something for a long time could both prepare for it and be shocked by its actual arrival. He visited 2 days later, after she had been assessed and cleared for visitors. The rehabilitation ward of the Severance Hospital's gay trauma unit was on the 7th floor, in a section of the building that faced the Han River. It was quieter than the rest of the building, designed with sound dampening throughout, with small windows that could be adjusted to control light. The ward was designed for awakened whose systems had been destroyed rather than naturally faded, people who had been power-bearing for years and were now navigating a return to ordinary perception. 2 rooms down from Yanawa's, he heard someone in the mid-process of relearning to live without constant system feedback, not crying, but the specific quality of breathing that came with overwhelming sensory overload. The ward staff, he had been told, included 3 former awakened therapists and a psychologist specializing in identity reconstruction after system loss. She was sitting up when he arrived, not propped up by pillows the way hospital patients usually were, but genuinely sitting, with a clarity of posture that suggested she had been practicing the use of her body without system support. The window behind her showed the river in spring light. Without the facade system, she looked different. Not physically. She was still precisely herself in features and posture. But the system had produced a specific quality of presence that she had carried for 15 years, a constant low-level projection of confidence and assessment that had been visible to his truth sight as a dense outer layer. That layer was gone. What remained was a person who looked, for the first time in his experience of her, simply present. No projection, no managed impression, just a woman sitting in a hospital bed, looking at the window. She looked at him when he came in. "You look tired," she said. Her voice was the same. "You've been in a coma for 16 months, he said. "I don't think I'm the notable one here." "You always look tired," she said. "Even when you were winning." She nodded at the chair. "Sit." He sat. The chair was a standard hospital chair, nothing remarkable about it. He had visited enough people in recovery to know the type. "The facade system is gone," she said. The doctors were very thorough in explaining this. I asked them for technical detail, and they gave me what they had, which was not much. The system destroyed itself when it was overwhelmed by the dimensional feedback at the DMZ. The substrate is clean, no residual damage. Just gone. She looked at the window. "I have been sitting in this room for 2 days trying to understand how I feel about it, and I have not reached a conclusion." "What does the processing feel like?" he asked. "The coma, I mean, while you were under." She was quiet for a long moment. "Like being aware of decisions being made in another room," she said. "Not having control over the decisions, but being present for them anyway. I was thinking about the trial the entire time. I was thinking about what I would need to say, what accountability required me to say, but I was thinking it without the system's filter." She paused. "The facade system was designed to present optimal impression. Without it, I was just thinking honestly about what I had done. For 16 months, that's all I did." He felt this as a real answer, not a formulated one. The difference was visible in the way she was looking at the window, not searching for the right impression, but actually looking. "You don't have to reach one yet," he said. "I know." A pause. "The trial. There will be one," he said. "I can tell you what the charges are likely to be." "I know what the charges are," she said. "I have been thinking about them for 16 months. Not consciously, but the body does processing when the mind is not directing it." She looked at him. "Will you testify?" "Yes," he said. "On your behalf." She was quiet for a moment. "Why?" "Because your choice to maintain the witness designation and your cooperation at the end changed the outcome," he said. "The record should include that." "The record should also include the 15 years, she said. "Yes," he said. "It will." She looked at the window again. Outside, the Seoul skyline had the particular quality of a city that had been damaged and was still rebuilding. Cranes visible at several points, newer construction alongside older, a patchwork of timelines. "I don't know what I'm going to do," she said. "After. When this is finished." "You don't have to know yet," he said. She accepted this with the particular quality of someone who was, for the first time in a very long time, actually uncertain rather than performing uncertainty. There was a particular relief in her shoulders that came with no longer managing an impression. "I'm sorry," she said. Just that, with no elaboration, no performance. He felt this moment as a genuine pivot. Not redemption, Nothing that happened in a hospital room could be redemption for 15 years of choice. But a moment of actual recognition, which was different. I know, he said. They sat in silence for a while, which was the most honest conversation they had ever had. When he left 45 minutes later, she did not try to perform gratitude or closure. She just said, "Thank you for coming," as though it was a simple fact rather than an orchestrated emotional moment. It was the most she could have offered him. Chapter 105. The tribunal hearing for Xianxia was scheduled for the 6th month of year 2. Jamin prepared his testimony carefully. He had appeared before panels and tribunals 9 times since Layer 7. The UN proceeding, the Korean Assembly Committee, for regional hearings as part of the Disclosure Alliance's institutional accountability work, and 2 international forums on Gate-era governance standards. Each time, he had learned something about the difference between testimony that served the record and testimony that served an argument. For Xianxia, he needed both. The case against her was documented and largely incontrovertible. She had known about the Gatewatch deal for 15 years, had used her position to maintain the cover story, and had taken active steps to obstruct independent investigation, including the fabricated broadcast that had nearly ended the investigation entirely. These facts were on the record. What was also on the record, but less coherent in the tribunal's framing, was the specific character of her obstruction versus Huang Taijin's. Huang had authorized harm. Xianxia had concealed it. The distinction was morally significant even if it did not fully mitigate culpability. He testified for 2 hours on the 2nd day of proceedings. Under direct examination, he confirmed the fabricated broadcast, the 2021 classified meeting where she had first learned the full scope of the deal's terms, and the 7 specific instances his investigation had documented of her using her office to redirect inquiry away from the gate data anomalies. Under cross-examination, the defense attorney asked, "Is it your assessment, having worked with Director Cha and observed her behavior over the past 2 years, that she acted primarily out of institutional loyalty or primarily out of self-interest?" He thought about this for a moment. "Neither," he said. "She acted out of a judgment that she was better positioned than the public to make decisions about information that could cause harm. That judgment was wrong. It was also sincere." He paused. "And it was the same judgment the public makes every day when they protect someone they love from a truth they are not ready for. The difference is the scale of power she was exercising. That scale is the wrong, not the instinct." The defense attorney let that sit. The prosecution followed up. "And yet you're testifying on her behalf." "I'm testifying accurately," Jamin said. "What the record accurately contains is both the harm of her choices and the meaningful contribution of her cooperation. Both belong in the verdict's consideration." The tribunal sentenced her to house arrest and community service. When the verdict was read, she sat with exactly the expression he would have predicted if he had been betting. Not relief and not grief, but the specific quality of a person who has arrived at a consequence they had been carrying in anticipation for a long time and can now begin to set down. In the corridor outside the tribunal chamber, she approached him. He had been reviewing his notes on the testimony, preparing the analysis the committee would require, when her security detail stepped aside and left her alone with him for what appeared to be a deliberate interval. "You testified accurately," she said. It was not a question. Her voice carried the directness that had characterized every interaction between them over 2 years. No performance, no attempt at persuasion, only the statement itself. "Yes," he said. "That is not what I expected," she said. "Most people in your position testified in ways that demonstrated a conclusion they had already reached. You testified in a way that the verdict had to contain both sides." "The record has to contain both sides," he said. "Judgment is separate." She considered this. "The judgment I was waiting for," she said, "was not about whether my concealment was justified. I knew it was not. The judgment I was waiting for was whether the concealment was understood. Whether anyone would grasp that I did not conceal because I did not care about harm. I concealed because I believed I was preventing harm. The mechanism was wrong. The motivation was not." She paused. "You understood that. When you testified, you understood that." "Yes," he said. "That matters," she said. "It is a kind of accuracy that courts do not usually require. It is the kind of accuracy that people remember." She turned to leave, then stopped. "I have 3 years to think about whether accuracy was the right choice. I will be interested in whether I arrive at the same conclusion." Chapter 106. Director Huang Taijin's sentencing happened 3 weeks after Xianxia's. Jamin did not attend the session. He had been present for the full testimony phase and had submitted his written account of their final conversation at the command center, the moment when Huang, seeing the merge rolling back from the DMZ, had said that he would cooperate. He had said what he needed to say. The sentencing did not require his presence, and the tribunal did not require it either. He heard the outcome at noon. life imprisonment in a secure facility for high-level awakened. The tribunal's formal language: crimes against civilian populations under international emergency governance provisions, authorized suppression of existential threat information, authorization of non-consensual experimentation on protected populations, was the complete and accurate accounting of what he had done. At the sentencing, Huang addressed Jamin specifically. The text was in the distributed record, Park Jamin. You proved the world could survive the truth. I based my entire operation on the judgment that it could not. I do not know whether I was wrong in principle or merely wrong in the specific instance, whether the world could survive truth because of what it had become by the time you gave it to them, or whether it could always have survived it, and I never understood that. That is the question I will be answering for the rest of my life. I hope you are right about every truth that comes after this one. He read this 3 times. The phrase that caught him was the central one. I do not know whether I was wrong in principle or merely wrong in the specific instance. Not an excuse. A question Huang was genuinely asking himself. The distinction Huang could not resolve was the difference between the judgment itself being corrupt versus the judgment being accurate to its time and place, but unable to account for what the world had become in the years after the decision was made. It was the work of a person examining his own rationality under pressure, not the rationality of a person defending his rationality. It was the difficult work of holding the possibility that he had been right about human fragility and still wrong about his responsibility regarding it. He did not forgive Huang Taijun. He thought about it carefully and arrived at the same conclusion he had been arriving at for 2 years. Forgiveness was not the correct category for what he felt about the man who had authorized the deaths of thousands and the suppression of information that could have saved more. He could acknowledge the complexity of Huang's position without forgiving it. He could hold accurate understanding of a person's motivations while still holding them accountable for outcomes. What he found, reading the statement, was something closer to sadness. Not for Huang, for the category Huang represented. Smart, capable, genuinely motivated people who convince themselves that the public is not ready for the truth, and then build the entire architecture of suppression to protect a judgment they had not submitted to examination. He wrote a brief response and gave it to Marcus for the record. I read what you said. The world was always capable of surviving the truth. It was never about capability. It was about whether anyone would trust it enough to find out. Marcus called 3 hours later when the response was published. That's precise, Marcus said. It was the highest compliment the journalist knew how to give, not an evaluation of impact, but an acknowledgement of accuracy. You took the thing he was genuinely questioning and answered the question. Not with certainty, with the direction. That's what the record requires, Jamin said. Yes, Marcus said. It is. He paused. There was the quality in his voice of someone who had just recognized a pattern. You've done this twice now. Once with Cha, once with Huang. You've testified in ways that required them to understand their own decisions more clearly, not less. The record does not usually demand that. No, Jamin said. It does not. I wanted to say that, Marcus said. It matters. He did not respond immediately. After the call ended, he sat in his office with the question Marcus had posed open in his mind. Was testimony that served accurate understanding actually different from testimony that served accuracy, or was the distinction false? The answer he arrived at was that they were the same thing. The record that served understanding was the record that was most accurate, not just in its facts but in its shape, in what it required of the people who read it. And perhaps that was what Huang had understood in the moment of writing his statement. The record had to contain the thing he could not yet understand about himself. The record had to hold that incompleteness. Chapter 107. In the 7th month of year 2, 3 bleed events happened in the same week. Not in the same city, Madrid, Nairobi, Seoul, but close enough in timing that the Institute's monitoring network registered them as correlated. The Seoul event was the largest, a 6-block radius in Yongsan, 3 hours, the concealed layer overlapping with visible reality at intervals that left neighbors aware of each other's medical histories, financial precarity, and private grief. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was endangered by what they learned about each other. What happened was more complicated than danger. 2 marriages ended, one of which had apparently been sustained for 11 years by the specific quality of ignorance that the bleed event dissolved. A family that had not spoken for 7 years found that the source of their estrangement, a perceived slight that the bleed event revealed to have been a misunderstanding in both directions, was not what any of them had believed. A 34-year-old man learned that his employer had been planning to restructure his position for 4 months. The marriage endings were the ones that circulated in the news. Jamin read the coverage and then spent an hour thinking about the category problem. Was a marriage ending because of information a harm the information caused, or was it a consequence the marriage was going to face eventually? arriving sooner because of the mechanism? He had been thinking about this category for 2 years. He still did not have a resolution that satisfied every case. What he had was the principle he had articulated in the Bundang bleed event response 14 months ago. The value of truth is not in its exposure, but in its service. The bleed events were not serving anyone. They were not accountability. They were random, indiscriminate, unmediated exposure without context or judgment. The more complex case, reading the Youngson coverage, was a woman who worked for a government ministry, mid-level coordinator, who had discovered during the bleed that her superior had been systematically crediting her work under his name for 2 years. The discovery was accurate. The exposure was involuntary. But the outcome had been unexpected. The superior had, within the week, acknowledged the pattern and had himself requested a transfer. She had received the promotion and the salary adjustment, and the institutional correction had happened faster than it would have through formal channels. So was the bleed event harm or exposure that generated correction? The woman herself had said, in an interview, "I wish it had happened differently, but I am not sorry it happened." That was the category problem that Jamin could not resolve. The bleed that had violated consent had also created accountability that the system had been refusing to create otherwise. The stabilization work mattered more than he had been treating it. He sent a message to Sarah. The Madrid-Nairobi Seoul correlation is the argument we needed. The frequency is increasing. We need to accelerate the timeline. She replied within the hour, "I know. The Institute ran the correlation analysis this morning. I'm sending a revised timeline." The 2079 projection assumed steady-state rate. At the accelerating rate we now have, the projection compresses to 2061. He read this number with the specific quality of attention he gave to data that required immediate strategic recalibration. 2061 was his granddaughter's lifetime. The accelerating bleed frequency meant the deployment timeline for stabilization practitioners could not follow the training schedule he had proposed to the ethics board. He contacted the Foundation's deployment team lead, a woman named Park Suyin, who had been managing the gate response networks since the second wave, and requested an urgent meeting. When they met, he laid out the new timeline. "We need the training pipeline to produce 42 viable pairs in 4 months instead of 18, he said. Suyin, who had a gift for cutting through strategic complications to identify cascading consequences, was quiet for a moment. "Then, that means we need to identify candidates now, begin initial phase cultivation training immediately, and run parallel practice sessions instead of sequential." She was already calculating resource requirements. "It is possible. The cost is that we cannot guarantee the level of judgment development that the mechanism requires. We will be taking accelerated practitioners and deploying them under conditions where the consequence of failure is dimensional instability." "Yes," he said, "and the consequence of non-deployment is measurable increase in bleed frequency." "Then we accelerate," Suyin said. "But we document this. The ethics framework needs to know what we're accepting." "I'll brief them tomorrow," he said. "I'll have the candidate assessment ready by then," Suyin said. Chapter 108 Sarah arrived on Tuesday, and they worked through the revised stabilization framework for 3 days. Not romantically, though what existed between them had been building towards something that both of them had been deliberately not rushing. The 3 days were work. Whiteboards in the Institute's Seoul satellite office, Sarah's cipher system mapping the dimensional interface patterns while Jamin's stabilizing truth site tracked the concealed layers pressure dynamics at each of the 3 remaining active gates in the Seoul metropolitan area. What they established in those 3 days was more detailed than what the report had projected. The first working session established the mechanism with enough precision to design a protocol. A practitioner at level 8 who entered a gate perimeter and simultaneously performed a disclosure act, actively exposing a truth of genuine public weight, while holding a voluntary concealment, actively choosing not to expose a truth that judgment assessed as harmful to expose, generated a balanced pressure energy pulse that reinforced the membrane locally. The pulse was measurable. The reinforcement was real. "The balance is the key," Sarah said, on the second day, drawing the energy diagram on the whiteboard with the precise shorthand of someone who had been working with these patterns for a year. "One side of the act alone does nothing new. The system was already generating disclosure energy constantly, and natural concealment generates some containment energy anyway. It is the simultaneous conscious choice that creates the balanced pulse." As she drew, the diagram took shape. 2 arrows curving around a central point, one ascending from the left, disclosure energy, radiating outward, one descending from the right, containment energy, focusing inward. Where they met was not a collision but a balance point, the place where opposing forces achieved equilibrium. What made it different from a simple cancellation was the way she drew the membrane behind it. Not a barrier being pushed by 2 equal and opposite forces, but but a medium that was being simultaneously reinforced from both directions. The membrane was not being held in place. It was being strengthened by the presence of both forces working in coordination. The balance point looks like this, she said, pointing to the center of the diagram. Not static, dynamic. The membrane becomes thicker, denser, more resistant to degradation, because both forces are present. She looked up at him. It is not a wall against dimensional merge. It is a field that absorbs pressure from both sides and converts it to structural integrity. The system recognizes the intent, Jamin said. The system and the dimensional membrane both. They are communicating. The system is a dimensional artifact, not a biological ability. Its design is integrated with the membrane structure in a way we are still mapping. She looked at the diagram. Your system in particular, the whistleblower system, was designed specifically to interface with the membrane. Dr. Lim built it to harvest energy. We are adapting the harvest mechanism to reinforcement. From extraction to contribution, he said. Sarah set down the whiteboard marker and looked at what she had drawn. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The reversal was stark when stated plainly. The whistleblower system, the mechanism Dr. Lim had built into his genetic structure before he was born, had been designed not to protect humanity, but to harvest its energy. The architect had intended for his system to drain disclosed truths, to convert human transparency into fuel for her dimensional machinery. And now they were taking that same harvesting mechanism and reorienting it, making it serve the opposite of its intended purpose. She did not design it to harvest, Sarah said quietly. That is what I realized, working with the patterns. The original design intent, the equilibrium design, was always meant to work with the membrane as a partner, not against it. She looked at him. The system was always supposed to hold the balance. Huang corrupted the design. He took the balance mechanism and weaponized it into one-directional extraction. We are not doing something new. We are repairing something broken. The weight of that shifted something in Jamin's understanding. It meant Dr. Lim had designed him knowing the balance was possible, knowing that disclosure and concealment could work together. It meant Huang had been not just suppressing information, but suppressing the very architecture the systems had been built to achieve. It meant the stabilization work was not innovation. It was restoration. Yes. She looked at the diagram for a long moment. The other thing, she said. The simultaneous balance. It requires not just the act, but the judgment behind it. A practitioner who goes through the motions, but does not actually hold genuine judgment about what they are concealing and why does not generate the balanced pulse. The membrane reads intention. How do you verify genuine judgment? You cannot verify it externally, she said. The system does. Level 8 minimum, because below that level, the practitioner has not developed the judgment architecture the balance requires. She paused. There are perhaps a dozen people on Earth currently at level 8 or above. That is not a scalable solution for 60 active gates. No, she agreed. Which is why you need to find the second pathway. He looked at the diagram. Complementary pairs. She smiled, briefly. I was wondering when you would see it. Chapter 109. The complementary pair model was Sarah's insight, and he said so when he proposed it to the inner circle. The logic. A single practitioner at level 8 had to hold both sides of the balance simultaneously, which required exceptional judgment development. Two practitioners, one disclosure-oriented and one concealment-oriented, holding their respective sides in conscious coordination, could generate the same balanced pulse with each practitioner operating in their natural mode. The balance existed between them rather than within one person. Do-Hyen, Myri said immediately when Jamin finished explaining. He looked at her. Do-Hyen's guardian system, she said. It protects. It creates barriers against forced disclosure. His natural mode is containment. She looked at Do-Hyen. You have been building the containment side of this for 3 years. Do-Hyen processed this with his usual measured pace. My system has reached a level where I can create barriers against involuntary disclosure, he said. Shielding people's secrets from truth field attacks. That is the field application, but the mechanism should be adaptable. It is, Sarah said. I checked Do-Hyen's system signature in the Institute's database last week. His containment field generates exactly the pressure pattern the membrane responds to. Do-Hyen looked at Jamin. You are proposing I become a stabilization resource. I am proposing you become the prototype for the complementary pair model, Jamin said. You and I, in coordinated stabilization work, are the first test case. If it works, and the preliminary analysis says it should, we build a training framework to develop pairs among the broader level 6 and above awakened population. It will work, Do-Hyen said. He did not say this with certainty. He said it with the pragmatic assessment of a person who had looked at the specifications and run the calculation. The logic is sound. There is something else, Marcus said. He had been quiet throughout the discussion, which meant he had been identifying the angle. This is the best story you've never wanted to tell. The whistleblower and the guardian, working together, stabilizing the dimensional membrane. The symbolism is so precise it's going to be misread as manufactured. I know, Jamin said. The disclosure about this approach needs to be ahead of the narrative, Marcus said. Not reactive, before anyone turns it into something else. He looked around the table. I want to write the announcement piece. Full access. The actual mechanism, the actual judgment framework, the actual first stabilization attempt. Everything in real time. Jamin looked at Dohyun. Dohyun said, if it is going to be documented, it should be documented accurately. Always, Marcus said. He had not asked for the access to be confirmed. He had been waiting, with the patience of a journalist who knew when the answer was already decided, for the moment when the conversation caught up to where he was standing. After Marcus left, Jamin and Dohyun remained at the table. There was the quality of something needing to be said, but not needing to be rushed. 3 years, Dohyun said finally. You have been building the containment framework for 3 years. This entire time, I have been building barriers against people being forced to disclose their secrets. Every protocol I designed, every level I reached, was to protect people's capacity to keep what they need to keep. Yes, Jamin said. And now I am going to use that same system to reinforce the membrane that divides this world from the one that contains all the concealed knowledge we have been protecting people from. Dohyun paused. His measured thinking was visible in the pause. That is not a contradiction. That is the same work operating at a different scale. The judgment that protects a person from being forced to reveal their grief is the same judgment that protects the world from being forced to merge with the knowledge that would destroy the boundary between private and public existence. Yes, Jamin said. I needed to say that I understand, Dohyun said. What this work requires is not just the system capacity. It requires living in the contradiction between protecting individual secrets and protecting collective existence. It requires believing that both are true at the same time. Jamin sat with this. It was an exact statement of what the 3 years had cost him and what the work going forward was going to require. I believe you, Dohyun said. I have watched you live in that contradiction. I know it is possible because you have shown it is possible. They sat with that understanding for a moment longer. The work was clear now, not new, but clarified. The mechanism was sound. The deployment pathway was viable. What remained was the question of whether practitioners at level 6 and above could be trained to hold the dual state with enough precision that the membrane would respond. Dohyun had answered that question by saying he was ready, by saying he understood what was being asked, by agreeing to become the prototype for a system that would require him to serve 2 contradictory purposes simultaneously, protecting secrets and exposing the world's concealment. Jamin understood, in that moment, what Myri had meant when she said he had recognized Dohyun. The same capacity that protected people's secrets was the capacity that could protect the world from the knowledge that would unmake its boundaries. And Dohyun had been building that capacity for 3 years without fully understanding what it would eventually be used for. The stabilization work was not something new they were inventing. It was something the systems had always been designed to achieve. Chapter 110. The first stabilization attempt on the Mapo Gate took place on a Saturday morning in the 8th month of Year 2. Jamin had been to this gate dozens of times over the investigation period. It was one of the original 12 gates that had opened during the first wave, a mid-sized portal in a former industrial district near the Han River that had been active for over 3 years and had been managed under the IGA framework since the Gatewatch dissolution. Its dimensional membrane was thinner than it had been at formation, not dangerously so, but measurably reduced from the Institute's initial baseline. It was a good test case, known, documented, already monitored, not in a high-density residential area. As they approached the gate perimeter together, Jamin registered the physical pressure shift. The air itself changed approaching a gate, not just metaphorically, but measurably, the barometric resistance increasing, the quality of light shifting towards something that ordinary perception would register as dust or pollution, but that was actually the dimensional membrane becoming visible to normal sight as the gate's influence deepened. The closer he got, the more the normal world seemed to thin, become translucent, as if the visible landscape was only one layer of a much deeper structure. His truth sight showed more. The membrane, visible to him as a texture of layered concealment, appeared as the boundary of the concealed layer, not a wall but a thickness, a gradient from the reality he inhabited to the concealed knowledge beyond it. What he perceived was not a visible gate but a pressure field, a zone where the barrier between what was known and what was hidden had become unstable, thinning. The membrane had the quality of a living thing, something that breathed, that contracted and expanded, that was quietly settling but not achieving stable equilibrium. Marcus was positioned at a press protocol distance, recording. Sarah was in the Institute's monitoring van with direct feed to the dimensional measurement instruments. Do-hyun was beside Jae-min at the gate perimeter, his guardian system active in the new mode they had been practicing. Not outward protective, but inward containing, a different orientation of the same ability. Ready, Jae-min said. Ready, Do-hyun said. They moved to the contact position, inside the gate's immediate influence radius, but outside the membrane's surface. Jae-min felt the concealed layer of the gate with his truth sight. The dimensional membrane, thin and permeable to his perception, the interface between this world and the architect's dimension beyond it, quiet and settling, but not stable. He identified a truth, not a small one. The stabilization protocol required meaningful weight on both sides, and a disclosure act of genuine public significance. He had prepared this for 3 weeks. The truth was about the Foundation's operating budget for the previous quarter, a funding source he had accepted without disclosing fully because the source was a former Gatewatch-era corporate entity that had converted its operations and was now a legitimate donor. And he had judged that the disclosure of the source's history would generate controversy that would divert from the Foundation's work without providing accountability value, because the entity had already faced legal accountability. He had kept it. He had kept it deliberately, with documented reasoning, per the safeguard framework. Now he disclosed it, not publicly, not in a broadcast, but to the gate's dimensional membrane directly, the way the protocol described, a genuine act of accountability offered directly to the dimensional interface. Simultaneously, Do-hyun held his containment against the gate's surface, the active barrier against involuntary disclosure, maintaining the protected information of the families living in the surrounding blocks. The pulse hit. Sarah's voice in his earpiece. Membrane integrity registering. Increase of 0.3 points on the standard scale. Localized containment energy consistent with Dr. Lim's model. He held the dual state for 12 more seconds. Then they released. Confirmed, Sarah said. Membrane integrity gain, 0.3. Statistically significant. Consistent with stabilization. He looked at Do-hyun. Do-hyun said again. They did it 4 more times before the session ended. Each time the membrane strengthened by a measurable increment. When they stopped, the Mapo gate's reading was the highest it had been since the second wave. From the press protocol distance, Marcus had been recording the entire session. When they finally stepped back from the gate perimeter and began the shutdown sequence, Marcus approached, camera still running but lowered. He did not ask questions. What he said was, I witnessed that. The membrane was responding. I could see the light pressure changing every time you created the pulses. It was not visible the way data is visible, but it was visible. He paused. That's the story. Not that you claimed the mechanism worked. That the mechanism worked, and I watched it work. Chapter 111 The stabilization worked. He said this clearly in the announcement, which Marcus published 3 days after the initial session. Not, the stabilization might work, or preliminary results suggest. The clarity was part of the obligation, because hedged language about functioning mechanisms was the same epistemic failure as false certainty about uncertain ones. The announcement was precise about what the stabilization achieved and what it required. Local membrane reinforcement at each treated gate, requiring 2-person teams at level 6 or above, operating at their respective natural modes in conscious coordination. The mechanism would need to be scaled to all 63 active gates worldwide, with each gate requiring regular maintenance sessions as the rate of natural attrition continued. He was also precise about the timeline. With the current population of level 6+ awakened and a reasonable training and deployment schedule, full gate coverage was achievable within 3 years. This was sufficient to address the revised 2061 projection if deployment began immediately. The response was globally significant. Not everyone accepted the mechanism. The faction that had argued the bleed events were a system hallucination extended this argument to the stabilization. The results were an artifact of Jaemin's truth sight interpreting what it wanted to see. He addressed this by publishing the full instrument log from the Institute's monitoring van and inviting independent analysis. The independent analysis confirmed the results. The faction reduced. It did not disappear. Some people were going to hold that position regardless of evidence. And the public accountability framework he had spent years building was not the same as unanimous agreement. But the fraction of the public still holding the hallucination position after independent confirmation was small enough to be a manageable dissenting view rather than a blocking obstacle. What mattered was the larger response. Awakened practitioners across the world requesting training access. The first international team, a pairing from Japan, a disclosure type and a protection type who had been working together in gate management for 2 years without knowing the formal mechanism, completed the training within a week and demonstrated identical results at the Osaka gate. They were not alone. The Japanese team's first stabilization session had been conducted with the precision the mechanism required. 2 hours of membrane reinforcement, the two practitioners holding their cultivated fields in perfect coordination while the monitoring equipment tracked the membrane thickness increase in real time. The results matched the predictions. But what had emerged from the post-session interview was something Jae-min had anticipated and Marcus had not fully articulated in the announcement. The practitioner's experience had been fundamentally reorienting. The disclosure type, a woman named Tanaka who had been managing gates since the first year of the awakening, said, "I thought I was containing something. I did not understand I was balancing something. The difference is that one is about suppression and one is about equilibrium." She had wept during the interview. Not from grief. From recognition. The realization that 3 years of gate work had been reconfigured, retroactively, into something different than she had believed. This moment, the reframing of what gate work meant, what practitioners had been doing all this time, had circulated through the Foundation's networks and across the emerging international practitioner community. The stabilization was not just a technical fix. It was a reorientation. For the first time since the awakening, practitioners could work with the gates as partners in a system rather than as threatening anomalies to be managed. Within the first month after the announcement, 43 paired practitioners had registered with the stabilization program. 31 had completed training. 27 had performed successful stabilization sessions at gates in 17 countries. Among them was a pairing from Brazil, the first level 6 team from the southern continent to formally register, who had worked together in disaster response for 3 years before revealing their cultivation capacities to each other. Their first stabilization session had been conducted in Portuguese, the internal coordination happening entirely in their native language, and the success of the mechanism had been absolute. The membrane reading matched the predictions precisely. The Foundation's monitoring had published this result with specific acknowledgement. The stabilization mechanism did not require English or any particular institutional framework. It required only the balance, the coordination, the mutual trust between the two practitioners. The merge counter, at month 9 of year 2, read 3.4%. The rate of increase had slowed. Jae-min understood this number with a clarity that only came from studying curves over months. What slowed, meant in practical terms, was that the dimensional pressure was no longer accelerating on a consistent slope. The first 4 months of year 2, before the stabilization announcement, had shown a merger increase rate of 0.08 to 0.09% per month. The 5 months following the announcement had dropped to 0.02 to 0.04% per month. The mechanism was not stopping the process. It was dampening it, inserting friction, balance, counterpressure into what had been a one-directional arc toward completion. The trajectory had changed shape. This was enough to make a strategic difference. Marcus, reviewing the announcement's global reception in his office at the Foundation 3 days after publication, had said something that Jae-min had not forgotten. The journalist had been sitting on the edge of Jae-min's desk, scanning the international news feeds with the specific attention of someone trained to track narrative drift, and he had said, "You've given them a mechanism and a direction. The world is going to decide whether to follow it, but you've made the choice clear enough that it's actually possible to choose." He had paused to read something on his screen. Most people don't understand most of what you've explained, but enough people understand enough of it that the other people can trust the process. That's how you make something this scale work. He had looked up then, and there had been something in his expression that Jae-min recognized as the journalist's rarer quality, not the need to explain, but the need to acknowledge when something had shifted in the architecture of the world. You've built something real here. Not guaranteed, but genuinely real. Chapter 112, A Rebel Faction, emerged in the 9th month. Jae-min had been monitoring it for 3 months, since the second major Bundang Bleed event, when a group of former Junwan followers had begun organizing under the argument that the voluntary concealment framework was the beginning of a return to Gatewatch-era institutional secrecy. Their leader, a woman named Go Yuna, had been documented by the Foundation's monitoring network since month 4. She had lost her children in the first wave and had spent 3 years building a disclosure system that was crude in its mechanical precision but powerful in its direct application. Over those 3 years, after losing her children, she had thrown herself into building something that could prevent others from losing theirs. The disclosure system she had constructed was not elegant. It was blunt, mechanistic, operating at the edge of her cultivation capacity. But it worked. She had mapped the patterns of concealment in the institutional structures around the gate, had understood the specific signatures of hidden information, had built a method to expose what was being hidden. The work had been driven by a clear compulsion. If the truth had been available 3 years ago, if the gate risks had been known, her children might have been among the 14,000 who had chosen to flee instead of being trapped when the waves opened. The concealment had killed them. Repeatedly, obsessively, she had built tools to stop that concealment from working ever again. What she had been doing, increasingly, was weaponizing it. Not in combat, in civil space. Truth fields deployed in public areas, forcing involuntary disclosure events. Not random. Targeted at public officials and corporate entities she had assessed as engaged in harmful concealment. Several of her operations had exposed genuine wrongdoing. A city councilor's contractor relationships, a pharmaceutical company's suppressed safety data. These operations had made her a contested figure, condemned by the Foundation's ethics standards, celebrated by elements of the public who saw the results and not the method. The problem was not the results. The problem was what happened when the method expanded beyond her judgment of what merited exposure. 3 attacks in the 9th month on civilian spaces, markets, a school, a hospital, had generated involuntary disclosure events affecting hundreds of people whose private information had no connection to institutional accountability. Medical records, personal communications, the grief of ordinary people. He requested a meeting with her. She declined twice. On the 3rd request, she responded, "If you want to talk, come to the Incheon Memorial." Alone. He went to the Incheon Memorial on a Thursday afternoon and found her at the threshold, reading the names. Not his grandmother's. The names on the right list, the experimental program victims. She was reading them with the specific quality of a person who had been reading them regularly for months and had not yet finished what the reading was doing. She was standing at the angle of light that made the names most readable, her body language suggesting she had been standing in this position for a long time, moving only to continue reading. What struck Jaemin, approaching her, was what she was not doing. She was not performing grief. She was not performing purpose. She was performing the specific labor of reading, of continuing through the list, of not stopping. Her face, when she turned to acknowledge him, was not composed but was held, a face that had learned not to cry during these readings, not because she had stopped needing to, but because the reading required the clarity that came before tears. She turned when she heard him. "You're going to tell me I'm causing harm," she said. "Yes," he said. "You are. The people I've exposed were causing harm." "Some of them," he said. "Not all of them." She looked at him. Her disclosure system was active at the passive level. He could see it in her cultivation field, running constantly, the way an exposed nerve runs constantly. She was in a sustained state of heightened perception that he recognized from his own early period, before the self-disclosure had recalibrated his system. The compulsive phase. "My children's names are on that list," she said. "The right side." "I know," he said. "And you want me to stop." "I want you to stop the indiscriminate work," he said. "Not the work itself. The parts where you're exposing people who haven't done anything except have private lives." He paused. The city councilor's contractor relationships were real accountability. The hospital patient's medical histories were not. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, "If I can't expose everyone who's hiding something, what is there for me to do?" "There is still accountability," he said. "Different scale, different method, slower, more limited." He paused. "But real in a way that compulsive truth fielding stops being real after the first month of escalation." "How would you know?" she asked, not hostile but genuinely curious. "Because I was doing the same compulsive work in a different form," he said. "Trying to verify everyone, trying to catch all the lies, treating the practice of judgment itself as a failure. It took me 14 months to understand that the practice of judgment is not the failure. The failure is treating it as unnecessary." She looked at him for a moment longer, and then back at the list of names. "Tell me again about the years it took. Tell me how you did it," she said. "How you stopped doing it without stopping doing it." He sat on the bench beside the threshold and told her. Not the strategic version, the actual version. The DMZ, the self-disclosure, the recalibration. The sustained practice of seeing and choosing not to act. The judgment architecture. The years it had taken. She listened without speaking. When he finished, she said, "I don't have years." "You have more than you think," he said. "The merge isn't resolving tomorrow." She looked at the right side list. "If I stop the indiscriminate work," she said, "what do I do instead?" "The accountability work," he said. "With infrastructure. With source protection and verification and legal review." He paused. "There is an organization that needs people who understand both sides of this, the drive to expose and the cost of exposure. That's a qualification, not a disqualifier." He had not planned to offer this. The Foundation's ethics standards were clear about the indiscriminate operations. But sitting in front of her, he understood that the choice was not between the standards and the person. It was between applying the standards as exclusion or as invitation. Chapter 113. Go Yuna stopped the indiscriminate operations the following week. Not all of her followers accepted this. 3 of them split off and continued, and were arrested within 2 months under the Foundation's legal framework for unauthorized truth field deployment in civilian spaces. Go Yuna herself cooperated with the investigation into the school and hospital attacks, providing testimony that helped establish which operations had been her direction and which had been unauthorized by her. The Foundation's ethics board reviewed her case for 6 weeks. They admitted her to the institutional methodology, training on a conditional basis, full transparency about every operation, mandatory ethics review before any truth field deployment, and a 1-year probationary period during which her work would be assessed against the Foundation standards. The condition that had been hardest for Go Yuna to accept was the advance review requirement. Jaemin had watched her process this during the ethics board call. The requirement that she submit every deployment plan, every proposed operation, every piece of work to institutional review before execution. For someone whose driving compulsion had been to prevent the concealment that had killed her children, the requirement to submit her operations to institutional gatekeeping felt like a return to the exact system she had been rebelling against. He had asked her directly, after the decision was announced, "The advance review, that one chafes." "It does," she said. "It feels like the institutional control you said you were trying to prevent." "It is institutional control," he said. "The difference is that it is consciously applied oversight rather than unconscious suppression. And the purpose is not to prevent disclosure. It is to prevent harm that disclosure cannot justify." She had been quiet for a long moment. Then it said, "That is the right distinction. But making the distinction does not make living in the control easier." "No," he said. "It does not." The ethics board had debated her case with specific intensity. One member, Dr. Cho, who had spent 20 years in forensic psychology before joining the Foundation, had said, "The concern is not whether she can change. The concern is whether our framework can contain her without becoming the structure she's rebelling against." Jaemin had been asked directly how he proposed they distinguish between mentorship and control. He had answered honestly, "I don't. The boundary is unclear, and it will require continuous verification. But the alternative to attempting it is absolute exclusion, and that exclusion would be a form of the same suppression we're trying to undo." She accepted the conditions with a directness that Jaemin found characteristic. She did not perform contrition. She said, "These conditions are reasonable. I will work under them." He told the ethics board, when they asked for his assessment, "She understands both sides of this better than most of our existing staff. That is worth the cost of the probationary structure." The ethics board agreed, narrowly. Myri, who had been on the ethics board since its formation, told Jaemin afterward, "You recognized her." "Yes," he said. "She reminded you of yourself." He thought about this carefully. "She reminded me of what I was at the beginning, before I understood what the compulsive phase was producing. Not the same person. A parallel." He paused. "The difference between us is that she had something to grieve that I didn't have. I had my grandmother, and I had anger and ego. She has her children's names on that right side list." Myri nodded. "She had her family's names on the left list." "Grief can become practice," Myri said, "if someone shows it the shape." Her first week at the Foundation's institutional methodology program, she had been assigned to work with one of the longest-serving transparency coordinators, a man named Jean who had been building source protection networks since before the awakening. On the 3rd day, Jean had said something that Jaemin overheard while passing the office. "The difference between a source who trusts you and a source who fears you is 4 questions asked differently." Go Yuna had been quiet, then had asked, "Which questions?" And Jean, instead of answering directly, had spent the next hour teaching her how to ask a question in a way that made a person want to answer it, versus asking the same question in a way that made them defensive. By Friday of that first week, Go Yuna was sitting with a witness to corporate wrongdoing, building the framework of their testimony with the specific care of someone learning a new architecture. She had not shed the disclosure system. It was still running at the edge of her perception, still reading the world's concealments. But she was learning how to read without forcing, how to disclose without wounding. She fit. "That is what the memorial is for," he said. "That is what everything is for," she said. Later, after Myri had left, Jaemin sat alone in his office and thought about what she had said. Grief and practice. The difference between grief that remained private, that remained in the memorial, and grief that became method. In Myri's case, the grief of losing her family to institutional concealment had become the practice of transparency. In Go Yuna's case, it was still forming. The practice had begun as weaponization, had begun as rage given mechanical form. What he had recognized in her was not redemption, but the possibility that the practice could be reshaped, that the same fundamental drive to prevent concealment could be directed toward infrastructure instead of exposure, toward building things that would hold concealment accountable rather than destroying the people who held secrets. He wondered if he was wrong about this. He often wondered if he was wrong. But the wondering was different than the compulsive need to be certain, and he had learned the difference. Chapter 114. In the 11th month of Year 2, the stabilization program reached its first significant milestone. 42 of the 63 active gates had been treated by paired stabilization teams. The merge counter read 3.3%, the first time it had declined since the DMZ resolution 14 months prior. The decline was small. The statistical analysis from the Institute required 3 confirmation measurements before Sarah would certify it as real rather than within the margin of measurement error. When the third confirmation came, she sent him a message with no text, only the updated measurement graph. He opened it and sat with it. The graph showed the full timeline from the DMZ resolution through the 11th month of Year 2, 23 months of data rendered as a single curve. For the first 18 months, the line was relentlessly upward. The merge counter had climbed from near 0 to 3.7%, and every data point had been positioned slightly above the one before it, creating the unbroken arc of a process that had found its trajectory and was settling into it. The visual grammar of the graph was one of inevitability. The line knew where it was going, and nothing in the shape suggested it could be altered. But starting at month 19, the month after the stabilization announcement, the line had changed its behavior. It did not stop climbing. The merge counter had gone from 3.7% to 3.6% to 3.5% to 3.4% to 3.3%. The downward motion was small, barely visible against the scale of the 2-year trajectory. But it was real. The line had inflected. The arc that had promised inexorability had been interrupted. For 2 years, Jamin had been watching the merge counter rise. He had absorbed the upward trending data, had built every strategy on the assumption of continued increase. Looking at the graph, seeing the turned line, he felt something shift in the foundation of what he had been doing. The mechanism worked. The balance was achievable. The world had not needed to accept the mergence as inevitable. He looked at the graph for a long time, seeing not just what the line said, but what it meant. That human choice, exercised carefully enough, with enough understanding and coordination, could change the shape of what had seemed to be written in the dimensional mathematics itself. He called the inner circle. The program is working, he said. Do-Hyen had absorbed this with the specific quality of someone who had been expecting the announcement and was now processing what it meant operationally. He asked 2 questions in succession. What's the maintenance schedule looking like? And do we have the practitioner capacity to rotate deployment effectively? These were tactical questions, the kind that turned announcement into sustained operation. Myri had been quiet until Do-Hyen finished, then had said, "The international partners are stable. The Southern Hemisphere Federation is committing resources. We are not in shortage position." He did not say it with triumph. The announcement did not call for triumph. It called for precision, which was a different quality. What had been demonstrated was that the mechanism functioned as designed, that the paired deployment model was scalable, that the concealment disclosure balance was achievable by practitioners below level 8 when working in coordination, and that the merge counter could be turned. What remained? 21 gates not yet treated, ongoing maintenance requirements for the 42 treated gates, the developing training pipeline for new practitioner pairs, the international coordination framework, and the underlying question, which Sarah raised in the call, quietly, in the middle of Do-Hyen's tactical summary, of whether stabilization was a permanent solution or a holding action. Eventually, she said, the awakened population's abilities will have reduced to the point where level 6 paired practitioners are no longer available. The stabilization mechanism requires system-level capability to generate the balanced pulse. When systems have faded below the required threshold, the stabilization can no longer be maintained. The call was quiet for a moment. Timeline? Jamin asked. 50 years, approximately. The same timeline as the merged's natural progression to full status. She paused. The stabilization buys time for the 2079 projection to become accurate again. It does not resolve the underlying dynamic. Then we need to resolve the underlying dynamic, Marcus said. He waited for her to continue. Sarah had spent the past months building her research summaries carefully, and she did not rush toward conclusions. I have been studying the gate geometry data, she said. The prelinguistic symbolism that Chai Yanawa identified. The question mark formation in the gate positions. It indicates something active in the dimensional structure. Not just a gateway, a mechanism, a structure designed by something with intelligence, and that intelligence is the architect's residual presence in the dimensional interface. She paused. That mechanism has an endpoint. The stabilization program extends the timeline to that endpoint. but it does not change the fact that an endpoint exists. Yes, Sarah said. That is why I have been studying the gate geometry data. Marcus, listening to this, had done something Jamin recognized from years of working with him. He had made a calculation in silence, comparing what this meant for the story he needed to tell to the public versus what it meant for the strategic operation itself. When the call ended, he had messaged Jamin. Good news. Complicated news. The first because it works. The second because it's not a solution, just a good delay. Chapter 115, The Gate Geometry Discovery, came 3 weeks later. Xianxia brought it. She had been released from medical care in the 10th month and had been living under the terms of her house arrest in a small apartment in Mapo district. Close enough to the gate, she could see the monitoring equipment from her window. She had, in the months since waking, been rebuilding a perception capability that had nothing to do with the facade system, a social insight ability, slower and less precise than what she had carried for 15 years, but genuine rather than constructed. She had also been reading the DMZ Institute's gate measurement data, which was publicly available under the Foundation's open record protocols. She had been reading it for months, working through the geometry of the gate positions on the continental map, and she had found something. She brought it to Jamin on a Tuesday afternoon. Not because she was required to. The terms of her house arrest did not prohibit this kind of research or its communication. She brought it because she had spent 15 years making judgments about what information should be withheld from public disclosure, and she had spent the past year understanding what those judgments had produced, and she was trying, with the specific difficulty of a person who has been building one thing for a very long time and must now build something different, to practice doing the other thing. She laid the map on his desk with the care of someone who had been carrying it protected for weeks. The 63 gates were marked with their precise coordinates, rendered across a continental map. At first glance, the distribution was the scatter you would expect from any natural phenomenon, random, governed by physical and dimensional dynamics that had nothing to do with intentional design. But Xianxia had brought measurement data. She had overlaid the prelinguistic symbol structures that Jamin and Sarah had been mapping from the architect's communications. And as his eye moved across the map, following the gate positions from the north, through the major clusters, across the southern chain, he understood what she had understood. The gates were not scattered. They were arranged. They formed a shape, rendered in a language older than human language, drawn across the continental surface with the distance between gates as calligraphy. The shape was a question mark. He looked at the map for a long time. The architect planted this, he said. Before it dissolved, she said. Yes. The gates were opened in these positions during the first and second waves as part of the Gatewatch deal's terms. But the specific positioning within those terms, the precise geometry, was not Huang's or the NCPB's design. It was in the architect's counter-specifications. Huang's team accepted them without understanding them. Because Huang's team couldn't read the prelinguistic symbology. No one could, she said. It predates human language. The dimensional researchers at the Institute are only now developing the translation capacity. She looked at the map. The question is active. The architect embedded a live mechanism in the gate geometry, not just a symbol. A mechanism that requires a response. He was very still. What happens if there is no response? The gates continue their natural progression toward closure, she said. The dimensional membrane continues stabilizing. The merge resolves toward zero, eventually, as the systems fade. She paused. But the gate geometry's mechanism, the question mechanism, has its own energy dynamic separate from the merge. If it reaches its terminus point without a response, the Institute's current analysis suggests it reinitiates. A new cycle. He looked at the question mark encoded in 63 gate positions. The architect is still asking, he said. Yes, she said. And the question requires an answer. How long did it take you to find this? He asked. Months, she said. I began reading the gate data in the second month after I woke. Not for any strategic purpose. I just needed to understand what was real anymore. My entire career had been built on the facade system, on seeing patterns and information to make concealment work. I needed to see if I could still see without the system feeding me the patterns. So I read the gate data, every measurement, every coordinate. I was looking for what I could know versus what I was being told. She pulled up her notes on his screen. Pages of handwritten coordinate pairs, dimensional ratios, the slow work of understanding. She pointed to a specific date 3 weeks prior. This day, I had been reading the coordinates for 5 hours. I was tired. My mind had stopped trying to find a pattern and was just absorbing the data. And then I saw it. The shape. The question form. I had to go back and verify it, to make sure I wasn't creating the pattern from my own expectations. But it was there. The gates spell a question. What was your first question? Jamin asked. Not what does it mean, she said. I already knew it meant something. and I knew the architect had designed it. My first question was, what happens when someone answers? The architect is still asking, he said. Yes, she said, and the question requires an answer. Chapter 116, he spent 2 weeks with Sarah working through the question. On the 4th day of their 2 weeks together, they had worked through the afternoon without breaking. Sarah had brought the full technical specifications of the gate geometry, the dimensional pressure readings, the way the symbol shape affected the electromagnetic field properties of each gate. Jamin had brought everything he had learned about the architect's prelinguistic communication patterns from the Layer 7 work and the dimensional merge data. They had been sitting across from each other in Sarah's office at the institute when Sarah had said, "The symbol is not passive. It's a mechanism. It's asking a question, but it's not asking passively. It's doing something. It has resonance potential. It's building something." Building toward what? Jamin had asked. A threshold, Sarah said. A point at which something has to be decided. The question mark isn't just asking. It's building pressure. And at a certain point, that pressure requires a response. This had been the moment they had both understood the scope of what they were facing. Not just a question the world had to answer. A question with active mechanism behind it, with intent, with what amounted to a deadline. Not strategically. He had learned the difference between approaching a genuine question as a problem to be managed and approaching it as a thing to be understood. He could not manage this one. The architect's final mechanism, encoded in the gate geometry, was asking humanity, not Jamin, not the Foundation, not the awakened community, but the species, a question that could only be answered collectively. The question, decoded from the prelinguistic mechanism by Sarah's cipher system and Chai Yanawa's pattern analysis working in tandem, was this. If you could know every truth about every person, would you choose to? Not rhetorical. An active mechanism. If enough humans, through whatever decision process they could develop, collectively answered yes, the mechanism would activate the merge completion. If they collectively answered no, the mechanism would seal the gates permanently and the awakening would eventually conclude. If they refused to answer, the current state would persist indefinitely until the mechanism reinitiated. The architect built this as its final legacy, Sarah said, on the 2nd day of their working session. After everything it did, the suppression, the manipulation, the system as harvesting mechanism, it left the actual question up to us. Not a design imposed from outside. A genuine choice. It learned something, Jamin said. Yes. She looked at the map. Or it was always going to end here, and everything before was the process of arriving at the readiness to ask cleanly. He thought about the architect's final communication in the prelinguistic script. Tell them what we were. He had been telling them for 14 months. Toward the end of the 2nd week, as they were finalizing the presentation framework, Jamin had asked Sarah, "Do you know what you would answer? If it was just you, if no one else was involved, if it was only your choice." Sarah had thought about this for a long time. She had said, "I don't know if I want to know every truth about every person. I think there are truths that belong private. That privacy is part of what makes a person safe to exist. But I also know that concealment is what allowed the gate suppression to work for 40 years. So the answer is not as simple as yes or no." Jamin had nodded. He had not told her his answer. Throughout the entire process of building the referendum, he had been sitting with his own response, and he had consciously chosen not to let it shape the framing. What he would answer, how he would answer, was his responsibility to carry personally, not to project onto the process. The process itself had to be clean of his preference, or it would not be trustworthy. The answer has to come from a process the public trusts, he said. Not a governance decision. Not an awakened council. Not the Foundation. He paused. A referendum. Global. With full context provided. Sarah was quiet for a moment. You are proposing to give the world information that could end human awakening or complete the dimensional merge, she said, and then trust them to decide. Yes, he said. That is, consistent, she said, which was not the same thing as simple, and she knew it. It is the only approach that doesn't make me into Huang Taijun, he said. She looked at him for a moment. I know, she said. I was going to say it too. Chapter 117, the Inner Circle meeting on the referendum, was the most difficult conversation he had participated in since the Layer 7 strategy session. Not because anyone opposed the underlying principle. By this point, everyone in the Inner Circle had been built, in their various ways, by 3 years of accountability work and understood what the principle required. The difficulty was in the specific decisions the principle entailed. Marcus had brought specific scenarios, not abstract concerns. Consider the fundamentalist coalition that frames the question as an attack on religious privacy, he had said. They have the networks, the resources, the narrative capacity to make that argument compelling to 40% of their audience. Now consider the libertarian networks that will frame any centralized decision-making as totalitarian control. They will argue the referendum itself is a manipulation. Both arguments are resourced well enough to spread at scale. What I'm saying is not that we shouldn't do this. I'm saying we need to understand that the outcome will be shaped not just by the philosophical positions people hold, but by the information ecology in which those positions develop. He had paused, then added, Xianxia knows this better than any of us. 15 years of managing information to achieve political outcomes. What would you have done with a week in access to the global networks to shape a response to this question? All of them had looked at Xianxia. She had said simply, I would have told the truth in very particular ways that made one answer seem inevitable. Every democratic process is a significant risk, Jamin said. The alternative is not a safer version of this process. The alternative is no process. I know, Marcus said. I am naming the risk, not arguing against the process. Dohaien's concern was sequential. The stabilization program was currently active and effective. The merge counter had turned. Initiating the referendum introduced uncertainty into a situation that was currently moving in a managed direction. The responsible sequence would be to complete full-gate stabilization before initiating the referendum mechanism. Xianxia had been invited to the meeting specifically because of what Marcus had just named. She had spent the meeting mostly silent, listening to the others' concerns. When Jamin asked directly for her assessment, she had said, You are proposing to give the world information that is both technically true and strategically consequential, then ask them to decide. The problem is that the decision will be shaped by how the information is framed. I have spent 15 years understanding exactly how that framing works. The disinformation is not the problem. The subtle truth shaping is. A disinformation operation is obvious, eventually. Information presented in a biased but technically accurate framework is invisible. She had looked at each of them. If you want the referendum to be trustworthy, you need to actively teach people how to recognize biased framing of true information. Not just provide the data. Teach the literacy to read it. This insight had reshaped the presentation work. The first draft had been purely technical. The revision, informed by Xianxia's assessment, had included specific sections on epistemology, how to evaluate sources, how to recognize when information was accurate but biased in its presentation, how to sit with genuine uncertainty instead of accepting false certainty in either direction. Then we proceed with partial stabilization and the referendum in parallel. Yes, Jamin said. Myri's question was the hardest one, and she asked it directly. If the world votes yes, what happens to the people who voted no? Myri's question, if the world votes yes, what happens to the people who voted no? Had hung in the air for a moment while Jamin formulated his response. But before he had answered, he had seen Dohaien's expression change slightly. Dohaien had understood what Myri was asking beneath the surface question. She was asking whether this process was actually democracy or whether it was just a mechanism for forcing the majority's preference onto the minority in a way that felt consensual. Jamin had sat with the question for a moment before answering, which was itself a kind of answer. The merge is a dimensional process, he had finally said. It affects everyone. If the mechanism activates and completes the merge, it affects the no voters as well as the yes voters. That inequity is one reason the framing matters so much. The world is not just choosing for themselves. They are choosing for each other. That responsibility, that we are all choosing for each other, needs to be stated clearly. After the meeting, Myri had said to him, the clarity of that answer is why this matters. He did not have a resolution for this. He said so. The merge is a dimensional process. If the mechanism activates merge completion, it affects everyone regardless of their vote. The question is not what happens to the minority. The mechanism does not have a minority protection provision. He paused. This is one of the reasons the framing of the referendum matters enormously. The world is not just choosing for themselves. They are choosing for each other. Myri accepted this with the specific quality of someone who had asked a question they already knew the answer to and needed to hear it said aloud. Then the presentation has to be the clearest thing you have ever written, she said. Yes, he said. Chapter 118, he drafted the referendum presentation for 3 weeks. Not alone. Sarah reviewed the technical sections. Marcus reviewed the communication structure. Dohaien reviewed the security implications. And Xianxia, whose 15 years of managing information judgment gave her a specific expertise in the gap between what people heard and what was said, reviewed the framing 6 times. The draft went through 11 versions. The 4th version had been too technical. It had explained the mechanism and the question, but it had made the dimensional mathematics the center of the presentation. 3 readers of the draft had given the same feedback. The technical precision had made the actual question feel distant, abstract. The reality they were facing, that this choice would shape what humanity could know about itself forever, had been lost in the explanation of how the question mechanism worked. The fifth version had overcorrected and become rhetorical. It had tried to make the question feel urgent and consequential, which had introduced bias into what was supposed to be a neutral frame. Jamin had rejected it himself. Sarah had said, "This version makes people feel the weight, but it does it by constraining their thinking. We need them to feel the weight and remain free." The final version was not perfect. He knew this. Sarah knew this. Marcus said so explicitly. What it was, the most honest presentation of a genuinely impossible decision that any of them could produce. It did not minimize what the choices entailed. It did not emphasize one option. It explained the mechanism, the projected outcomes, the uncertainty margins, and the irreversibility of each response. The opening read, the architect, the entity responsible for the gate events and the awakening, left a final mechanism embedded in the gate positions before its dissolution. This mechanism is now active. It presents humanity with a question, and the question requires a collective answer. I am providing you with the full technical context, the projected outcomes, and the framework for a global decision process. I am explicitly not telling you how to answer. That is your choice to make. Together. He read this to the inner circle. Marcus said, "Every word is correct." Xianxia had read the 10th version and had been quiet for a long time. Then she had said, "This is the one." When Jamin had asked what made it different, she had said, "The opening. You're not trying to convince anyone of anything. You're not trying to make them understand the urgency. You're just saying, here is what happened, here is what is being asked, here is what the outcomes mean. You're trusting them to think. You've spent 3 years building the infrastructure of trust. Now you're using it." She had reviewed the opening lines 6 times, not because it was wrong, but because she understood how powerful it was. Each time she had returned to it, she had said, "This is it. It is going to generate enormous volume," Jamin said. "People are going to argue for days before they vote." "Yes," Marcus said. "That is what happens when you give the world a real question instead of a managed one." He paused. "It is also what you were working toward for 3 years. People arguing about a real question is better than people being given a managed answer." Jamin looked at the document. "When I publish this," he said, "I lose the ability to shape what comes next. The outcome is theirs." "Yes," Marcus said. "That is the point." The night before publication, Jamin had not slept. He had gone to the DMZ instead, to the clearing where he had practiced the self-disclosure for months. The technique was different now. He had built the capacity further, had deepened it. He sat in the clearing and practiced holding 2 truths at once. The truth that he believed in the process he had built, and the uncertainty about whether that belief was correct. He had held that dual state for 2 hours, not trying to resolve it, not trying to choose one truth over the other, just holding the tension. This was what the referendum required of the world. Not consensus, not certainty, but the capacity to hold uncertainty and choose anyway. When he left the DMZ, it was nearly dawn. He had returned to the office, had confirmed the presentation one final time, and had sent it to Marcus with a single message: "This is ready." Chapter 119. The world argued for 6 days. He watched it from the Foundation's monitoring infrastructure, the public debate spreading through the Open Record Foundation's platforms, through the Disclosure Alliance's networks, through the IGA's official channels, through every social and formal communication system that existed. He had been tracking public information for 3 years. He had never seen anything scale this fast or this wide. The arguments were not simple. There were genuine yes arguments that surprised him with their depth. A thesis from a privacy scholar arguing that true privacy could not exist in concealment, only in the transparency of knowing what information was being held and having the power to shape its disclosure. That privacy, paradoxically, required the possibility of complete knowledge rather than relying on the concealment of information. There were equally compelling no arguments from communities around the world arguing for the right to incomplete knowledge as essential to dignity, to autonomy, to the fundamental human right to be unknowable. Both arguments tracked real concerns. Both identified real risks in the other position. Yes voters split between those who believed a world of complete mutual knowledge would be better, that privacy was the mechanism of abuse, and that transparency would heal more than it wounded, and those who were afraid of the merge but had been convinced by the framing that full merge was preferable to the indefinite current state. No voters split between those who valued privacy as foundational to identity and those who simply did not want to lose the awakening and were treating the vote as a referendum on the gate system rather than a philosophical question. Within each of these categories were deeper divisions. People who were voting based on principle, people voting based on fear, people voting because the question itself was impossible and they were making a choice anyway. There were arguments he had not anticipated. There was a global interfaith coalition arguing that the question was inherently theological and should be answered within a theological rather than a democratic framework. There was a faction arguing that the question itself was a manipulation, that the architect had designed the referendum to produce a specific outcome, and the framing of the question was inherently coercive. He addressed the second argument directly, in a public clarification he published on the third day, because it was a serious concern with a serious answer. The mechanism was real, the question was real, and the only alternative to the referendum process was no process. Sarah called every evening from Geneva during the 6 days, and Jamin found himself waiting for these calls in a way that surprised him. They rarely discussed strategy directly. Instead, they would sit on the line together while Sarah described what she was seeing in the data, and Jamin would listen not just to the content, but to what lay beneath it, the care with which she was framing the information, the specific attention she was paying to outliers and unexpected patterns. One evening, late, she said, "This is what it feels like when the world chooses. Not chaos, but layering. Everyone choosing for slightly different reasons, making it into a collective decision that no individual could have made alone." He had understood then that what he was drawn to in Sarah was not just her clarity, but her capacity to be present with complexity without reducing it. On the third day, she said, "Are you watching the southern regions? The Southern Continent's Awakened Federation?" he said. "They are running their own internal consensus process alongside the global vote," she said. Independent analysis, independent framing. They reached a tentative position on day 2. Which direction? No, she said. By a significant margin. Their reasoning is that the current state, awakening, gates managed, privacy maintained, is functional. They do not want to trade a functional state for either a utopian one or an unknown one. That is a reasonable position, he said. Yes, she said. And it is emerging from their own process, not ours. He found this, for a reason he could not immediately articulate, reassuring. On the 6th day, as the vote closed, he sat in the Foundation's offices with the inner circle and watched the count update in real time. Chapter 120. The result came at 11:17 on a Wednesday morning. 58.3% no, 41.7% yes. The margin was larger than the projections had suggested in the first days of voting, when the no and yes positions had been nearly even. It had widened in the final 48 hours as the reasoning for each position clarified and the persuadable middle moved. The DMZ Research Institute's analysis, published the next morning, identified the shift point as the 4th day, when the southern continent's independently developed no position circulated globally and provided a framing that some yes-leaning voters found more compelling than the alternatives. He sat with the number for a long time. Not 5 minutes. An hour. 58.3% no. He ran the arithmetic in his head, aware that the arithmetic was a way of sitting with the emotional reality of what this meant. The world had chosen, by a majority, not to know everything about everyone, had chosen to maintain the complexity of a world with concealment in it, had chosen privacy as a value worth preserving even at the cost of accountability, or had chosen to refuse the merge, and the philosophical frame was secondary to that choice. The margin suggested it was not one or the other but a combination, different voters choosing the no position for different reasons. What struck him, sitting with the number, was not grief or disappointment or relief. It was a specific kind of clarity. The world had chosen something. Not perfectly, not unanimously, but with enough consensus that the choice was binding, legitimate, real. The dimension of his work that had always been about getting the decision right had shifted. Now it was about accepting the decision as right because the world had made it. Humanity, by a clear majority, had chosen not to know everything about everyone, had chosen privacy alongside accountability, the right to be the author of their own disclosed truths alongside the infrastructure of public transparency, had chosen the ongoing complexity of a world where concealment and revelation both existed and required judgment, rather than a world where one of them won permanently. He had not voted. He had told the inner circle this 2 weeks before the announcement, and they had accepted it without significant objection. Myri had said, "You built the process. The process deciding is enough." He had been unsure. He had spent the week of the vote sitting with his uncertainty and concluding, finally, that the uncertainty was appropriate. He was too close to this, too invested in the question, too shaped by the 3 years of work that had led to it. His vote would have been meaningful as a personal act and distorting as a public one. He had abstained and documented the abstention. The gate geometry mechanism activated with the result. His system registered it clearly. Architect mechanism. Response received. Result, no. Gate closure sequence initiating. Projected completion, 3 to 5 years. Awakening attrition, gradual, generational. Dimensional membrane, stabilizing to baseline integrity. He read the notification once, then again. Awakening attrition, gradual, generational. The phrasing was precise. The awakened capacities would not vanish suddenly. They would fade over decades, as new awakens ceased to emerge, as existing practitioners aged and their systems gradually attenuated. The world would have time to adjust. The institutions they had built would remain. The gates would close, but not tomorrow. The systems would fade, but not in the people whose names Jamin had written into the record of this moment. The dimensional membrane would stabilize. Not to its pre-awakening state, that was gone forever, but to a baseline where the gates were closed, where the architect's mechanism had received its answer, where the merge was sealed irreversible in the choice the world had made. The gates would close. The awakening would fade, generational and slow, without the disruption of sudden loss. The world would keep what it had built, the accountability infrastructure, the memorial, the foundation's open records, the disclosure alliance's networks, and would lose only the extraordinary capabilities that had been part of the architecture of crisis. Through the office window, Sol continued. There was a referendum result to communicate, a stabilization program to wind down, a legal framework transition for post-awakening gate management to initiate. He sent a message to the inner circle. Result is 58 to 42. Let me know when you're ready to meet. Do Hyun replied first, 30 minutes. Sarah was second. I'll call from the institute. This is the right outcome. He looked at the message for a moment. Do Hyun arrived first and stood beside Jamin at the window, looking out at Seoul. He did not speak. After a moment, Myri arrived, then Marcus. Sarah called from Geneva. They stood or sat together in the office, and Jamin said, "The world chose not to know everything." Myri said, "That is brave." "Or wise," Do Hyun said. "Or human," Marcus added. Sarah's voice came over the phone. "It's all three." They did not celebrate. They did not perform relief or vindication. They sat in the office together while the afternoon light moved across Seoul, and they acknowledged what had happened. The world had been given a choice, and the world had chosen. That was the whole point. He started drafting the public announcement while the others were still in the office. Not a victory statement, not a solemn acknowledgement. A clear communication of what the result meant and what came next. The announcement would need to address three audiences. Those who had voted yes and needed to understand that their choice was heard and respected even though the mechanism would not activate. Those who had voted no and needed to understand that the gates would close and the awakening would fade, but would do so slowly, giving time for transition. And those who had not voted or who had been unable to vote, and who needed to understand that the referendum had been binding, but the outcome still required collective work to implement. He wrote it as accurately as he could, the way he had learned to write, with every word chosen to serve clarity rather than persuasion. And as he wrote, he understood that this was the shape of his work now, not building the mechanism, but communicating what the world had chosen when it operated the mechanism he had built. That was the point. That had always been the point. Chapter 121. The public announcement of the referendum result went live at 9 in the morning on a Thursday. Jamin had written it through most of the previous night, not because writing was slow, but because every sentence had to carry the full weight of what had happened without tilting toward any of the interpretations he wanted to correct. The world had made a decision. His job was not to explain it, frame it, or nudge it toward the reading he preferred. His job was to describe accurately what had occurred and what it meant technically for the dimensional mechanism. He published it at 9 and then spent 4 hours answering questions. Not press questions. Those were handled by Marcus, who had the entire communications infrastructure of the Open Record Foundation and the Disclosure Alliance available and had been preparing for 72 hours. What Jamin handled were the direct public channels. The Foundation's open submission portal, where anyone could ask a question and see both the question and the response in the public record. He had been maintaining this since year 1 of the investigation. He had answered more than 14,000 questions through it. The questions on the referendum result day fell into 6 categories that he identified within the first hour. The first, what does gate closure sequence initiating mean in practical terms? He answered this precisely, with the Institute's technical language. The remaining 63 active gates would seal progressively over the next 3 to 5 years, beginning with the smallest and most recently formed gates, and concluding with the original gates from the first wave. The closure was a dimensional process, the membrane returning to full integrity, and would occur without physical drama. Each gate would simply cease to be an opening. He provided the Institute's technical reading. The first gates to close were anticipated to demonstrate closure in month 3. The process would accelerate following the first successful sealing, as the membrane's integrity rose and the mechanism became more favorable to continued shutdown. Physically, There would be no earthquakes, no energy release, no danger. The world simply became a place where a certain category of opening was no longer present. The second, what happens to the awakened? He answered this with the same precision and with the same directness he had used for every difficult truth. The awakened ability systems were dimensional artifacts, integrated with the membrane. As the membrane sealed, the dimensional interface would disengage gradually. Abilities would not cease suddenly. They would attenuate over years, reducing in range and capacity, and eventually reach a new baseline that might be functional at a low level or might fade entirely. The timeline was uncertain. The Institute's best estimate was a decade. For disclosure types, the reduction would likely be most felt in the perception range. Seeing deeper into concealment would become seeing less deeply, and eventually not at all, or only at conversational distance. For protection types and containment types, the reduction would manifest differently. The ability to hold an energy state would require more effort, more concentration, until eventually the effort became prohibitive. He answered these questions with more than the technical language. He answered with the acknowledgement that this was, for people whose identity had been built around the system, a genuine loss. He did not minimize it. He did not try to reframe it as opportunity. He answered the fear directly. Yes, it matters. Yes, it will change your life. That is true. The question is how to live through that change with your judgment intact. The third, what happens to the people in the gate-adjacent zones? He answered that the gate closure process did not pose physical risk to surrounding areas. The closure was a sealing, not a collapse, and the IGA's monitoring infrastructure would continue throughout. Someone asked a follow-up question he had not anticipated. Would the sites where gates had been become something else, or would they simply be empty now? He realized, as he answered, that people were grieving the gates not because the gates were good, but because the gates were significant. A gate site was a landmark, a place where the extraordinary intersected the world, a place that had mattered. Once the gate was gone, the site would be ordinary. People were asking, in a careful way, whether the world they were about to live in would be less meaningful because it was less marked by the visible presence of something extraordinary. The fourth, did you vote? He answered honestly, no. He explained why. He had documented the explanation in the Foundation's record. The fifth, do you think we chose correctly? He did not answer this one, and he explained in the response itself why he would not. The question was answered by the people who participated in the vote, and his opinion about their answer was irrelevant to its legitimacy. The sixth, what now? He thought about this one for longer than the others. What now was, the work continues. Different work, same principle. The Foundation's infrastructure for accountability was not dependent on the gate mechanism or the awakening. What had been built to make truth harder to suppress would remain and grow. The archive would preserve the record of what had happened and how. The Disclosure Alliance would continue. The paired stabilization teams, whose work was now transitioning from maintenance to closure acceleration, would eventually become a cadre of accountability practitioners with a specific history and a specific skill. He wrote, the world has chosen what kind of relationship with truth it wants to have. The infrastructure now is about making sure that choice can actually be lived. He published it and went back to work. Chapter 122, The First Gate, sealed on a Tuesday morning in month 3 of year 3. Not the DMZ gate. Not any of the historically significant ones. Gate 47, a Class 2 opening in a rural agricultural district in Jiangxi Province, 30 kilometers from the nearest city center, that had been active for 2 years and 3 months, and had been monitored by a 3-person IGA team since its formation. Jamin heard about it in a message from the monitoring team lead, a woman named Beck Soyan who had been writing weekly reports to the Foundation's Gate Status Archive since the Gatewatch dissolution. The message read, Gate 47 closure confirmed at 7:14. Membrane integrity reached 100%. Opening collapsed to 0 diameter. No anomalous readings during closure process. Site is stable. Recommending standard decommission protocol. Will submit full report. He read this message twice. He was sitting in the Foundation's offices with his morning coffee, which he had started drinking in year 1 when the workload made the option of not drinking coffee impractical. And he was reading the morning's message queue. And the message about Gate 47 was between a request for comment from a parliamentary committee on the IGA transition framework and a scheduling inquiry from the Incheon Memorial's programming director. He read it twice and then sat with it for a moment. 2 years and 3 months of monitoring. Weekly reports. A 3-person team whose job had been to watch a dimensional opening in a field and ensure it did not harm anyone and document everything. The monitoring itself had been precisely boring in the way that critical work sometimes was. Standing shifts, hourly readings of dimensional instruments, documentation of weather conditions and equipment status, the constant low-level vigilance that added up to safety. Baek Soyan's weekly reports had been thorough and sparse, the format of someone who understood that important work did not require elaboration. Gate 47 stable. Readings nominal. No anomalies. No incidents. Week after week, the same. And one Tuesday morning, the opening closed, and the membrane sealed, and the team's work was done. He went back to the archive and pulled Baek Soyan's reports chronologically. He read them in sequence. Month 1, Month 2, Month 3. The reports were written in an almost formal register, the language precise and minimal. But read together, they became something else. They became a record of attention, the way 3 people had shown up in a field for 2 years and 3 months and had paid careful attention to something that mattered. He saw the progression in the smallest details, a note about equipment maintenance in Month 4, a comment about seasonal weather patterns in Month 6, a single line about meeting the local community whose land surrounded the gate site. The work had been ordinary. The record of it, read as a whole, was not. What struck him, sitting with these reports spread across his screen, was the specific accumulation, the unremarkable weeks stacking into months, the ordinary attention repeating until it became a complete documentation. 2 years and 3 months was not dramatic. It was the opposite of dramatic. It was the quantity of time required to show that nothing had gone wrong, that the work had been done correctly, that 3 people had maintained their vigilance across more than 100 reports. The importance of the work was not in any single week or month or moment. The importance was in the persistence itself, the way the filing of a report was an act of closure that could only be earned through repetition. This was what institutional competence looked like, not exceptional ability, but consistent attention across time. Baek Soyan and her team had given the archive something irreplaceable, a record of human work at the scale it actually happened. He wrote back to Baek Soyan, "Thank you for the report. The archive will reflect the closure. Please pass my acknowledgement to the monitoring team." She replied, "Will do. They're celebrating with convenience store rice balls." Felt right to mention. He found this, in a way that was hard to articulate, exactly the correct scale of celebration for the end of a gate. Not dramatic, not ceremonial. 3 people in a field eating rice balls at 7 in the morning because the thing they had been watching was finished, and they were glad. That was what the completion of the small, undramatic work looked like. That was what it should look like. He forwarded the message to Marcus with a note, "For the archive. Just as it is." Marcus replied, "Already filed. Also, this is going in the newsletter." When the Foundation's weekly newsletter published the morning's gate closure announcements, Marcus had written something brief for Gate 47. The first gate sealed this week. Not the most significant by dimensional measurement, but significant because it closed. Significant because 3 people in a field documented how it would close, and it did. The monitoring was thorough. The work was done correctly. This is how the gates will end, not with ceremony, but with the confirmation that the ordinary work succeeded. The public response was quiet. There were no social media explosions, no trending hashtags. But the responses that did come were substantive. A comment from the Regional Heritage Administration asking to preserve the monitoring station as a memorial site. A message from the Japanese stabilization team noting that their own gate monitoring had followed the same methodologies. A single message from someone whose family lived near Gate 47. "Thank you for keeping it safe." What the public understood, reading the newsletter, was not the technical accomplishment of the gate's closure. What they understood was that they had been protected, quietly and completely, by 3 people who had chosen to do careful work for 2 years and 3 months. That understanding, Marcus later noted, was a form of institutional trust that could not be manufactured. It had to be earned by actually doing the work correctly. Chapter 123. The stabilization program transitioned in Month 4. The gate closure sequence had accelerated. 12 gates had sealed in the first 3 months after the referendum result. All of them smaller Class 1 and Class 2 openings, and the Institute's revised projections put the Class 3 and 4 closures on a timeline that made the original maintenance work largely redundant. The membrane was sealing. What the paired practitioners had been doing to hold it in place was now being done by the gate geometry mechanism itself. Do-Hyen raised the transition in a meeting with the stabilization program's deployment team. "The pairs currently operating in maintenance mode should shift focus," he said, with the specific economy of a person who did not use more words than the situation required. The membrane does not need reinforcement. It needs, not assistance, but calibration. The paired sessions can now serve a different function, accelerating closure at specific gates rather than preventing attrition at them. The deployment team's lead, a practical woman from the Japanese stabilization program, who had been coordinating the international effort for 8 months, asked what the mechanical difference was between maintenance reinforcement and closure acceleration. Dohayan explained with the energy diagram he had memorized from Sarah's whiteboard sessions. Maintenance required the balanced pulse to supplement the membrane's existing integrity. Closure acceleration required the balanced pulse to reinforce the membrane's final sealing process, providing additional energy at the moment when the dimensional interface was collapsing to zero. It was not a complicated distinction. The practitioners understood it within the first session. What was more complicated was the transition itself. A team that had been trained and deployed for 18 months in one mode, with a specific set of protocols and a specific psychological orientation toward their work, now had to reframe what they were doing, not maintaining anymore. Concluding, Jamin attended 2 of the transition training sessions. The second session was in a training room at the Institute with 14 practitioners arranged in a circle. Dohayan began by demonstrating what the balanced pulse would look like in closure acceleration mode. He had 2 practitioners volunteer, a disclosure type and a containment type, and they held the demonstration for 3 minutes. The difference from maintenance reinforcement was subtle but real. The pulse pattern was tighter, more urgent, focused not on supplementing the membrane's integrity, but on reinforcing the final collapse. The practitioners in the room watched with the close attention of people who were learning the specific architecture of their work. Dohayan showed them the energy diagram 3 times, from different angles, until the geometry was clear. He did not explain it extensively. He demonstrated it until it was obvious. In the second one, a young practitioner from the Nairobi team, a disclosure type who had been paired with a protection type colleague since month 2 of the program, asked a question that stayed with him. She asked, "When the last gate closes and there is nothing left to stabilize, what do we do with the judgment work?" The practice of holding both sides. Dohayan, who was leading the session, looked at Jamin. Jamin thought before answering. He thought about what the paired practice actually was. It was 2 people learning to coordinate their judgment in real time, learning to move together through uncertainty, learning to hold a position that required both exposure and protection simultaneously. It was a discipline, and when the mechanism that required it disappeared, the discipline would remain if they chose to keep building it. But only if they chose to. He said, "You keep doing it. Without the gate. Without the membrane. The judgment architecture you've built is yours. The world that comes after the gates still has truths that should be disclosed and truths that should be protected. That work does not end because the dimensional mechanism has ended." She wrote this down. He was not certain she believed it yet. He thought she would, eventually. After the session, he and Dohayan walked back to the office together. Dohayan said, "The transition is harder than the maintenance was." "Yes," Jamin said. "But the architecture is cleaner on the other side," Dohayan said. "When it's not about the gates. When it's about the work itself." "Yes," Jamin said. And he meant it. 3 years of learning to work together had changed them both. The paired practice had been built because they needed to keep the gate sealed. When the gate was gone, what would remain was the partnership itself, the specific knowledge of how 2 people with different systems could move through complexity together. That would not be nothing. Chapter 124. In month 5 of year 3, Goyuna completed her first solo accountability operation under Foundation methodology. Jamin read the case file on a Friday afternoon. It was thorough, more thorough than the minimum standard the ethics board required, more documented than most experienced Foundation investigators produced on their first solo cases. She had been watching the Regional Heritage Fund director for 4 months, building the evidence through a combination of voluntary disclosure interviews, document review, and 2 precisely targeted truth field sessions conducted within the Foundation's operational guidelines, with prior ethics board approval and documented public interest justification. The target was a regional official named Li Byung-chul who had been diverting memorial fund allocations, money designated for Gate-era victim compensation, into infrastructure contracts awarded to his former employer's subsidiary. The diversion had been ongoing for 17 months and involved approximately 2 billion won in misallocated funds. What struck Jamin, reading the file, was not just the completeness but the architecture of it. Yuna had built a case that worked as a narrative. Here is what the money was supposed to do. Here is what Li did instead. Here is the evidence, methodical and traceable. Here is the question, why was he allowed to do this? She had identified the oversight failure and documented it separately from the diversion itself. She had interviewed the memorial committee members about their oversight practices without accusation. She had built a file that could support criminal charges, but also could support the larger question. What systems failed that allowed this to continue for 17 months? The work showed someone who understood that accountability was not just about catching the person who did harm. It was about understanding the conditions that permitted the harm. The file was complete. The evidence was sufficient for criminal referral. The Foundation's legal team reviewed it over 2 days and confirmed. He approved the public release and the referral in the same signature. What he felt, reading through the case file one last time before approval, was a specific kind of satisfaction. Yuna had been deployed indiscriminately 8 months earlier. She had been raw with the grief of her daughter's death, and the true field capacity had been raw as well, pulled through her, without methodology or restraint. He had watched her in that phase, had seen the way the ability had been a form of violence first and an investigative tool second. He had not intervened at that point. She had needed the space to discover what the ability was and what it could become. He had waited for the moment when she would choose to learn methodology instead of just using power. This case file was evidence that the moment had come. The case showed someone who had learned that power without method was not investigation, it was aggression. The investigation showed mercy. She had used her reduced, controlled true field capacity to build a case that would hold, that would withstand scrutiny, that would not hurt people unnecessarily in the pursuit of truth. She had learned the difference between exposing someone and documenting their action. The joy Jamin felt in reading this was not about Yuna's growth. That was her own work. The joy was in the confirmation that methodology worked, that practice could rechannel raw power into precise work. Li Byung-chul was arrested the following week. The memorial fund allocation was frozen pending audit. A parliamentary committee opened a supplementary investigation into the regional heritage administration's oversight practices. The investigation expanded. The supplementary audit discovered that Li's diversion had not been an isolated instance. He had been using the same pattern of contracting manipulation for other regional fund allocations as well. Over the course of 3 weeks, the Parliament's investigation team identified additional cases involving 3 other officials and approximately 4 billion additional won in misallocated funds. Of the recovered allocation documents, one name appeared repeatedly as a memorial fund recipient who had been placed on a list under false pretenses. Kim Myung-jun, a woman whose family had been affected by the gate bleed event that had occurred in her region in year 1. The false listing had occurred because someone in the Heritage Administration had confused her application with another applicant's. The error had gone uncorrected for 18 months. When the investigation's work was complete and the funds were recovered, Jamin made sure that Kim Myung-jun was contacted personally, not through an impersonal letter, and that she received not only her family's original compensation, but an apology from the Heritage Administration for the error. She cried during the call. Jamin put Yuna on the second call. Yuna was the one who had discovered the error through her methodical investigation. Yuna was the one who could say, with complete accuracy, "We found this because we did the work carefully." That was what accountability looked like from the inside. Myri, reading the news summary, said, "She did everything right." "Yes," Jamin said. "She is going to be good at this." "She already is." Myri looked at him with the particular expression she used when she was holding both an assessment and a question in the same moment. "Are you surprised?" He thought about it honestly. "No," he said. "I was not surprised that she was capable. I was." He paused. "I was watching to see whether the grief would stay contained within the methodology or whether it would start to push through the edges. It stayed contained." "That is what practice does," Myri said. "That is what she did," he said. "Practice is what makes it possible." She chose to do the work. Myri nodded. She had her own history of choosing to do the work rather than letting grief direct it, and both of them knew that, and neither of them said it, because they did not need to. Marcus included a note in the communication summary he sent to the senior staff. New investigator brought down a regional fraud ring that was personally benefiting from victim compensation funds. The work was careful, thorough, and did not compromise the methodology. This is what the transition looks like. Not the exceptional person with exceptional abilities, but the ordinary person with rigorous training and commitment to the method. Chapter 125, the first Awakened Ability Attenuation Report, was published by the DMZ Research Institute in month 6 of year 3. Jamin read it in the morning, at his desk, with the same attention he gave to every institute publication. Full document, not the summary, because the summary always reflected the summarizer's interpretation, and he had learned, years ago, that the interpretation was where the important choices were made. The practitioner at the center of the case study was a disclosure type at level 5 based in Tokyo, a woman who had been working with the IGA's gate monitoring program for 2 years and had been part of the Japanese stabilization team's early cohort. She had noticed, beginning in month 2 of year 3, that her perception range was narrowing. Not suddenly. Over 6 weeks, her ability to read the concealed layer at distance had reduced by approximately 15%. The Institute's measurement confirmed the reduction was real, not a technique variation. The Institute's analysis. This was the first documented case of ability attenuation consistent with the dimensional disengagement process. The mechanism was what Sarah had predicted. As the membrane sealed and the gate geometry's energy dynamic shifted, the The dimensional artifacts, the systems, were beginning to disengage from the membrane interface that had been sustaining their higher-level functions. The report included technical language that Jamin read twice. The dimensional interface was experiencing progressive decoherence. The system's higher-frequency perception modes, which depended on active membrane resonance, were losing their sustaining field. Lower-frequency modes, the foundational judgment architecture, would persist even after complete disengagement, but the augmented range and sensitivity would fade systematically. The projected timeline, per the Institute's modeling, approximately 10% reduction in ability range and sensitivity per year over the next decade, then stabilization at a baseline level that varied by practitioner and system type. Not elimination, reduction. The report included a note that this was consistent across all measured systems, disclosure types, protection types, containment types, and the hybrid systems. The mechanism was universal. The timeline was universal. Individual variation would appear only in the final baseline. Jamin sent the report to the inner circle with a note. This is beginning. Not a crisis. A transition. The replies came in over the next few hours. Do-Hyen. Confirmed. Consistent with theoretical projections. Myri. What support do attenuation-affected practitioners need, and who is building it? Marcus. I will cover this. Full transparency, clear framing, before the speculation starts. And then Sarah, from Geneva, later in the afternoon. I have been monitoring my own system. The cipher system's dimensional mapping function has reduced by approximately 12% since the closure sequence began. I am documenting the progression. Are you tracking yours? He looked at his own system interface. He had developed a practice of checking it weekly, a 15-minute assessment where he would test his perception range against a series of concealed layer targets. He kept a log. The numbers were undeniable. They were changing. He had been tracking it, quietly, for 3 months. He had not said anything because there was nothing yet to say. The reduction in his truth sight's range was small, 6%, roughly, and he had been uncertain whether it was real attenuation or whether he was measuring noise. Sarah's report made it real. He replied, yes. 6%. Documenting. She replied, good. We will compare notes when I am in Seoul next month. I want to understand what we're actually building on the other side of this. The 6% was not dramatic enough to interfere with his work. Not yet. But it changed the texture of investigation. At full range, he could walk into a room and know immediately if there were concealed elements, documents, conversations, relationships held in abeyance. The concealed layer had been ambient to him, present without effort. Now he had to attend to it more precisely. Close proximity to the target would show the concealment. At distance, it faded. It meant that his interviews needed to be tighter, more direct. It meant that he could not rely on detecting deception from across a table. He needed to read it in the specific moment of contact, in the person's reaction to his direct question. It was the difference between having surveillance across an entire landscape and having a flashlight beam. The beam was narrower. It was also more focused. He noticed the shift first in a complex case involving layered contracting fraud across 3 separate municipal departments. Before the attenuation, he would have walked through the departmental records and immediately perceived the pattern, which sections contained hidden elements, which officials were concealing information. Now he had to do the work piece by piece, finding the pattern through the documentation itself. It took longer. It was less elegant. But what emerged from the slower process was better. It was a pattern that he had discovered rather than one that his system had shown him. It was a pattern that would hold in court. It was a pattern that a human investigator who did not have truth sight at all could trace through the same records if needed. The attenuation was showing him something. That the extraordinary ability, in its full form, was a kind of cheating. The form of investigation that would survive when the ability was gone was the form that was built on actual methodology. When he spoke to Do-Hyen about it, Do-Hyen reported his own numbers without preamble. Containment field compression, approximately 8%. They were in a session together, both of them running a paired exercise at reduced capacity, and the containment field that Do-Hyen brought to the session was visibly tighter than it had been the month before, where it had once extended across an entire room's perimeter, defining the space of their work. Now it was focused to a smaller radius, requiring more precision. Do-Hyen's presence in the field had become sharper, more defined. Consistent with projection, Jamin said. Consistent, Do-Hyen agreed. They moved through the session without elaboration. They did not need to discuss what it meant. They had been working together long enough to read the data directly. Do-Hyen's compression was slightly higher than Jamin's, but that was expected. Containment fields operated at a different dimensional frequency than disclosure-type perception. The important fact was that both of them were tracking the same progression. The mechanism was stable. The timeline was predictable. The attenuation was not a crisis. It was a process, and they were documenting it accurately. Chapter 126, he checked his level on a Thursday evening in month 7, alone in the Foundation's offices after the last staff member had gone home. Not because he was worried. The attenuation data was clear, and he had accepted it with the same precision he tried to apply to everything. But because he wanted an accurate baseline. The check required sitting in stillness for 10 minutes and actively mapping the range and resolution of his truth sight without any immediate target, the way a practitioner would test the reach of a passive sensory ability. He sat in the office's back room with the door locked, and he began the process, closing his eyes, settling into the baseline state where his system was responsive but not directed. And then, systematically, he expanded his perception outward in concentric circles. What could he read at immediate proximity, at arm's length, at conversation distance, at across-the-room distance, at the edge of the building, at the block perimeter? He was mapping what had once been automatic, turning it into deliberate measurement. The result, level 8.7, down from level 9.2 3 months ago. More specific, his conversation distance clarity was now his across-the-room clarity. His building perimeter range had compressed to a block. The high-level perception that had once been constant background was now requiring more active attention. He sat with this for a moment. He was still, by any practical measure, one of the highest-level truth sight practitioners alive. The reduction was real, but not dramatic. What had changed was not so much the ceiling as the texture of the background. The constant low-level perception of the concealed layer that had been running since his original breakthrough, which he had spent 3 years learning to manage as a signal rather than noise, was quieter. He tried to think of an accurate comparison. What came to him was this. In the first years of the investigation, the concealed layer of the world had been like a crowd in a large hall, all speaking simultaneously, requiring active work to distinguish voices. After the self-disclosure, after the recalibration, it had become more like a city, ambient, present, with individual signals he could attend to when he chose. Now it was like a city at 2 in the morning. Still there, still real. The signals were present, but the volume was lower. And not just the volume, the range. The city at 2 in the morning was a smaller city. You could still hear the person speaking, but only if they were close. The distant traffic was gone. The far-off voices were inaudible, not absent, lower, and smaller. He thought about what it would be like when it was lower still. When the city at 2 in the morning became a quiet room. When the quiet room became silence. And what that silence would feel like. Not empty, but intimate. What had been background noise made present through reduction. He did not know exactly what it would feel like. He knew that he would still be himself on the other side of it. Still a person who had learned to read situations and faces, and the gap between what people said and what they meant, the human version of what the system had augmented. Some of what he had built would remain without the system. Some would not. But the architecture of judgment, the way he had learned to move through complexity with care, that would remain. It was not dependent on the system. It was dependent on the person he had become. He got up, locked the office, and walked home through a city that did not know he had just measured himself fading. The city was ordinary and lit and entirely itself. He noticed things without the system's augmentation, the pattern of streetlights, the late evening pedestrians, the way the neon signs reflected on the wet pavement. He also noticed what he did not notice, the specific quality of concealment that would have been visible in certain storefronts, the truth state of certain conversations he overheard. The system had always let him see. Now he was learning what it meant to not see, and finding that the world was still observable without it. He found he was glad of it. Chapter 127, the Foundation's 5-year institutional plan took 3 months to draft. Jamin was involved in the initial framework and the final review, but most of the work was done by the team he had spent 3 years building. Myri is institutional director, a legal team of 12, a research and documentation division of 31, and a public accountability training program that had, in the past year, trained 93 new investigators across 14 countries. The plan was not his plan. It was theirs, built from the institutional knowledge of people who had been doing this work longer than his investigation had been running. What the plan addressed, fundamentally, was the transition out of awakened capability. The Foundation's current operations were supported by 2 things: institutional infrastructure and awakened ability. The investigative methodology relied on system-level perception for evidence gathering in certain contexts. The stabilization program had depended on level 6+ practitioners. The Foundation's senior investigators had truth sight or equivalent systems that accelerated their work. All of this would reduce. The plan built the institutional capacity to compensate. The methodology replacement was the hardest part. Jamin sat with the legal team for 6 hours over 2 sessions, working through each context in which TruthSight had been used as an investigative tool and mapping what the human equivalent would require. Document verification, source protection, forensic analysis, careful interview technique. The things that investigative journalists had been doing before the awakening, that they were still doing, and that worked without supernatural perception. One case type dominated the discussion: financial misconduct with intentional concealment. TruthSight could detect the concealment directly. It made the lie visible. The human method was slower. Trace the money, compare the documents, interview the people involved, look for the inconsistencies and silences, build the narrative until the fraud revealed itself through its own shape. It required more documents, more interviews, more analysis. It took longer. A case that TruthSight could have confirmed in a 3-person hour required 5 investigators working for 2 weeks. But once the case was built through the human methodology, it was also harder to challenge. It was not dependent on a single practitioner's perception. It was built into the documentation itself. It was slower. It was less certain. It required more people for the same work. This is not worse, the legal team lead, a former prosecutor named Chen Wei, said on the second day. It is what accountability infrastructure looks like when it does not depend on exceptional individuals. That is actually more durable. Jamin knew this was true. He also knew that building durable institutions was slower and harder than being someone with TruthSight, and that the next decade of the foundation would require more patience than the years of crisis had trained him for. He attended a training session the following week, watching Chen Wei teach document verification to a group of new investigators. She was teaching them how to read financial documents for internal contradiction, not what the documents said they were, but what they actually revealed about the flow of money. This is what TruthSight was showing us, she said. But the document shows it too, if you know how to read it. You're learning to do with care what the system let us do with speed. And that was when Jamin understood something he had not named until that moment. For 3 years, while he had been using TruthSight as an investigative tool, he had also been doing this work. Reading documents, interviewing witnesses, listening to silences. The system had accelerated it, but the skill had been there underneath, running alongside. He had built himself into both versions, the one with the system and the one without. When the system was gone, there would be less speed, but not less capacity. The person he had become was not dependent on the dimensional artifact. He approved the plan. He funded the additional hiring. He started attending more of the training sessions, not to lead them, but to learn the methodology's human version from the people who were teaching it, and to understand more fully what he had always been doing underneath the system's augmentation. Chapter 128. Sarah visited Seoul in month 8. Not for a crisis. Not for a working session with a deadline. For the first time, she came because they had decided to be in the same city for a week without a specific agenda. He had been thinking about this, about what it meant to choose presence without emergency, since the referendum. The 3 years of his investigation had been structured by urgency. Every quieter moment had been preparation for the next urgent one. He had not, in that entire period, been particularly good at ordinary time. He met her at the airport. She came through the arrivals hall with a small bag and an expression he had learned to read over 2 years of working calls. Comfortable, present, slightly amused. You look less tired, she said. It's been 8 months since the referendum, he said. Things have been, not quiet, but different. Different is good, she said. They took the train from Incheon to Seoul, a 40-minute journey. She watched Seoul come into view as they approached the city, watched it emerge from the industrial zones into the residential areas, into the downtown. She did not comment, but he could see the moment she was cataloging the city's shape, where the gates had been, where the monitoring infrastructure was still visible, how the city had been reorganized around and then away from the extraordinary. What existed between them was, by now, named, which had not required a conversation so much as an accumulation of smaller recognitions. They had each named it privately first, and then together, during a call 3 months after the referendum, when she had said something precise and honest about her own uncertainty, and he had replied with something precise and honest about his. And what they had established was not certainty, but the specific quality of 2 people who are willing to be uncertain together. The week was ordinary in the way he was trying to learn how to value. They ate at a noodle shop near the Han River on the second evening, a place with a small counter and an owner who had been there since before the gates. They ate kalguksu, hand-cut noodle soup, and talked about small things. Her work at the Institute, the politics of the international stabilization teams, the specific challenge of teaching practitioners to accept their own attenuation. She told him a story about a protection type in Singapore who had wanted to prove her system was not fading by attempting a containment she no longer had the capacity for. She did the work anyway, Sarah said. And she failed. And then she understood what she'd lost, and could start working with it. She paused. That's what we're all learning. Not how to avoid the loss. How to work with it. They walked through the Mapo district on the third evening, past the gate site where the monitoring equipment was still in place, but the memorial marker had been installed, a small plaque that read, Gate 8, active 1,247 days. Closed by human choice. He had written the plaque language. She read it carefully, standing in front of it for a long moment. That's a good line, she said finally. It puts the choice first. That was the point, he said. She turned to him. You knew what you were making people understand when you wrote it. Not just that the gate closed. That we chose it. Yes, he said. On the fifth evening they sat on the roof of the Foundation's building and watched the city lights, the November cold making the air clear. She said, in 10 years, what does this look like? He thought carefully. Ordinary, he said. The Foundation is an institution. The archive is the record. The gates are closed. There are people who remember and people who were born after. He paused. What we built is not extraordinary anymore. It's the baseline. Is that what you were trying to make it? Yes, he said. That was always the point. She was quiet for a moment. You did it, she said finally. You're still doing it. That's the work now, not maintaining the extraordinary. Making the aftermath ordinary. Making it durable. He looked at the city, the lights, the shape of it without gates. Yes, he said. Chapter 129. Myri came to his office in month 9 with a question she had been carrying for, she said, approximately a year. He could tell she had been carrying it. There was a specific quality to how she sat when she had been building towards something, a deliberateness to her posture that he had learned to read long before truth sight. Back in the early period when he had been learning what the people around him were made of. I want to ask you something, and I want you to answer honestly even if you think the honest answer will be uncomfortable, she said. Yes, he said. Do you think I would have done it, she said. What Huang did. What Yanawa did. If I had been in their position, with their information, in 2010. He sat with this for a long moment. It was the question he had been turning over since the beginning of the investigation, not about Myri specifically, but about the category. The people who had made the wrong choice and the people who had made the right one, and what the difference had actually been. Whether it was character or circumstance. Whether the people who chose concealment were fundamentally different from the people who chose exposure, or whether they were people with the same instincts who had encountered the circumstances differently. He had known Myri for 3 years. He had seen her make the difficult choices repeatedly, and yet he did not know if she would have made them in 2010, in a different position, with different pressures and different information. The question was not answerable, but it deserved an honest attempt. I don't know, he said finally. I think you would have faced the same pressure they faced. I think you would have been afraid in the same ways. Whether you would have made the same choice, I genuinely don't know. She absorbed this. You're not going to tell me I would have done the right thing. I don't know that you would have, he said. I know that you have done the right thing, under pressure, in situations I witnessed. I know that the person you were before 2010 was different from the person you are now, because you told me so, and because I can see the difference. He paused. What I believe is that the choice is not determined. It's built. You built yourself into someone who made the choices you made. That doesn't mean you were always going to make them. She looked at the window. Outside, the city moved through its ordinary evening. The gate monitoring station was visible 2 blocks away, its infrastructure in the process of being removed. That's scarier, she said. And also more honest. Yes, he said. That's usually how that works. She nodded. She did not reject the assessment. She accepted it, the specific uncertainty of it, the refusal to grant her comfort. And in accepting it, she acknowledged something they both knew, that she was choosing, every day, to be someone who did the right thing. That choice had to remain available to her, which meant it could always be made differently. That was what built character, not the certainty of always choosing right, but the vulnerability of choosing right repeatedly. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I have been thinking about what I would tell the next generation. The investigators were training. What to tell them about what this work is for. What have you decided? That it is for the people who don't get to choose, she said. The ones affected by other people's secrets. That is why accountability matters. Not because transparency is good in the abstract, but because the people who are harmed by concealment deserve to be seen. She paused. He understood what she was building toward. The recognition that accountability was not about judgment of character. It was about recognition of harm. It was about saying, someone was hurt by this secret. Their claim to be known is valid. That's good, Jamin said. That's exactly right. She nodded once, which was her way of marking a decision. Then she stood and went back to work, because she had a department to run, and she had come with a question and received an answer, and that was sufficient. Chapter 130. At the end of year 3, 61 of the 63 gates had sealed. The monitoring infrastructure for each closed gate was decommissioned in sequence. The IGA's field teams submitted final reports. The dimensional measurement instruments were removed, and the sites were transferred to local municipal management for memorial designation or ordinary use, depending on the site's history and the community's assessment. Jamin attended several of the decommissioning ceremonies. Not all of them. There were too many and too distributed for that. But the ones in Korea, and the DMZ gate's penultimate monitoring review, and a ceremony in Nairobi for the closure of a gate that had been the center of the East African Awakened Community's organizational founding. The Nairobi ceremony was the most formal, a gathering of the Regional Awakened Association, the IGA's East African Division, and several hundred community members for whom the gate had been, simultaneously, a danger and a landmark. The ceremony took place at the site itself, a plaza that had been used as a gathering space for the awakened community for 3 years. The closure moment was timed for dawn, and Jamin watched the footage from Seoul, the dimensional instruments showing the membrane integrity rising from 99.1% to 99.7% to 99.9% to 100%, the opening narrowing, the membrane sealing. It took 8 minutes. The community stood in silence and watched it happen. Then someone began to speak, an elder of the region, a woman who had been displaced by the gate's formation and was there to mark both its danger and its ending. She spoke about what it meant to reclaim the land, to have it returned to ordinary use. She spoke about the people who had died before the gate closed, and the people who had learned to live alongside it. She spoke about moving forward without it. What 2 gates remained? The Siberian Gate, a Class 3 formation in a remote area that had been monitored by a joint Russian IGA team, and the DMZ Gate. The Siberian Gate was scheduled to close within 6 weeks based on the Institute's membrane integrity projections. The DMZ Gate, the original, the one where everything had culminated, was projected to close last. It had the deepest dimensional integration of any gate, given its history and the events that had occurred within its perimeter, and the Institute estimated it would take an additional 3 to 4 months after the Siberian closure. Jamin had been thinking about the DMZ Gate's closure since the referendum. He wanted to be there for it. Not as a symbolic choice, though the symbolism was obvious, but because he had been there for what happened inside it, and being there for its closure felt like completing the accounting. He could not explain this more precisely. He did not need to. This was the gate where he had faced the architect, where he had made the choice to offer truth instead of judgment. Being there when it sealed felt like the only possible ending, beginning with its opening, continuing through the crisis it catalyzed, and concluding with its closure. He spoke to Do-hyun about it. Do-hyun said, "Of course you'll be there." He spoke to Myri about it. Myri said, "That has to close with witnesses." He put it in his calendar. Month 25, estimated. The final gate. The accounting complete. The drive back from the IGA's East African decommissioning ceremony, watching the landscape change from the formal plaza where the gate had closed to ordinary streets, was the specific kind of quiet that came with completion. Jamin had spent the past 3 years in crisis mode, something always pending, something always requiring decision, the membrane always in process of sealing. That had ended at the Nairobi Plaza when the opening narrowed and sealed. He was in the car, heading back to the airport, when he understood. He had spent 2 years waiting for gates to close. 2 gates remained, and one of them was the DMZ Gate. The other was Siberia, which he would not see close. But those 2 closures represented the end of crisis. After that, the work would be different. The work would be memory and archive and building institutions that could hold what had happened. The completion was not yet complete. The DMZ Gate remained. But the crisis itself, the emergency state that had required extraordinary response, was ending. The settlement was possible now. The reckoning could begin. When he returned to Seoul, Myri was waiting at the foundation. She had a question she wanted to ask him before the Siberian closure. "The DMZ Gate is going to close last," she said. It was not a question. "Yes. Do you want me to be there for it?" He had not anticipated this question. He realized, thinking about it, that he had been imagining the DMZ Gate's closure as his own accounting with that space. But Myri had her own history with the gate. She had been part of the decision to enter it during the crisis. She had carried the consequences of that decision. "What do you want to do?" he asked. Myri looked toward the window, where the foundation's offices showed the same late afternoon light that had filled his apartment during the week of the referendum. "I have been avoiding that gate since we left it," she said. "I did not think I needed to see it close. I thought I could let it go." She paused. "But that is not accurate. I carried something out of that gate that belongs to it. I think I need to carry it back in. When it closes. Then you'll be there," Jamin said. "With you," Myri said. "When it's time." He understood what she meant. The DMZ Gate was not just his accounting. It was the foundation's accounting. It was the accounting that belonged to everyone who had had to enter that space and make a choice about what kind of person they would be in the face of absolute pressure. The gate would close with witnesses, all of them together, all of them carrying what they had learned in that space. Chapter 131 The Foundation's archive went fully live in month 14 of year 3. The archive had been in partial operation since year 1. Documents from Layer 7 and the initial investigation had been available since the beginning, with new materials added as they were verified and processed. What went live in month 14 was the complete collection. 23,000 files, cross-indexed by category, date, organization, and name, spanning from the original 2010 Gatewatch formation documents through the referendum and the gate closure sequence. Every document was primary source material where possible. Every analysis was attributed and dated. Every redaction, and there were some, for living individuals whose inclusion would cause harm without serving accountability, was documented with a public explanation of the redaction reasoning. The archive team hosted a small gathering at the Foundation's offices on the day it went live. Not a press event, a working meal. The 14-person team that had spent 18 months building and verifying the collection, eating together in the conference room, with the archive's front page displayed on the screen at the end of the room. The room had the particular atmosphere of people who had finished something difficult. The information specialists were examining printouts of the final taxonomy, cross-checking the index structure, comparing the category organization against the original planning documents. One of the metadata coordinators was pointing at the screen, showing a junior archivist the relational architecture they had built between financial documentation and decision timelines, how a reader could follow the money and follow the decision-making in parallel paths that converged at decision points. The verifier team was talking quietly about the final batch of files, the ones that had required 3 rounds of source confirmation because the original documents had been redacted in the classified archives, and they had to trace the information through multiple institutional channels to verify what had actually happened. Jamin attended. He was not a natural celebrator of institutional accomplishments. The work, for him, had always been the thing, not the completion marker. But he had been present enough times in the past 3 years at the moments when completion markers mattered to other people that he understood why this one mattered to the archive team. Cha Yanawa was standing by the window, looking at the street below with the expression of someone still adjusting to being present in ordinary institutional spaces. Myri was in conversation with Han Yunji, the lead archivist, reviewing documentation about the redaction process and the public statements that would accompany each removed section. Marcus had already started recording, not as a press event, but as documentation for the archive itself, for future historians who would want to know what this moment felt like when it was happening. The lead archivist, a historian named Han Yunji who had spent 8 years before the Gatewatch dissolution studying the suppression of historical documents in Korean institutional contexts, made a brief speech. She had waited until everyone was settled, until the team had gathered around the screen. She spoke with the authority of someone who had spent a lifetime thinking about what histories preserve and what they lose, and the difference between those two things. She said, "We have put everything on record. All of it. What happened, who did it, who tried to stop it, who couldn't stop it, and who did stop it. It is all here, and it will stay here. Future historians can argue about what it means. Our job was to make sure they have the material. But I want to say something else. The way this archive is built is not neutral. The categories we chose, the connections we made visible, the order we index things, all of that is architecture. We built it to show concealment. That's intentional. Not every archive preserves in a way that makes hidden things visible, but this one does. We made that choice." She paused, looking at the screen showing the archive's homepage, the taxonomy displayed in its final form. Every file is where someone coming after could find it. That is a decision we made about what the future should know. He watched the team's faces as they absorbed this, the reframing of what they had done from neutral documentation to intentional visibility architecture. The information specialists nodded. The verifiers looked at the screen with the expression of people understanding, in that moment, what their work had actually been for. This was not preservation for its own sake. This was the deliberate structuring of memory in a way that made concealment harder to justify. He thought this was exactly the right framing. He wrote it down, because he was working on his own entry to the archive, and the framing was the thing he had been missing. He wrote, "Future historians." Not because the present is irrelevant, but because the work is for whoever comes after and looks at what we chose to keep. Chapter 132. He had been putting off writing his own archive entry since the archive project began. The delay had not been conscious, or rather, it had been the specific kind of unconscious delay that he had learned, over 3 years of practice, to recognize as avoidance. He had submitted documentation about the investigation at every stage: the Layer 7 publication, the UN testimony, the DMZ operation, the stabilization program, the referendum. He had submitted all of it promptly and thoroughly. What he had not submitted was a personal account, an entry in the archive's first-person testimony section, where participants in the events described their experience from the inside. The testimony section had entries from Myri, from Do Hyun, from Marcus, from Chayanawa, from Park Wonjun, and 3 other former Gatewatch insiders, from Sarah, from the paired stabilization teams, from community members affected by bleed events, from the families of the experimental program victims, from everyone who had been present at something that the archive needed to preserve. There was no entry from Park Jae-min. He sat down to write it on a Saturday morning in month 15. Not in the Foundation's offices. At his apartment, at the desk by the window that looked out over the Mapo district, with the gate monitoring station visible 2 blocks away and the Han River gray in the November light. The window showed the city in its ordinary November state, the buildings catching the weak morning sun, the street below with its ordinary traffic, a few pedestrians moving through the morning with the unhurried quality of people on weekend schedules. 2 blocks away, the monitoring station was in the process of decommissioning, the external infrastructure being removed, the equipment gradually taken offline as the closure sequence progressed through the remaining gates. He could see the scaffolding around the station's main building from where he sat. The life of the crisis infrastructure was ending. The work of documenting it was not. He opened a document and looked at it for a long time. The November light gave way as the morning progressed. The city stayed its ordinary self outside. He sat with the blank page and let the difficulty be what it was. The difficulty was not that he did not know what to say. The difficulty was that what he needed to say was not the version of himself that had been useful to the investigation. The investigation had required him to be precise and thorough and publicly legible. What the testimony section required was the version underneath, what the work had actually been like from inside his own experience, which was messier and less legible and required him to say things that were not flattering and were true. What the testimony section required was honesty about what honesty had cost him, and what it had cost other people because of how he had pursued it. The tension between these 2 versions of himself, the controlled investigator and the person underneath, was present in the blank page. He sat with it for a long time. The controlled investigator would create a narrative that was legible and complete and would not make anyone uncomfortable. The person underneath knew that legible was not the same as true. Legible meant editing, selection, presentation. True meant saying the things that did not fit into narrative. True meant saying, I used people. True meant saying, I was afraid. True meant saying, I was right in what I discovered, but wrong in how I lived while discovering it. He started with the compulsive phase, because that was the beginning of what he had not said publicly. He had described the mechanism, the way of truth's early-stage compulsion to expose, the difficulty of modulating the disclosure system before it was recalibrated. He had not described what it felt like to be in it. The obsessive cycling. The inability to let something go once you had perceived the concealment. The way the system confirmed what he had perceived until he was absolutely certain, and the way absolute certainty without proof made him difficult to be around. He placed his hands on the keyboard. He could feel the specific moment before writing, the moment when the words still existed only as intention, before they became committed to the document. Once he wrote them, they could not be unwritten. The document would exist. The archive would hold them. The account would be given. He thought about what the testimony required. Not perfection, not vindication, not a narrative that resolved into triumph. It required accuracy. It required him to say what happened, to himself and to others, in the months when he had first begun to perceive the concealment and had not yet learned what to do with that knowledge. He placed his hands on the keyboard and began. He started writing. Chapter 133. What he wrote, over 4 hours on that Saturday morning, was the following. He wrote about the compulsive phase, the specific quality of being 18 months into the investigation and unable to sit in a room without cataloging what everyone in it was concealing. The way his grandmother's ordinary small kindnesses, the things she said to make him feel better that she knew were not quite true, had registered as discordance. Not lies. Kindness. And he had spent 6 months being unable to fully receive kindness because his system cataloged the gap between the comfortable version and the accurate one. He wrote about the cost of being right. He had been right about Gatewatch. He had been right about the deal, about the timeline, about the cover-up, about what Huang had authorized and what Yanawa had known. He had been right in ways that were verifiable and complete, and he had published the truth, and the world had survived it. He had not written, anywhere in the public record, what it was like to be certain you were right before you could prove it, the specific experience of carrying accurate information that no one would accept, and the kind of relationship a person develops with their own certainty when they've had to live with it alone long enough. He wrote about the ego of that period. He had been 28 years old and in possession of a system that confirmed what he perceived, and he had been right about the biggest institutional cover-up in Korean history, and it had made him difficult in specific ways. Impatient, certain in his judgments in a way that had sometimes been correct and had sometimes been arrogance wearing correctness as a coat. He had hurt people with the precision he thought was honesty. He had been right about what they were concealing without being particularly kind about it. Some of those people had deserved the precision. Some had not. This was the part that was hardest to write. Not the admission that he had been difficult, but the admission that his difficulty had been justified by his correctness, and that the justification was a kind of privilege. He wrote about the DMZ, not the tactical version. The tactical version was in the investigation record. He wrote about what it was like inside the architect's dimension. The scale of the suppressed grief, the sound of hundreds of thousands of consciousness fragments, the specific moment when he understood that the architect was not a monster, but a future that had been made out of the same material as everyone else and had broken under the weight of it. That understanding had not made him grieve for the architect. It had made him grieve for the conditions that produced it. It had also changed him in ways he was still processing. The vulnerability of offering himself to that dimension, the exposure of his own failures and uncertainties in response to the architect's collapse. That was not a thing that could be quantified or archived cleanly. It was just there, in him, part of what he had become. He wrote about self-disclosure, what it actually meant to offer up the truth of his own failures, his ego, his cruelty, his certainty, his loneliness, to a dimension made of suppressed consciousness and suppressed grief. Not as a strategy, as a genuine act of recognition. I am also made of this. I have also done this. And not because it was noble, but because it was honest. He wrote and wrote. The afternoon moved through the window. The light changed. His fingers moved across the keyboard in the steady rhythm of someone who is finally saying the thing that has needed saying for a very long time. It hurt. Writing it hurt in a way that the investigation had not hurt. The investigation had been external, observable, documented. This was internal, and the only document was the one he was creating. He wrote, "The world did not need a perfect whistleblower. It needed an honest one. Those are not the same thing." He read the entire entry once through. Then he read it again. Then he placed his cursor in the submission field and sat with it for a moment. He submitted the entry to the archive. He sat back from the desk. The document was in the system now. It was real. It was part of the record. He had offered up the version of himself that was not strategic, not carefully framed, not designed for public legibility. He had put it in a place where future historians could find it and understand what the work had actually required. He sat at his desk for a long time looking out at the November city and feeling, for the first time in a very long time, that the accounting was complete. Not closed. Accounting was never closed. But complete. The record was there. His part of the record was there. He had done what the archive required of him. Chapter 130 for the Siberian Gate closed in month 16. The joint Russian IGA monitoring team had been in place for 3 years. The final closure event was documented by 4 cameras and submitted to the global archive within the hour. Jamin reviewed the footage, a standard 8.3-meter Class 3 gate, its membrane reading at 99.7% integrity, and then over the course of 4 minutes the opening narrowed from visible to minimal to absent. The ground where the gate had been showed no marking, no residual anomaly. The dimensional instruments registered nothing. For minutes. That was how long it took for a dimensional opening that had been monitored for 3 years to simply cease existing. The instruments showed 0. The team report showed the site was stable. The gate was gone. The IGA's International Gate Management Coordination Office, which had been operating since the second wave emergency provisions, held its final formal session 2 weeks after the Siberian closure. The session was procedural, the formal suspension of active management protocols for all gates except the DMZ site, the transfer of gate site documentation to the archive, and the acknowledgement that the office's mandate to coordinate the international response to active dimensional openings had been completed. 63 gates closed. 1 remained. Jamin attended by video. The room on the video feed showed representatives from 17 countries and 4 international organizations. The meeting was conducted in 3 languages with real-time translation. It had the quality of an institution shutting itself down in an orderly way, which it was. The director of the IGA's coordination office, a Dutch administrator named Vandermeer, who had been doing this work since the first wave emergency period, gave a brief address at the end of the session. He was an older man, Jamin guessed mid-70s, who had the bearing of someone who had managed infrastructure through multiple crises and knew the specific weight of transition. He said, We built these protocols for a crisis that lasted longer than anyone initially projected. We managed to get through it with the coordination holding. That is not nothing. It is, in fact, remarkable. He paused and then added, the next generation will deal with things we cannot predict. We leave them the record of how this was done. That will have to be enough. Not everything, but enough. Jamin thought this was correct. He watched the delegates in the video frame responding to the address, the small nods, the quiet acknowledgement of work concluded. An institution that had been built to manage an emergency was now managing its own conclusion. It was being done carefully and thoroughly, the way these things should be done. What the room held in that moment was the specific weight of 3 years. Jamin could see it in the delegates' faces. The exhaustion that came with sustained crisis management, the satisfaction that came with something completed, the complicated grief of letting an institution wind down. These were the people who had coordinated the response across 17 countries and 4 international organizations. They had held the line. They had made thousands of decisions that could have failed. Instead, the coordination held. 63 gates closed in sequence. The timeline held. The protocols held. The institutional structure that Vandermeer and his team had built remained steady while the crisis itself was resolving. That was the kind of work that went invisible. The work that succeeded so completely that people could mistake it for simplicity, could believe that managing a global emergency was just a matter of coordination and protocol. But Jamin, watching the delegates, understood. This kind of success was the rarest thing. This kind of completion was what most institutions never achieved. Vandermeer was telling them the truth. They had done something remarkable. He submitted a written acknowledgement to the IGA's archive record. Thank you for the 3 years of coordination. The management held because the teams held. The record is complete. And because the teams understood what they were managing. The response came from Vandermeer directly. It is complete. It was worth doing. And the next team, whoever they are, will know how it was done. After the session concluded, Marcus called him. Did you watch? Marcus asked. Yes. What did you think? Jamin considered this. I think an institution that was built to manage an emergency just successfully managed its own dissolution. That is unusual. It is, Marcus said. He was quiet for a moment. The institutions are shutting down. The IGA operations, the coordination offices, the emergency protocols, all of it is moving to wind down mode. But the archive is staying. Yes. That means something, Marcus said. That means someone decided that what happened here was important enough to keep a record. That the record mattered more than the institution. Jamin understood what Marcus was getting at. What will you do with the Foundation archive? Marcus was asking, in other words, will you keep building it, even after the emergency ends? We keep building it, Jamin said. The emergency has changed form, not ended. The reckoning comes now. The archive is how the reckoning is held. I wanted to make sure you understood what that meant, Marcus said. That you were choosing to keep building this thing after everyone else is letting theirs go. I understand, Jamin said. That is why we will keep doing it. One gate remained. The DMZ gate. The one that had started everything. The one that Jamin had walked into and offered himself to the architect and walked out changed. That gate was still open. That gate would be the last to close. Chapter 135. His system sent a notification in month 17 that he had not anticipated. Not an ability report. He had been monitoring those regularly, tracking the attenuation. The notification was different, a message from the system itself, in the prelinguistic symbol set that had become, over 3 years, a communication mode he recognized without translating. The set of symbols that had taught him to think at a dimensional level, to perceive the concealed layer, to understand what truth sight actually was underneath the surface mechanism. He translated it anyway. The symbols arrived as a cascade of geometric patterns in his perception, not visual, exactly, but present to his mind in the way that truth sight was present, as a kind of knowing that did not require sensory input. The pattern unfolded, status report, integration closure, membrane sealing, pathways shutting down one by one. The system showing him what was happening to itself. The message read, whistleblower system dimensional interface status, partial disengagement. 38% of membrane integration pathways have closed with the gate closure sequence. Remaining integration, 62%. Current level, 8.4. Projected disengagement completion, 14 to 18 months. Note, core judgment architecture remains intact. Pattern recognition, unaffected. The dimensional component fades. The practitioner does not. He sat with this for a long time. The system was telling him that it was going, not asking him to do anything about it, informing him, with the same precision it had always used, of what was happening and what would remain. It was being dismantled by the very process that was sealing the gates. The dimensional interface that had made him a whistleblower was closing. The system was closing with it. But the practitioner, the person who had been trained by the system, who had learned to think the way the system thought, the practitioner would remain. He had expected this. He had not expected the system to tell him directly. He had also not expected the last line. The dimensional component fades. The practitioner does not. He read it several times, not visually, but in the space of knowing where the system communicated with him. It was the most personal thing the system had said to him in 3 years of communication, which was not a high bar since the system communicated in operational notifications and level readings. But it was unmistakably a statement about him rather than about the system's function. The dimensional component fades. That was the system describing itself, its own dissolution. The practitioner does not. That was the system saying something to him. Something like, "You will remain. The work will continue. You will continue." The reality of what this meant settled into him slowly. The system was saying that there was a difference between the tool and the person who used it. The dimensional interface was the tool. The practitioner, the one who had learned to think in the specific way that the whistleblower system had taught, the one who had learned precision and legibility and the habit of truth, the practitioner was separate from the mechanism. The mechanism was fading. The person would remain, and the person would have to be enough. He thought of Dr. Lim, who had designed the whistleblower system in 2018, who had understood, theoretically, what it could do. She had died before the gates opened. She had never seen what the system became when it was activated in a person. She had never known what it meant to live with truth sight, to be trained in the specific discipline that the system required. If she were alive to see this moment, the system itself confirming that what mattered was not the mechanism, but the person who had been transformed by it, Jamin thought she might have understood something about her own design that she had not anticipated. She had created something that could teach. What she could not have known was whether anyone could learn from it, whether it could be internalized, whether it could become part of a person so deeply that it would survive even when the system itself went quiet. The system was now confirming, yes, the practitioner remains. He replied to it. He had learned, in the post-DMZ period, that the system would sometimes respond to direct communication. He placed the reply in the symbolic space where the system existed, acknowledged. "Thank you for the work." The response came back, not as words, but as an understanding. The sense of the system affirming what it had done and what would remain of it in him. Work continues. Different form. He sat with this. The words, or the meaning that had come through in words, settled into the space inside him where the system had been speaking. Different form. That was accurate. The work would not continue as it had been, with truth sight at full range, with the system amplifying his perception. The work would continue as human work. Investigation by documentation. Truth by evidence. The extraordinary capability would fade. What he had learned about reading concealment, about understanding the gap between what was said and what was true, about pursuing truth with precision rather than violence, that learning would remain. That learning had become part of him. That learning belonged to him now, not to the system. The system was telling him that the separation was complete. The mechanism was going. The person was staying. The work would continue in whatever form the person could sustain it. He thought this was probably correct. The system was right. The work did continue. It would continue in a different form, human practice, human judgment. The extraordinary capability was fading. What he had learned with it would not fade. What he had become in the process of learning would not fade. He sat in the quiet space after the system's final message and let it settle in him. The dimensional component was fading, but the practitioner remained. The practitioner had work to do. Chapter 136. The Foundation's first class of non-awakened investigators presented their work in month 18. 22 graduates, trained over 14 months in the Foundation's accountability methodology, document verification, source protection, interview technique, legal framework analysis, pattern recognition, the ethics framework for distinguishing accountability from harassment. None of them had systems. None of them had truth sight. The presentations were case studies. Each graduate had worked on an assigned case under the supervision of an experienced Foundation investigator for their final 3 months of training. The cases ranged from regional administrative misconduct to a corporate disclosure violation to a historical documentation project about a Gate-era community whose records had been systematically incomplete during the crisis period. Jamin attended all 22 presentations. He had sat through many presentations over 3 years. The Foundation had a culture of thorough documentation, which sometimes manifested as thorough presentation, and he had developed, over time, the habit of asking one specific question at the end of each one. What did you almost miss? He had started doing this in month 6 of the Foundation's operations, when he had realized that the question revealed more about an investigator's practice than the presentation itself did. A perfect presentation could be carefully crafted. The answer to what you almost missed was where your actual thinking lived. The answers to this question, more than anything else in the presentation, told him what kind of investigator someone was. Most of the class gave answers that revealed genuine engagement with the edges of their cases, the assumption they had almost made, the document that had almost not been followed up on, the source they had almost not believed. Each answer was a small moment of exposure, a place where the investigator showed their actual thinking process rather than the conclusion they had reached. One of them gave an answer that he thought about for days afterward. She was a woman who had been working on a regional corruption case. Construction contracts awarded to companies connected to local administrators, typical accountability work. She said, I almost accepted my supervisor's framing of what we were looking for rather than my own read of the documents. She was right about the main finding, but I was right about something she missed, and I almost didn't say so because I was less experienced. I almost let her certainty override my read of the evidence. He asked her, what made you say it? She said, I thought about what the person affected by the finding would want me to do, and they would want the complete record, not the record my supervisor found, the actual complete record. He thought, yes, that is the work, not the system, not the ability, the orientation. That was the thing that could not be taught by a system, that had to be learned by choosing it, over and over, in the small moments where certainty and self-doubt intersected. After the presentations were done, Jamin sat alone in the Foundation's offices for a while. The building was quiet. It was evening, and the team had dispersed. He sat in the presentation room looking at the empty chairs where the 22 graduates had sat while their supervisors asked them about their cases. He thought about what this class meant for the Foundation's future. A generation of investigators who had never had systems, who had learned accountability methodology without truth sight, who understood that the work did not depend on the extraordinary capability. They would build on what the Foundation had created. They would adapt it. They would make it their own, in ways that he could not predict. The system was fading, but the methodology would not fade. The practice would not fade. The investigators would continue. Chapter 137. The attenuation was noticeable now, and daily. In month 19, Jamin's truth sight had reduced to approximately level 7, down from 9.2 at its peak. The concealed layer was still present to his perception, still navigable, still sufficient for the work he was doing. But the range had compressed. What had been visible across a room was now visible at close conversation distance. What had been clear at conversation distance was now present, but not sharp. The work of reading became more precise, more focused, less ambient. Where he had once been able to perceive an entire investigative landscape at once, he now had to build it in layers, gathering detail the way a human investigator would, through interviews, through document review, through the human skills of attention and persistence. He had adjusted, not gracefully, not without the specific frustration of doing something less well than you are accustomed to doing it, but practically. He had reorganized his investigative practice around what his reduced ability could accurately perceive, supplemented by the human skills that had always been underneath the system. Reading faces, reading documents, reading the gap between what people said in one context and what they said in another. When his truth sight had been at full range, those human skills had been supplementary. Now they were primary. The work was becoming human work, which was, he was beginning to understand, what would make it sustainable. Some of what remained was, in fact, cleaner without the full-range truth sight. The high-range perception had sometimes given him more information than was necessary or useful, and the reduced range meant he was working from what was actually relevant to the case rather than from everything that was technically perceptible. There was clarity in constraint. There was focus in limitation. Dohyan's containment field had similarly compressed. They worked together twice a month, not for gate stabilization, which was no longer needed, but as a practice discipline. They had spent 3 years building the judgment architecture of coordinated disclosure and containment. They were not going to let the architecture decay simply because the mechanism it had been built for was no longer required. The paired sessions had become something else, a deliberate practice of maintaining the judgment work without the dimensional context that had originally created it. Dohyan moved through his reduced containment field with the same precision he had always shown, and the sessions had become, paradoxically, clearer than they had been when the full mechanism was operational. This still matters, Dohyan said, during their session in month 19. He did not elaborate. He did not need to. The statement was its own completeness. The work mattered. The judgment mattered. The practice was not dependent on the extraordinary capability. In that session, they worked with a specific exercise they had developed together. Jamin would open a perception of a concealed document. Not a real one, just the pattern of one, the structure of concealment that a document creates when someone is hiding information within it. He would hold that pattern open with his reduced truth sight. Dohyan would bring his containment field around it, not suppressing it, but defining its boundaries, creating the structure within which the concealment could be examined without becoming overwhelming. The work required absolute coordination. Jamin's disclosure had to be precise, not more than Dohyan's containment could hold. Dohyan's containment had to be exact, tight enough to create clarity, but not so tight that it distorted what Jamin was perceiving. They worked in silence for 15 minutes. The exercise built no new knowledge. It generated no documentation. It created no outcome except the maintenance of the skill itself. When they finished, Jamin said, 9.5 minutes this time. Dohyan said, that was the sustained precision phase. That held steady. They were not discussing success or failure. They were reading data. The exercise had taken 9.5 minutes of absolute focus, and the containment had remained stable throughout. That was the measurement. That was what they were tracking. The work had become scientific in its precision, even as the mechanism that had originally made precision possible was fading. The paired sessions had evolved into something unexpected. Early in the awakened period, when the paired practitioners had been doing gate stabilization work, the sessions had been about something external: the gates, the membrane, the extraordinary capability working at its full range. Now the work had turned inward. They were not trying to affect anything outside themselves. They were not trying to stabilize dimensional openings. They were trying to maintain the quality of their own judgment. They were building, in the space they created together, a kind of architecture that could persist without the dimensional support system. The judgment work was becoming independent of the mechanism that had created it. It was becoming something that belonged to them, not to the systems. Jamin thought about the young practitioner from the transition training session who had asked what to do with the judgment work when the gate was gone. He had told her, "You keep doing it." She had looked uncertain then. Now he understood. The uncertainty was necessary. You kept doing it not because you understood why, but because you recognized that it mattered. The understanding would come later, in the practice itself. He was keeping doing it. Month after month, the work became less extraordinary and more sustainable. That was the progression he had learned to recognize. The habit of holding both sides, the disclosure and the containment, the truth and the compassion, the precision and the mercy, that habit was becoming something that belonged to the person, not to the system. The monthly sessions were not gate work. They were not even membrane work. They were the cultivation of a discipline that would outlast the dimensional mechanism by which it had been built. They were Jamin and Dohyan learning to be practitioners in a world where systems had faded, where the extraordinary capability was no longer available, and where the judgment work itself had become the only thing worth maintaining. Chapter 138. His system went quiet on a Tuesday morning in month 22. He noticed it around 11. He had been in the Foundation's conference room for a routine case review with two of the senior investigators, looking through documents from a municipal contracting case. A regional transport company that had been awarded a city contract despite failing the technical evaluation. The decision reversed through the Foundation's documentation work when he realized that the background hum of the dimensional interface, the quiet city at 2 a.m. presence that had been with him for 3 years, diminished but constant, was absent. Not reduced. Absent. The realization came without drama. He was reading a contract amendment when he noticed that the ambient presence he had not consciously attended to in months was simply not there. The concealed layer that he had learned to perceive as background was gone. The dimensional connection was severed. The system was informing him, through the space where information had always appeared, that there was no more information to convey. He sat with this for a moment, and then he said to the investigators, "Can we break for an hour?" And they said yes, and he went to his office and closed the door. He checked his system. The interface was still present, functional, responsive, showing his level reading at 6.1, but the connection to the dimensional layer was gone. The system was still there. The membrane it had been integrated with was sealed. The light was on, but the signal it had been receiving was no longer transmitting. He could query it. It would still respond with his current ability level, his status, his remaining integration, but the dimensional layer was beyond reach. The conversation with the architect's dimension had ended. He sat at his desk and looked at the wall for a long time. He had known this was coming for 8 months. He had tracked the attenuation carefully and had known the approximate week it would happen. It was still, in the actual moment, different from the anticipation of it. The anticipation had been intellectual. This was real. He sent a message to Sarah. It happened this morning. System still functional, membrane interface gone. She replied within 2 minutes. I know. Mine went fully quiet 3 weeks ago. I was waiting for you to tell me yours had. How are you? He looked at his window. The city was its ordinary November self. Gray light. Pedestrians moving through their days. A bus turning on the street below. The monitoring station 2 blocks away with its decommissioned equipment already half removed, the infrastructure of the crisis being dismantled piece by piece. Fine, he wrote back. Different. She replied, yes. Different. Come to dinner tonight? He replied, yes. They had dinner at the noodle shop near the Han River, the one they had been going to for 3 years, ever since the early stabilization work had brought them into the Foundation's orbit together. The restaurant was full of the ordinary evening crowd. They talked about the case review, walking through the contract amendments and the decision logic that had been hidden in the bureaucratic language. They talked about Sarah's current research on post-awakening dimensional baseline stability, the measurements she was developing to track what remained of the gate dimensional interface even after the gates closed. They talked about Myri's latest staffing proposal, the new investigator cohort she was planning to recruit from the university partnership program. They talked about nothing particularly significant. They talked about the ordinary things that people in ordinary relationships talk about when they are processing something large by not discussing it directly. He ate his food. She ate hers. The restaurant was warm and full of other people's conversations, the ordinary buzz of the world continuing without him. His grandmother called at 9:30. He stepped outside to answer. The November cold was sharp. She asked how he was eating. He said, fine. I ate well tonight. Good soup. She said she had made kimchi, and should she send some? He said, yes, please. Send it soon. She said, good. Stay warm, and hung up. The simplicity of the conversation, no explanation needed, no discussion of the system or the gates, or what had changed, was its own kind of comfort. He stood on the sidewalk outside the restaurant in the November cold and looked at his city. The streets were alive with the ordinary evening. The gates were closing. The system was silent. And the city was still there. His grandmother was still there, making kimchi, asking if he was eating. Sarah was still there, working on her research, walking beside him through the transition. Myri was still there, building the next cohort of investigators. The work was still there. The system was still there, silent in its new form. The work was still there. He was still there, learning what it meant to be an ordinary person in an ordinary city, doing work that no longer required the extraordinary. He went back inside. Chapter 139. The next morning he woke up, and it was still quiet. He lay in bed for a few minutes, taking inventory. It was a habit he had developed in the investigation years, a morning check of what was present, what the day's priorities were, what he knew and did not know. The inventory had always included, at some level, the status of the concealed layer, what was ambient, what required attention, what his truth sight was registering. Today the inventory was different. There was no background signal. The room was just the room. The city outside the window was just the city outside the window. The awareness that had been with him for 3 years, that parallel knowledge, that dimensional layer running underneath conscious attention, was gone. What remained was the ordinary awareness of morning, the light, the sound of the city waking, his own body in the bed. He noticed something, lying there. He could still read the morning. Not the way he had been able to read it with full truth sight, the layered quality, the concealed dimension running in parallel with the visible one. But there was still something. The habit of attention, the orientation toward what was not being said alongside what was. The pattern of 3 years of practice that had become, somewhere along the way, not a system function but a way of being. The neural pathways had been trained. The mind had been shaped. That did not disappear when the system went quiet. He could still tell that the neighbor across the courtyard who always checked his phone at 7:15 was worried about something financial. Not because his truth sight was reading the concealed layer, because of the specific quality of how the man held his coffee and how his attention moved across the screen, the tension in his shoulders, the rhythm of his checking. Human pattern recognition, built from 3 years of being trained by something more powerful and now operating on its own. What the system had trained him to notice, he could notice still. He got up, made coffee, read the morning's foundation briefing. The cases were continuing. The work of accountability did not pause for a system's dissolution. He read about the maritime fraud investigation that had closed, the administrative corruption case that was moving to the ethics board, the new investigator cohort that was beginning their training. The work continued in the ordinary way. He went to the office. He sat with his team in the case review they had postponed the day before and worked through the municipal contracting documentation with the attention he had learned to give it. He asked the investigators what they had almost missed. He told them what he had noticed in the documents that they had not flagged and explained why it mattered. The discrepancy in the second payment record, a small shift in the contract language that changed the budget allocation, almost imperceptibly, in a way that benefited the connected contractor. He had seen it not because his system had revealed it, but because he had learned to read payment records the way a farmer reads soil. The gaps that mattered were visible if you knew how to look. He was using what he had built. The system was not what you learned. The system was what you learned with. At the end of the day, one of the junior investigators, a woman who had been with the Foundation for 4 months, and was still in the careful stage where she checked her work 3 times before saying anything, said, "You noticed that discrepancy in the second payment record. How did you see it so fast?" He thought about how to answer this accurately. "I have been reading documents like this for a long time," he said. "You learn where the gaps are." She nodded. She wrote it down in her notebook. The physical gesture of noting something important, the human record keeping that would replace the system's automatic documentation. He thought, yes, you learn. The system is not what you learned. The system is what you learned with. What you learned remains. It remains in your hands now, in your practice, in the way you move through documents and cases. The system fades. The practitioner does not. Chapter 141. Year after his system went quiet. On a Tuesday in the 22nd month of year 4, the DMZ gate closed. He was there for it. The site had changed since the last time he had been present for anything significant there. The monitoring infrastructure that had been in place since the second wave had been reduced to a single platform measurement station. The Joint South-North Coordination Team had been managing an orderly handover to environmental management for 3 months. The perimeter was smaller. The administrative presence was minimal. He stood at the observation point where he had stood during the Layer 7 preparation, during the DMZ operation 3 years earlier, and watched the instrument readings on the station's display screen. Membrane integrity, 99.4%. He was not alone. Myri was beside him, because she had been beside him for every significant moment since the beginning, and this was no exception. Do-Hyen was there, standing at his characteristic slight distance from the main group, his containment field quiet in its reduced form but present. Marcus had a camera, because of course he did. Xianxia had come, released from her house arrest obligations 6 months earlier, working in the Foundation's archival research division, one of the more precise document analysts they had. Go-Yuna was there, standing a little apart, looking at the site with the particular quality of someone who has spent years in a relationship with a place that caused them harm and is now watching it finish. Sarah was not there. She was in Geneva, where her research was now the primary model for post-awakening dimensional stability measurement. She had sent a message that morning. "I'm watching the Institute's live feed. Tell me what it feels like." At 11:47, the membrane integrity reading reached 100%. The gate did not make a sound. There was no light, no collapse, no visible event. The dimensional opening that had been present in this field for 4 years simply was not present anymore. The instruments confirmed it. Opening diameter 0. Membrane integrity 100%. Dimensional interface, sealed. One moment, there was a dimensional opening, the foundation of the crisis, the original wound through which everything had poured. The next moment, the wound was closed. The membrane had sealed. For minutes of narrowing, for minutes of the dimensional geometry folding in on itself, and then nothing. The field looked identical to any other field in Seoul in November. Grass, sky, the distant city lights, the monitoring station with its equipment being systematically removed. He stood there for a moment in the ordinary air of an ordinary field. He could feel Myri beside him, still. Do-Hyen was motionless a few meters back, his presence steady. Marcus had lowered the camera. There was nothing left to document. The gate had closed without drama. Xianxia was standing with her hand at her chest, the gesture small and private. It was done. He wrote to Sarah, quiet, like the rest of them. She replied, "Good. Now the rest." He thought about what had happened in this place. The architect's dimension that had existed beyond that opening. Hundreds of thousands of suppressed consciousness fragments. The weight of a century's worth of grief compressed into dimensional form. The question that humanity had been carrying without knowing it was a question. He had been inside that dimension. He had stood in the presence of the architect's collapse, the future's grief made manifest. He had offered it the only thing that could respond to it. Truth about himself, without strategy, without exception. "I am also like this. I am also broken in places. I have also failed." And the architect had heard him. The architect had recognized itself in his honesty. The dimension was sealed now. The question had been answered. The gates were closed. The architect was gone. The future that had broken itself was now sealed away, and humanity could continue building whatever came next. He turned to Myri. She was looking at the field with the expression of someone who had spent 4 years managing this moment and could finally release it. "Incheon," he said. "Yes," she said. "We should." They drove to the Incheon Memorial, the 4 of them plus Go-Yuna, who had been coming to the memorial regularly for 2 years now, and who sat quietly in the back seat, with the specific quality of someone who had found a way to live beside grief without being consumed by it. She had lost her children in the experimental program. She had spent years in the service of the government that had done this. And now she was working to build the record that would ensure no future government could do this again. The memorial was where she had come to learn to live with what had happened. They arrived as the afternoon light, was turning long and golden. The memorial's names caught the light perfectly. The right side list of those who had died in the gates and their influence. The left side list of those who had died trying to expose what was being concealed. Both sides needed both lists. Both sides needed to remember the cost. He stood at the threshold for a long time. The names were there. Hundreds of names. Thousands of names if you counted the records that fed into the memorial. The documentation of what had been concealed, now visible. He thought about what he had told the inner circle at the beginning. The work is not about having the power to expose everything. It is about having the judgment to know what needs to be exposed and the courage to do it. He had been 26 years old when he said that, in the very early period, before he fully understood what it meant. He had understood it as a principle then, a statement about the nature of accountability. He understood it now in a different way, not as a principle to assert, but as a practice to maintain. The courage was not a thing you had, once and for all. It was a thing you kept building, day after day, case after case, choice after choice. The courage was a practice. Go Yuna came to stand beside him. She was not reading the right side list today. She was reading the whole wall, tracing the relationships between names, following the connections between those who had died and those who had died, trying to expose it. My children's names are still there, she said. They will always be there. Yes, he said. The memorial doesn't close when the gates do. No, he said. It doesn't. She looked at the names for a long moment, her hand touching the stone wall gently. I have been thinking about what the work is for, she said. I know your version. Accountability for the people affected by concealment. I think that's right. But I also think, she paused, her voice steady but weighted. I think it's for the people who come after. So they know what it cost. So they know the cost is real and it fell on specific people with names. Not abstractions. Not losses. But names. He looked at the names on the wall. Go Yuna's children. Park Seojun, age 14. Lee Minji, age 17. Other names beside them. Families. Lives that had been ended in the service of a concealment they didn't understand. Yes, he said. That is exactly right. The memorial is for the future. So they know that hiding things has a name. It has faces. It has costs. Myri came to stand on his other side. She didn't speak. She had been managing this work since the beginning. She had built the foundation to be, in part, a different kind of memorial, a living institution that would continue the work of keeping what had been hidden visible so that the hiding could not happen again. The afternoon light was long and the memorial was quiet and the world continued in its ordinary way around them. Traffic on the road behind the memorial, children somewhere, the sound of a city that had survived something it almost did not survive and was now simply living in the aftermath. The gates were closed. The system was silent. The work continued. What remained? The archive, with its 23,000 files and its architecture designed to make concealment visible. The foundation, with its investigators learning to read documents and identify where truth was being suppressed. The methodology, the non-awakened investigators learning to do the work without supernatural perception. The memory of what had been done and why. The names on the wall. What remained in him? A person who had been trained by 3 years of crisis and 22 months of careful transition into someone who knew how to do this work without the extraordinary capability that had made it possible to start. The system was fading, would eventually disappear entirely. But what he had become in the process of using it would not disappear. The ability to notice what was not being said. To perceive the gap between the official story and the actual story. To understand that the gap was not an accident, it was a choice. The habit of asking what was almost missed. The discipline of looking for what had almost been overlooked, the detail that had almost been forgotten, the voice that had almost not been heard. The orientation toward the people affected, whose names were on walls and in archives and in the record that had been built to outlast the system that revealed it. The work was for them, not for him, not for the system, for the people who had suffered because of what was concealed. He was an ordinary analyst with an extraordinary history and a practice he would not stop. The system had given him the ability to see, but the choice to keep looking, that was his own. That was human. Whistleblowers did not require exceptional powers. They required the choice to keep looking at what others had decided not to see, to ask the questions that made people uncomfortable, to document what was being suppressed, to put the record where future generations could find it. That choice did not fade. It did not seal with the gates. It was, in the end, the only thing that had ever really been required. Asterisk if the story of Park Jae-min and what he found beneath the gate data stayed with you. Leave a comment below and tell me what part landed hardest. Was it the deal itself, the architect's question, or what Jae-min became after the system went quiet? Your comments genuinely shape what this channel makes next. Subscribe if you want to follow what comes after. The next story is already in progress. I'll see you in the next chapter. Asterisk.